chat and we will see how much the online audience is in favor.
Connected. Channel switched.
ใช้มานานแล้วครับเฮ้ยสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับพี่เอ๋ย
มาใช้พีเซตเท่าไหร่อ่ะ
สุดเลยคุณภาพเลย
อ๋อเหลือเลยเหรอไม่ใช่ไอ้
เหลือเลย
สโลนะที่มันมีสโลอะไรพวกเนี้ย
ใช่อันแป๊บนึงทำผมดูแป๊บนึงสวัสดีครับแชท
ของทวิตนะ
ทวิตใช่ไหมแป๊บนึงนะ
ใช่
อ๋อทวิตใช้ธรรมดาพี่มีเดียม
อ๋อมีเดียมเหรอ
ใช่ผมไม่อยากปรับเยอะนะจริงๆอยากลองปรับดูเหมือนกันนะ
พี่กำลังลองสโลเวอร์อยู่
พี่ซื้อมาแล้วเหรอ
เรียบร้อยละ
เฮ้ยพี่ซื้อตัวไหนวะ8 หรือ 9
9เลย
อุ้ยจัด
มา
มา
แน่
เท่าไห
หรื
ร่
อแบบอุ้ยแล้วแต่สะดวกครับผมจัดให้คม2 ช่องทาง
สรุปคือได้แบบว่าสุดทั้ง2 ช่องเลย
ฮะ
แล้วผมพี่ลองสโลเวอร์อยู่นะเดี๋ยว
ตอนนี้ลองอันลองสุดท้ายอยู่
อ๋อ
ลองสโลเวอร์อยู่แต่ถ้าใช้ควิกซิงเขาบอกว่าใช้แบบสโลเลตไปเลยอ่ะ
โห
ยังไม่ได้ลองควิกซิงเลยคู่แรกเราจะมองไปที่ Gen.G 2เลยครับ
Gen.G พี่เดี๋ยว DRX เลยนะ
เอ้ยอันนี้ Gen.G เลยนะ
Gen.G เลยนะ
Gen.G 2เลยครับผม
เด็กใหม่นะเบนนะแต่มันโหดจริงนะแต่มันก็ไม่ได้โดดไม่ได้สุดขนาดนั้นอะแบบว่าเมื่อคืนผมเพิ่งรู้ว่าตัวเองโยนเนตใส่โดนพี่เอฟไป18
ที่
นาที
จะมาเดินขายของ
ใช่เหรอแมตช์ไหนวะดูคู่2ต่อไหมคิดว่าดูนะมันนี้มิติใหญ่ด้วยหัวเรือจีอะไรดีหัวเรือจีGen.Gเดี๋ยว
เมื่อคืนเป๊ะครับผม
วันนี้เชียร์Gen.Gขอ2-0เลยเพราะอยากให้ท็อปโอเมก้าเป็น PI อีก ว้ายพี่บอสกับพี่เอ๋ยครับ ผมยังไม่ได้เปิดเสียงนี้นะ นักพากย์เมื่อคืนแฟนาติกคัมแบ็กอย่างเดือดเลยพี่ดูดีเดอร์เก้ก็เบ่งพลัง พี่เอ๋ยดูทุกโซนเลยไหมเนี่ย
ยกเว้นเอ
ไม่ไหวแอบมันดึกเกิน
ไม่ไหวทำไมไมค์มันเปิดปิดไม่ได้วะ
คนเล่นเหรอลูกกับหนูหน่อยผมยังไม่ได้อาบน้ำเลยอะแชทผมไม่ออกกำลังกายมาผมยังไม่ได้อาบน้ำถ้ามาชวนเล่นตั้งแต่ถ้าผมมาชวนเล่นตั้งแต่เช้า
โอ้ให้บีทดีเลยเหรอ
ไม่เลิกเล่นเลยเนี่ย
ใจร้ายจัง
แมวขยัน
ไม่ซื้อครับผมพนักงานอะไรก็ เจ้าของธุรกิจก็ไม่ซื้อหวยครับผมรวยขนาดไหนก็ไม่ซื้อครับหวย
ถ้ามาชวนเล่นทั้งวันเลยเนี่ย มันจะดุกดิกอะไรนักหนาหึเดี๋ยวผมไปกินน้ำแป๊บนึงแชทกินน้ำนึง
เมื่อวานพี่รอดติดแดงว่ะ14 ชั่วโมง
มันเย็นมันไง
แมวคึก
ถุงนอกมันร้อนอ่ะ
คึกทั้งวัน
นี่อะไรเนี่ย
จริงครับเอาทิโย
มาแล้วแชท
เอ้า
มาแล้วผมมาแล้วพี่
กำลังจะบอกเลยว่า12 ชั่วโมงไม่ติดแดงเพิ่งมาเปิดดูทำไมติดแดงก่อนนอนไม่ติดแดง
อ๋อ มันเพิ่งประมวลผลเสร็จเลย
โอ้โหแล้ว12 ชั่วโมงไง กูคืนไม่ได้ โอ้โห
เศร้าเลย เย้ยคุยด้วยเมื่อกี้เหรอ น้องอิงสวัสดีครับ ตีใหญ่ตาดิว เฮ้ย ตาดิวเหรอเกมอะไรวะดูก่อน เอิญไปไหนแล้วอะ บีด DFM พี่ให้บีดแล้วกันเชียร์เขาหน่อย เพลงนี้โดนพี่มิวก่อนเลย
ทันปะวะ
ทันไหม
อ่าฮะ
เพลงนี้โดน
คือถ้ามันติดแดงอ่ะ ตอนรายได้ตอนไลฟ์อะมันจะเหลือ 30%ใช่ปะ
มันจะโดน
ถา
ปิด
มิกมา
มันจะมีไอ้นี่ด้วยพี่แบบว่า หลังจากนั้นคลิปมันจะทำอะไรได้ไม่ได้แล้ว เพื่อใครมาดูเลย
ใช่ใช่
ไม่ติดอะดีสุดแล้ว
แต่
เคเซฟ
โอ้ยอย่างนี้ถ้าวันไหนแบบบอสยาวต้องลง YouTube แล้วก็ขึ้นใหม่เลย
เปิดปิดเอาก็ได้นะแบบผมกับพี่
เนี่ยมันมีเสียงคอปอนต้องปิดไปเนี่ยตอนเปิดตัวเนี่ย
ก็อาจจะต้องปิด พี่ก็เปิดไว้เบาๆแล้วพี่ก็ร้องเพลงให้มันนัวๆไป
โอ้โหเดี๋ยวเวลามีเพลงมาเบาเอฟร้องแล้วกัน
โอ้โห
เห็นปะเปิดไมค์
ผม
ไว้
ปิด
ด้
เล
วย
ยพี่ผม เพลงคลาสสิกยังโดนเลยเดี๋ยวนี้ทุกวันนี้ผมปิดเสียงบางทีเผลอจนแชทเตือนแล้วพี่ปิดเสียง
ผมเมื่อวานแบบสมาธิจัดติดทุกตอน โดนเฉยเลย
เพลงทำเอาของสเตทอะไม่โดน จะโดนช่วงเปิดตัวแล้วก็ช่วงที่เขาสัมภาษณ์ช่วงอะไรพวกเนี้ยคือช่วงแบบว่าที่ไม่ได้เข้าส่วนเกมอะโดน
เราไม่กดมาดูแล้วคือมันขึ้นชื่อเพลงแล้วว่าโดนเพลงอะไร
ใช่แล้วผมก็ไปนั่งดูเวลาว่าช่วงไหนมันจะโดน มันจะมีของมาสเตอร์โตเกียวมั้งที่โดนเพลงทำเอาก็เลยแบบทำเอาทีหนึ่งก็ต้องมิวทิ้ง
อ๋อ
แต่ผมตั้งสตรีมเด็กละสบาย กดปุ่มเดียวจบ นี่ แต่สตรีมเด็กลอยไปไหนเราก็ไม่รู้นะตอนนี้ งงจัด เทียบน้องมาคนนี้เคยเจอกันก่อนไหมไม่เคยครับ เจ้าเอฟสวัสดีครับมินเนี่ยนเฮ้ยสุดหล่อ
จะเป็นลม
หาฐานในนี้ให้หน่อยดิที่มันลองกรอบข้างหลังเคยเห็นแวบๆบ้างปะไม่เห็นเลย
สังเกตจากห้องก็ไม่เห็นเลย
ห้องไหน
ข้างบน
อยู่ข้างบนเลยมั้ง
ไม่เห็นนะ
เล่นไก่ต้ามันคึกมากเลย
นานๆจะมีคนเล่นด้วย
เล่นจนเหนื่อยแล้วเนี่ยคึกไม่เล่นแล้วเหรอเอาไปก่อนเลยอะเอาไปก่อนเลย แมวคึกดูมันยังไม่เลิกคึกอีกเฮ้ยบลิมสโตน
โคตรเท่อะ
บลิมสโตน
เล่นจิเล่นจิเล่นจิเล่นจิ
นอนได้แล้วเต้าอย่าคึกเลยนักหนาน้องว่าจะถามนั้นแล้วลืมทีมอัลฟากับโอเมก้าต่างกันยังไงเนาะเขาจัดไว้อันนี้ต้องถามเอิร์ธเลยครับ ผู้เชี่ยวชาญ ผู้เชี่ยวชาญทาง VCT ผู้ชำนาญการติดเรืองโดนจนช่ำชองแล้วตอนนี้ Gen.G ขอ20จะดีต่อ PRX มากเพื่อรอบ Playoff ต้องการจบที่1กรุ๊ปโอเมก้า อันนี้เราเชียร์เพื่อหวังผลใช่ไหมวันนี้พี่เอฟมาไหมมาทุกวันครับช่วงนี้รวยพลังแต่ไม่รวยเวลาไม่รวยตังค์ด้วยเท็กเจอร์
กำลังจะเริ่ม
ฝั่งหนึ่งทึบฝั่งหนึ่งใส่ น่าจะบั๊กไลน์อัพได้สวย
เดี๋ยวเราพอยเคลียร์บีลองก่อนส่งไซเฟอร์มาเลยคนเดียวอุ้ยถือว่ากดดันได้เฉียบอยู่นะเนี่ย
ถ้า Gen.G ชนะ DRX แมตช์นี้ก็คือโนหนึ่งละยืนยัน
ได้
เพราะเลยโนหนึ่ง ลืมเปิดเสียงเลยโทษอ่ะเปิดให้ละ
เฮ้ยโดนว่ะเท็กเจอร์
So DRX trying to hang back,
Ui.
waiting for the opportune moment to explode. Can't quite toxic
โอ้
screen
โห
get into
หนึ่ง
its lamps. They hop
เอ้า
on over
โดน
because of
เยือน
Stack's
ข้าม
splash.
มา
โอ้โห Meteo
Unfortunately, the effect is
แล้ว
not
Meteo
quite there.
โอ้
Much
โห
more
วิป
here. Some of them left undiscovered, able to frag
เหลือมาโกคน
out.
เดียว
And in an instant, we're back to 1-on-2.
แต่ได้ไปคุ้มอยู่
Interesting that Meteor, he missed so many of those shots. It was really close.
Mako
and
LD,
Mako
I
only
mean.
got hit by one, it looks like, but able to pick up the spike and get that planted as well. And now he's got a pretty good position here in showers, just to wait for a defuse to come in.
ถือว่าเพย์เท็กเจอร์เมื่อกี้นิ่งอยู่นะ
Utility either. Couple of shots and he could be dead, so he has to be
Ui.
crisp with this one. Starts off not too shabby. Munchkin down to 20. A single hit, that's enough. But the snake bite, it pushes him back. He has to sneak out. And he swings with a bat.
เฮ้ย
Takes Munchkin down to the
Yangตึง
cages.
Mako.
It's gonna be DRX winning the
บ้า
pistol.
จัด
I mean, that was just insane from the side of Mako. He's able to clutch it just barely. He was kind of the last one in, right? But he does go ahead and just barely win this one. He's able to swap over the Ghost and then just essentially wins 3 1v1s in a row to clutch the round, right? So it felt like, you know, he was doing a great job, but also Gen.G not really hitting those shots. He was so low.
ไม่ต้องบอกว่าเมื่อกี้ลาเกียยิงอะไร
Would get the job done, but
หรือมาโก LD
you're
เกิน
not gonna be
ลา
able to
เกีย
do
ยิง
much
ไม่โดน
in the last 1v1, but the first couple, I feel like Gen.G
เก็
should
บ
have
ออฟ
been
ฟรี
able
ต
to
ลอด
put
เล
the
ยไอ้
nail
สโมก
in
เนี่
the
ย
coffin, but Mako, I suppose he's got his evasive boots on today. I'm not sure.
It is Mako after all. But then again, I am thinking about stacks right now. Last week, when they did play on this map against T1, DRX went with the Sky composition,
Vendorเลย
now
เหรอ
swapping over onto the KO. Something that
Yeah, man,
slightly,
but
maybe a little bit more meta with the Sky nerfs coming through. Meanwhile, Gen.G sticking on towards Sky. I wonder
วิน
if
โบนัสมันจะได้
he
แบบเล่น
has
ง่าย
some specific lineups or specific ways to make use of his
ตายห้าม
flash
เกิน2
drive
อ่ะ
just
ตายได้
to
สูงสุดแค่ 2
enable buzz. It didn't work out too great in the pistol.
Oh boy.
มา
This
คิด
time,
ตอนนี้โควต้าหายไปแล้วหนึ่ง
slightly foiled by
ตายได้อี
Munchkin,
ก1
sneaking outside of Hookah, able to take down first.
แต่ว่าได้บอมไซด์ละต้องเพย์เซฟจัด
regardless. Note that it was
มันกินมันไปอยู่ตรงนั้นได้
big
ยังไง
rifle purchases
มั
from
นออกมาจาก
DRX and
ฮู
two
ก้า
guys sitting on
มัน
the
เป็น
pistol,
ทามมิ่ง
so
ที่แบบฮูก้า
it's
ไม่มีคน
fair
ดูไง
fight
ฟ็อกซี่
in
มัน
that
เล่น
sense
เลย
to
คนเดียว
start off, but now Buzz has
เรียบร้อย
raised
สโมกหมดพอ
the
ดี
angle here, gonna
อย่าง
take
ทาม
one
มิ่ง
down.
That opens up new avenues of
อุ้ย
entry if he decides
โคว
to
ต้า
take down
หมดแล้วนะโควต้า
balls, but instead it's just going to be stacks
ยังไงครับ
as well as
โควต้าหมด
Mako
แล้วจังหวะนี้
holding clean from Octagon. You only have Munchkin left, and he knows he can't do much.
He's cackling on
It's like, what do I do, guys?
on the player cam. He's like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna die to this spike here, as you do. And keep in mind that, you know, even though Bean went down with the rifle, Stacks is able to get on in there, pick it
โอ้แต่
up.
คุ้ม
And
อยู่นะ
so now they're gonna have 3
ถ้าตายได้2เลยนะ
fantastic
ก็โอเค
starts going into
อันนี้คือ
this
ตามแผนที่วางไว้
third round.
ไม่เสียหาย
มัน
เดี๋ยว
บ้า
จั
น
บ
ผมมันเปิด
แวนดอลแฟนทอมอีก 2 ตอนนี้ฟูลบายหรือเปล่า
couple more as well. So generally,
นี่ไง
you know, you'd come into this round and it would
ตามตำรา
be
DRX
pretty advantageous for Gen.G, but DRX trying to match the firepower.
Lose all too much, and yeah, exactly. They're going to be able to buy back up just to match that, which means DRX does have a chance at converting this into a bonus. And if they do, that would be the perfect start against Gen.G on their map pick.
Yeah, especially because, as we saw, Gen.G not very well versed in the attacker side of this one, so maybe if DRX
Yeah,
get a
one, I
very
mean,
nice first half start and then they go to
แก้ไม่ได้
defense, might just be lights out quickly on the first map, but you can never really count out Gen.G, so still very early on in this one. We'll have to wait and see how they can readjust.
But for now, it definitely is DRX in control of the pacing of the match. Earlier on Pistol, it was like a slow creep up into towards A. Gen.G weren't expecting it, at least until they finally did. Onto the second round,
Bonus round ที่ไม่ใช่
it
bonus
was played
round
towards B. This time, DRX maybe slightly holding some
จริงๆถ้าคนแบบว่า
but they're
เจอ
tossing a bit of
DRX เนี่ยแล้ว
utility into the B site.
เรา
It's-
อ่านได้
it's
นะ
keeping Gen.G on their toes.
บิน
So
ราว
there'll be a
3
couple
อย่างเงี้ย
people on B
เล่น
at
เอา
the
หล่อได้เลยนะ
moment,
ตัวละนัดหมดเลยนะ
just fine. 3 people on A to try to stop this one, but obviously a lot of smokes in their face, trying to back
อร่อย
the
เลยมือ
members
สไน
of
อ่ะ
Gen.G.
just great
บาดเจ็บ
timing on the
โอ้โห
utility as
เบรก
well.
สวยอยู่เจ้าของเบรกสวยอยู่
Right.
เรานี้
They had 3 people, and they had the right sensing as well. Knowing that DRX might approach this site, they tossed
Ui.
the nades at the right time, but
โดน
as
ดีแบบเนี้ย
DRX continues to push through and execute, they managed to take down
Ui.
Gen.G. But look at the
Lakia.
surprising peek from Lakia. A bit of a double.
เกินไปว่ะ
Plant might have been foiled for a second. Karen spots out a player. They have no idea that he's up here.
ทัมมิ่ง
Oh, that's such unfortunate timing for Karin, though. It could have been just a free kill.
การเรารู้ตำแหน่งหมดครับ
Foxy9 to make it a 1v1 versus a weakened Buzz. He's still going to throw down the volley, and he will be able to take this kill anyway.
จนตายเลยเหรอ
Knowing that Foxy was still in that corner.
Down to the last
โอ้โห
bit.
เป็นเพราะว่ามัน
Buzz
รู้
had no idea where Karen
อย่างอยู่ใน
was.
การ
เป็นเพราะว่ามันรู้
My rookie proves. Yeah, he's no longer a rookie. It's time we shed that title. He comes in and he knows
UI map
exactly
pick ไม่
how
ขึ้น
to make use of his positioning and
เพิ่งเห็น
timing to catch onto the last suspecting player of DRX.
UI แมปพิกก็หาย
Take a look at this entry. All 3
Back.
members of Gen.G were just right on top of the site, right in front of showers here, so they were kind of stacked. But
Lakia.
DRX did not expect Lakia to just full-on peek out of the smoke, picks up 2,
ต้อ
makes
งชม
it
ลาเกียเลย
close.
นิ่งจัดพีกเอาไปแบบไม่โฟกัสตัววางเอาตัวเล็งโคเวอร์ก่อน
With a nice angle up in heaven, so
And that's such a smart move from Gen.G as well. I feel like Lakia staying hidden inside that smoke was something that DRX did not expect.
แต่ปืน
whatsoever,
แปลก
Because
ๆ ชนะเหมือนไม่ชนะ
DRX, you're thinking, yeah, it's probably gonna
เมื่อวาน
be a
ก็มี
3-2 setup.
เหตุการณ์แบบ
Three
เนี้ยแบบ
people on A,
เอ่อ
Lakia's possibly still
ชนะ
rotating
ใช่ป่ะ
over. They did
บอม
not
ระเบิด
expect
ชนะ
that move whatsoever.
แล้วอีกเนี่ยต้องใช้ปืนพกหมดเลย มี
However,
ปืนก
they
ระบอก
did
เดียว
lose a lot of rifles in that process, so Gen.G is going to be playing this round with 3 upgraded pistols. Oh boy. Well,
yeah.
4 if you
เรา
count
จัด
Ghost.
ปืน
The ghost counts. Not quite a sheriff, but at least they bought something. Foxy9 just hanging out here. Ooh, not
Ui.
gonna
โคตรเจ็บ
hit that shot. Meteor actually gets
วิดีโอ
the
มันชอบ
damage
กล้อง
down
ตรงนี้จ
and
ริงๆเลยนะ
stays
ไอ้บู
at
ม
full health.
Still Gen.G.
เนียนด้วย
Always deadly,
Ooh.
and lethal, even on the thrifty.
เอาแล้วถ้าฟ็อกซี่ไหลมาอีกทีน่าจะแบบ
Cypher's playing
ตาย
with
ใจ
the
ครับผม
cameras,
เฮ้ย
but for now,
อุ้ย
Gen.G
Oh, but
has
นี่
gotten
อ่ะ
a hit.
นี่
เรียบ
อ่ะ
ร้อยจริง
It is an A hit. Neural theft has been tossed out, and DRX make the call to
อุ้ยแล้ว
go
ตุย
through
หลั
the
งไว้
teleport. Texture manages
โอ้
to
แย่ละ
catch them through market though, because they pushed out. Great movements, and all of a sudden DRX are caught in a pinch. Stax is gonna have to fight his way out of this one. Another move through the teleporter. He hops over,
Moment.
safe inside of Hookah. Mako has the positioning, but needs to push off some of the Gen.G players as
โอ้
they
โห
try to
ปั่นป่วน
continue
จัด
the
อะ
fight.
แย่แล้วไม่เอาโคตรปั่นป่วน
It's getting pretty interesting. We do have the
ต้อง
pick
ใช้อันติ
here
เลยครับ
that will be committed to in the 2v3. See a couple of guys upgraded to the rifles on the side of Gen.G. And now Mako thinking about getting out of this pit and looking for a pick on a Meteor. He is out. They
Oh,
did
do
not
they-
expect him, but Meteor's still doing a pretty good job.
Oi.
He will take the headshot.
แย่แล้วแย่แล้ว
As it goes down to Stax,
Oh.
I mean,
Oh,
completely
Lindy จัด Gen.G
surrounded.
มันเชิงหนาจัดอะ
He
นะ
heard the defuse, so he started
แต่ละคน
to, you know,
Thương
get a
vô
little bit
đi.
jittery, but and then the
แบบว่า
smoke from
ได้
Gen.G
ข่าว
comes
ก็ไม่
out.
เอาไม่เอา ไม่
And
สู้
Mako definitely tried in that instance,
ไม่ใช่เชิงหนากันจัดอะ
but sometimes it's just Meteor able to redeem himself from that first pistol.
Yeah, Meteor doing a great job in that
Hell.
situation.
มันใจเย็น
But
จัด
pretty
อะ
interesting from DRX. They used a lot of
ไอ้หมวก
utility early on. They felt like, okay, we have the advantage in terms of firepower. We should be able to take this one. But so many 1v1s actually just went the way of Gen.G and Texture. Able to get that kill on the backside. And then this one obviously going to Meteor. And slowly, one by one, the dominoes fell.
แฮ่แฮ่แฮ่
That explains it, I guess.
Yeah, it really tells you that Gen.G, even with the pistols, they are actually starting to take control of this match right now. Very intentional moves to take control over
อุ้ย
market.
ไหลไม่เนียน
โอ้ย
On to the next round, and this time it's going to be DRX with a slightly lesser buy. You've got the Bucky, you've got the Stinger, and they've rushed in. They haven't
โคตร
found
ชั่วเลย
any
ลูกซอง
contact,
คือ
though. Gen.G making sure to keep their distance.
Plant is going to come down. The
Ow.
game
Ow.
falls as well. They are
Ui,
going to wait
lag
for that
à?
one. A quick headshot from the Sheriff here from Foxy9, who's getting a bit of revenge here for what happened last round in Showers.
No spike
Oh,
plant
look at
yet,
that.
though, Valdez.
Ui.
Because look at Lakia. He's able to watch these angles, trying to flick back and forth. DRX trying to
Ui,
keep him on his
Marco
toes,
niมันเหนียว
peeking out left, right at the same time. Got the Seekers deployed though. Karen is here and ready to frag out. He's got the Molly. He's gonna deploy it just to hold off
อ้อมเลยว่ะ
showers for
Foxy
the time being.
ซื้อเวลาเพื่อนดึงให้อยู่
Mako
เรียบร้อย
swings through the poison cloud. Lakia able to flick back onto him, keeps himself alive for just one more second. But firing off those shots, give away his position. Foxy
โดนนิโคคืนครับ
exactly where to peak.
That's just kind of ridiculous that Mako's able to just sneak on through the smoke with a classic and just get the drop on the guy and take him
Gen.G
down.
เล่นอีโคโคตร
Mako
เก่ง
has
เนี่ยนี่
been
เรียบร้อยเลย
so slippery and
Toxic.
sneaky this entire map so far.
Foxy
And is
จัด
going
คื
to
น
pick
ไป
up his 8th kill in that one. This shot
Boom.
from Foxy 9 plus the ult really gave his team a chance, I think, in this one. And from on top of the box is able to lock it down. I didn't catch what he said, but the audience really liked that one.
I mean, I feel like it might have something to do with that sheriff kill, and you're absolutely right. It gives DRX like even odds in terms of numbers and firepower. But Mako doing that move through the smoke, same thing that Lakia did. Both teams fairly evenly matched. Just when you think Gen.G has taken control, DRX takes it right back. Texture now trying to hold the off angle. Bane
โค
swings.
ตรมุม
takes
โค
him
ตรยาก
down.
จริง
It's gonna be a bit of a pop flash, but
อันนี้ใครเลือกนะ
playing
Gen.G
through
ปะ
his cyber cages, trying to retain
Hey!
control of the
DRX.
showers. Meanwhile, Stacks comes in to take control over the site, and the spike has been planted. Meteor and Karen having
เดี๋ยว
to
ไอ้เลือก
I mean, you heard Paper then talking about kind of the emotional edge, that emotional feeling coming into the match. I feel like DRX are playing with such flair so far, such fire in their gameplay. Foxy 9 is like, I will hold the showers. Nobody else will challenge me in
ขอบ
here.
คุณมอมแมมนะครับ
It's
สำหรับ
so
สมาชิกด้วย
ridiculous
นะครับ
shots. They
ขอบคุณ
plan
ค
on
รับ
A again. This time it's an easy cleanup.
อันนี้ด่านกันหรือด่านบุก
Not very close this time around.
ด่านกันหน่อยๆครับ แต่ว่า
Looks like perhaps we might
ถ้า
get
ได้
a
อยู่ใน
buy
โปร
out of
ซีน
Gen.G
มัน
this
น่าจะ
time.
น่าจะ
Yeah,
50-50
pretty.
อยู่
This
ที่แผน
play
เลย
from Foxy 9 was really the highlight of this round for me.
แต่ถ้าเปอร์เซ็นต์กันก็กันหน่อย
He's done a phenomenal job at controlling Shower so far. The way that he's making use of his utility, the way that he's keeping the attention away from some of these Gen.G players. That was a round where DRX's game plan went perfect. They kind of anticipated where some of the Gen.G players would hold, especially with Texture on that off angle, and they just went in. Everyone had the right entries, the right trades, the right protocols. Foxy staying alive inside of Showers as well.
Yeah, pretty insane stuff. Pretty early timeout call as well from the side of Gen.G, but I would assume that Solo's like, well, this isn't exactly what we prepared. So let's take a little breather.
ๆฟิลแข่งเปเปอร์เล็กนี่แม่งไม่เหมือนกับที
We're a
ม
lot
อื่น
better
เลย
on
เหมือน
defense,
แม่ง
less
มา
on
สนุก
this
กันอยู่
map. Let's try to figure this out and see what's going wrong. Why we can't really hold this big pressure from the side of DRX. And DRX are coming at them pretty fast.
ยกเว้นรอบหลังๆนะรอบลึกๆนี่ดูตึงจัดเลย ยิงรอบชิงนี่ยิ่งตึง
Just getting their faces, holding down Showers, Fox and 9
ทำเอาไม่
doing a
ติด
great
ครับ
job there, as we mentioned many times. But also the entries have been very clean through short as well. And Gen.G have just kind of, you know, fallen apart and
แต่
just
นี้
let
โปร
it
มันแท็บ
happen
กัน
so
ก็ไม่คิด
far,
อะไรเยอะนะ
essentially. So I think as a coach, you want
แท็บ
to
แบบว่าเอา
take a bit
ข่าว
of time
ง่าย
to discuss and maybe try to readjust because so far the defense
แท็บ
is
ไม่ให้
not
โดนไหล
great
เขา
for
ไซส์
Gen.G.
ๆตรงเมื่อกี้ก็ดีตรงเมื่อกี้แบบว่าคนชิปมาจ่อมันไม่ได้ยินเสียงแท็บ พอพวดปุ๊บเรียบร้อย
มันเป็นจังหวะที่ต้องเข้าแล้ว
ใช่เนี่ยมันไม่ได้ยินอ่ะ
And that's, I feel like, something that happened with that Gen.G match finals against Sentinels as well in Madrid. So definitely wanting to take matters into their own hands right now. You can see that they've adjusted into hookah control, a bit of an off angle, a bit of a crossfire being set up. Texture's contact through the garden is crucial here, though. I think he's gotten the information.
I feel like they have a pretty good read on this push coming in.
Oh, he's got Showstopper as well.
Uh-oh. Are they just going to walk into this?
Ui.
Through. DRX is prepared.
Oh.
Buzz with a buzzsaw just cuts them in half. Foxy 9 and Mako able to trade. Meteor with nothing but
Look
her
what the
Guardian
tic-tac-toe.
just tries to fire off a couple of rounds, but Mako ends his life. It's
แต่เวลา
going
ตัว
to
แรกนาน
be
ไปจบ
DRX
เด็ด
with yet another round on the board.
Yeah, 2 people stay alive as well.
สวัสดี
Their
ครับ
confidence very
บ้าน
healthy.
กิ
It
จ
wasn't
เจ้า
a buy round from Gen.G, so I like how they kind of, as you mentioned, they were active. They got
Yeah,
aggressive.
that's
They
what I'm
tried to
saying.
peek on in
คู่
there.
สอง
They
ใคร
got
เจอใคร
big
นะ
early. They didn't win the round, of course, but At least they took some guns out of the hands of DRX.
แต่ PX มันเข้ารอบลึกบ่อยมากนะผมว่าน่าจะลดความกดดันลงไปบ้างแหละหลังๆ
the
อะ
garden.
มันเป็นทีมที่โคตร
Another
เก่ง
round
เลย
does
เซเวอร์
go
เล็ก
over to DRX. Let's see how this next one is going to go. We still have 3 ults available here for the side of Gen.G.
And that's what this timeout was for. We've got texture on the
บีด DFM
on top of 3 ultimates.
เรามาเชียร์บีดให้ได้สักแมตช์กัน
เล่นเหมือนอีมีเมื่อคืนเดะเลย
Very
ไวเปอร์
very advantageous
ที่เป็นเมตา
for retakes.
อัลฟาเยอร์นี่ยังคมอยู่พี่
เมื่อวานก็2แมปแรกก็นึกว่าหมดอ่ะสักพักแมป3เหมือนเพิ่งวอร์มเสร็จ
เดอร์เก้ไอแมตช์คัมแบ็ก
นั่นแหละเหมือนเพิ่งวอร์มเสร็จ
อ๋อ
Yeah, they definitely can. DRX
โอ้โหเครื่องร้อนช้ามาก
It feels like taking their foot off the gas.
แต่พอร้อนปุ๊บ
just a
ทุกอย่าง
little
จบเลย
bit.
My eyes are down.
Although that hasn't necessarily worked out for them. I feel like the last time
See,
they did
the
this, they
Honam
used a
go.
lot of utility, tried to fake Gen.G out, and then kind of just were a little bit slower than the pace that has been working. And it didn't quite work out in that round. But now they are going to group up fully towards A. Already the rotation coming out of Gen.G.
Yeah. Having
I'll
pushed
stop
out,
him.
Aaron sees everything. Here comes the execute from DRX. Showstopper for
โอ้โหสวนเลยอะทิกเจอร์
จังหวะบัตไม่ค่อยดีอันนี้ เพื่อนมาเบียด มันเลยขึ้นรถไม่ได้ หมด
ที่ไวเปอร์พิททำไวเปอร์พิททำวิดีโอตาย
Just around the edge of showers. Invites Foxy
วิดีโอยังงงไปหมด
along with Mako inside of it though. But as he
Oh,
peeks
oh,
out,
oh.
Texture is right on the other side of the door. Says hello. Mako down to 1 HP. He drops the pit. Mako having to clutch this out, but the round's already gone. He just wants to keep his rifle or do as much damage as possible. Able to flick onto the first. But then here comes Texture. Sounding off that operator again.
Yeah, that time
เป็นจริง
around
ว่าคือ
looks
เกือบหลับ
like,
แบบแร
the
กอยู่ดีก็
population
กลับ
on
มา
the short was very
ผมดูอยู่
nice. Actually keep them
อยู่ดีก็
entry
กลับมา
onto
เกือบ
the
จะหลับแล้ว
site, but
11-3 อะ
Gen.G able to hold on to get the hit down, and of course the showstopper for showstopper.
เรียกได้ว่าลงแรง
Gen.G absolutely
อุ้ย
Lockheed got this 2K.
ทานเฟอร์กันคลีนจัดเลยพี่
ทางเฟอร์โคตรคลีน
That is going to
อารมณ์ดีจัด
doesn't require much of an explanation.
ทานเฟอร์กันยังไงวะคลีน
I love it, dude. Like, both teams laughing heartily on the stage. You can tell that it is a serious match. You know, they're trying to fight for the pride of Korea and all of that. But at the same time, they're old teammates. They know each other. They're having fun.
They are having a lot of fun, as you can tell. And now I guess Sturmey's just going to say, well, we've had a couple of rounds that looked a little bit like this one, and I don't want to really see that. Just stick to what has been working, and that has been just pretty straightforward play, straightforward rushes onto the A site. Don't get too tricky, don't get too
นี่
fancy
เชียร์
with
เจ
your
นจี
play,
ครับเจนจี
and I think that should work out for you. That's my read at least, but let's see if DRX stick to the aggression.
Yeah, I feel like you're onto something as well, Valdez. Because in that previous round, Buzz used the showstopper. They
ถามว่าอร่อยจนอยากเชียร์ดีไอ
a
หมัน
tricky
ไส้เหรอ
execute, playing off of timing and all that, cutting noise. But Gen.G anticipated it. Gen.G's timeout from Coach Solar before definitely set them up for that specific trap. That's why Texture was able to secure the showstopper kill. That's why Lakia had the positioning to go in for that spray transfer. This
ออฟ
time,
ฟรี
DRX has to deal against Texture's operator. So let's see what term he has in store for us.
Lucky as well, he was able to get in there and get kind of a opportunistic orb that does give him the Seekers for a potential retake situation. DRX are going to commit onto this B site.
Absolutely right. And it is a bit of a sound cue as
Oh.
well.
Die.
DRX are thinking, where could
พอเซอร์
Texture's
คาว
operator
ไอ้
be?
หน้าบีลองแบบ
Not want to lose
ปวดหัวจัดอะ
early
คนอยู่ในไซต์อะ
teammate to this boomstick. But so far they haven't seen it yet. They know he's not holding the angle on site. Those nades have just been tossed out, so definitely the call that Texture's inside of Hookah.
Yeah, there's just so much smoke in his face. I don't envy his position right
โอ้
now.
เทคเจอร์เอาตัวรอดได้หรือเปล่า
Lucky the first one to go down.
Ui.
Texture,
ฮะ
we saw the flick from the opposite angle. He's gonna hit it. Kind of insane stuff. I don't know how he managed that, but now he's
Foxy
gonna switch
กู
on
งง
over
เลย
to the Vandal. And Munchkin also picks up a kill.
Spike has been planted after all, but Munchkin getting that kill, you're right, Valdez, does give Gen.G a bit more numbers advantage. They've managed to make their way onto site, but they haven't spotted out the stacks just
โอ้
yet.
ย
A bit of a
ดิ้งเดี๋ยวไม่ตาย
just the dink.
แฟนทอม
Not
ไง
the kill.
โอ้โหหัว
It's
พุ่น
gonna be Buzz and Bane holding
Okay.
from back sides.
วิดีโอมันโดนยิงหัวสะ
Inside of
คุ้ม
Carded,
เลย
they
โดนทั้ง
managed
เฟน
to
นอล
get
เฟ
their
นดอล
own DRX still on top of things with the post-plant scenario.
หัวพลุนไปหมด
Yeah, it was a 4v3 in favor of Gen.G in that post-plant scenario, but the four of them just understanding where DRX were and trying to push on towards them as, look at this,
อยากเห็นช็อตไอ้ที่สไนยิงอ่ะหันมาโดนสโคปเหรอ
He distracts everybody, and eventually Buzz and Bane clean it up. Just a little chuckle there from Buzz, man. None of these cackles and giggles we've seen from the other players.
I love it. It's one of those like, I'm better.
Yeah.
They do have double Gen.G scoreline right now, and if this continues,
Wait,
we
wait, wait,
saw
wait.
Gen.G's attacking half last week or a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't
โอ้โห
great.
ทะลุเข้าหัว
So DRX having a good time. They just continue to pile drive through the smokes.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're just hoping that when that orb drops, there's not 4 people in your face. He didn't get like.
What
เฮ้ย
Wow.
ฮาลอน
That was
จะคลิกขวาหรือคลิกซ้ายนะน่าจะคลิกขวาปะเข้าหัวเลย
This guy.
บัตรบอกไอ้สัตว์ยังไม่ถึง
His
พื้นเลย
wrist,
Good
his
fight on
hand is an extension of his aim, and in the way that he just like in the zone doesn't even think about it, just flicks onto his head. Now hangs back and sets up the orbital strike if DRX continues to push through. And this is why Gen.G's always deadly, even when they don't have the best buy.
คนลุกน่าจะเป็นบัตรกินเปล่าไอ้เท็กเจอร์มันไม่ค่อยลุกนะมันจะชอบทำเสียงแปลก
ตาย
getting value
ตายเลยน่ะ
where there might not normally be value.
30 seconds
Figure
left.
out a way. Let's see how this push. It does look like DRX will commit onto this B site.
They have a teleporter though, I don't know, 20 seconds and they continue to walk forward. It's a death trap.
โอ้โห
Gen.G just executes. Here comes the gigantic laser from up above, but Foxy9 barrels through. With nothing but a Vandal, he continues to push up.
ปืนดี
Down to the 2-on-1 against Meteor. Meteor does have his Marshal, and he is known for his flicky aim with that.
จริงๆมันน่าจะลงอันติในการเล่นเลยอ่ะ
Lots of rifles on the ground though.
So he'll pick up a Vandal, and I think it gives him a chance, but 2v1 with a pit up, this is so desperate for Meteor.
His health trickles away, has to step back out.
Oh,
Good fly.
Right underneath Foxy's nose.
he's got the position. There's just not really enough time.
Oh man. Backs out of the pit. Fortunately, kind of at the wrong time. I mean, smart movement
หรือ
from
ไม่ก็ลงระหว่างแบบ
because
ตรงกลางระหว่าง
I
ทางอ
don't
อก
see him around. He's probably going to be either inside or away from the site.
ลงไม่ค่อยเฉียบเท่าไหร่
Foxy has been having a great split so far, and he
ตะเกียบโอ้โหช็อตนี้เยอะไปหน่อย
another critical round in this one. The orbital strike comes down. He just stands and fires in it. He's like, no, I'm just going to get value before I die. And Foxy9, he picks off 2 and essentially gives them a chance in the 2v1 with the pit. Yes, they did have to commit the pit, but I mean, already getting 7 rounds here on attack of Bind. You got to be feeling pretty good about your position in this map already for DRX.
Oh, pretty damn good. 7-3. Now Gen.G buys back up. If they don't take this round, I could see this going 9-3, you know?
โซโล่เวียดเทอร์มิ
It's a little bit crucial for Gen.G to pick up these rounds right now. They start to move out. They start to get more, retrieve more information with Lakia holding just right outside Octagon. DRX not giving away too much.
Yeah, DRX waiting on this one once again. It does look like Mako's going to hold down in Hookah for a little bit, but the rest of the team is definitely going over towards A. You see that Trailblazer gives some information, but that
Dung,
beat
dung.
from Munchkin is going to give even more spots, at least 3 people over there. Heading on towards A. There's a big rotation coming in here from Texture and his buddy trying to get the jump here on Mako.
My God. Able to catch him. That's
เรียกว่า
half
เข้า
your
เป้า
smoke's gone. At the same time, so much information as to what DRX's game plan is, but Munchkin not quite able to get the heads-up duel against Foxy9.
โอ้โห
He is
วางเป้า
วาง
He's
เป้า
been
เฉีย
doing
บ
this
จัด
all day around showers. Meteor tries to do what he can.
พี่
play
เยิน
outside
มี
of the smokes,
แอนติ
but the plant has gone
มี
down.
อิซินเดอรี่ด้วย
Look at DRX's positioning. You've got Bane who's backed up because he's got all the utility, the ultimate as
โอ้ย
well,
โหส
but
แต็
he
ก
doesn't even need it. Stacks going in
Wow.
for the double kill inside of
มัน
Lamps.
เทรดกันยังไง
They
เอา
really
ไม่
felt
ล
like
ง
they
นะ
had to clear the lamps out, but it
Anh
ends
Nâng.
up backfiring
Oh.
because Stacks is just so clean with it today as
Clean
well.
จัด
And if he's super clean like that, and the rest of the team is as well, DRX is not going to be stopped. 8-3 right now, and Stacks picks up a 3K in Lamps just by himself.
The hat trick to secure the round. I'm not too sure about the orbital strike being invested, but sure, why not? Let's secure the round just so that we can make sure that we have at least an 8-4, if not a 9-3. And that is why this map pick was so intentional against Gen.G.
Yeah, it definitely was. Stacks is like, this is my zone, bro. Like, you don't come into the Stacks zone and take down Stacks. It was named after me. And, well, he's doing a great job. He hasn't necessarily been the top fragger, but he's showing up when they need him most.
Starting to climb up for sure. Right up next to
coming.
Foxy9. Back into it, Gen.G. Buys up in the last round of the half. DRX executes along with the null command. Look at Lockie's positioning, stays hidden inside of smoke, peeks out at the right time. Karen comes back in as well. Texture now inside
โด
of
นเลยเป็นไง
the team,
มุมลาเกียร์แม่งแบบ
takes
เมื่อ
down
กี้
Bane. DRX is execute completely
เหงา
spoiled.
เลย Foxy 9
It's all down to Foxy9. Tries to hop on over, but because of the smoke deployed right in his face, he's not able to peek out of hookah. If he doubles back, he's going to have to consider if someone might have pushed down B long, so firing off a couple of warning shots, he tries to bait out further information. But Gen.G's not giving anything up.
30 seconds left.
Spots a
มีไหม
hat.
ปาฏิหาริย์
Oh, and the showstopper
Oi.
doesn't connect. Just a bit of splash damage and Fox
Oh,
tries
mình
to
ao
take
bên
the
mình.
initiative, but way too many players. Gen.G closes out the first half 4-8.
It's kind of insane that he even got the one kill there in the 1v3 with 28 health, but yeah, at the end of the day, it didn't look very likely, and Gen.G did a nice job of stopping that aggression on the last
Half time
round,
ที่โดน
at
ว่ะ
least.
พอเลย40 วิ
แต่เพลงอันนี้โดนปะ
ผมปิดไว้ก่อน
อันนี้ก็ปิดเหรอ
ไม่ต้องปิดก็ได้พี่แต่กันเหนียวไว้ก่อนก็ดีถ้า
ไม่เป็นไรวันนี้สตรีมแป๊บเดียวเอาไปแก้
Again, they didn't have the best time against Paper X.
Yeah, they only took 2 rounds, and they started off on attack in that match. So it went 2-10, and then eventually PRX did take the win, obviously.
เมื่อกี้มันรัดสุดท้าย
I'm
นะ
hoping
รัด
that
สุดท้าย
maybe they learned a lot from that match, and they can say, okay, this is how we've readjusted. Gotta see what they bring to the table this time around, and not just say that it'll definitely be DRX's. And it's going to start from this pistol round. DRX pushing out of showers, just trying to clear it out. Looks like they got the camera, but that's about it for now.
Oh, yeah. Nothing doing. Gen.G's hanging back. You know why? Because Paper X pushes out on defense.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea, I think, to wait, 10-15 seconds.
Now we're hearing a little bit more utility from both sides. Texture's name.
ใครมันโดน
will
เด็ก
เฮ้ย
ตาย
เดี๋ยวนะ
It's a bit of a lineup into the corner. I think Bane had no idea
เอ้าโดนได้
that
ไง
there were
อ่ะ
explosives raining from above. Now it's going to be a bit of a teleporter play as DRX senses the rotations from Gen.G, but Texture holds back. Mako
Hey, Op.
able to trade back out. It's going to be a 2-on-3 in this
Oh.
retake.
It's looking pretty good for Gen.G for now, but still a chance for DRX. Let's see if they can
Yeah,
get on in
okay.
here, but the angle from Meteor is too good.
เอ้า
Meteor.
He'll take down both as
มันยิง
well.
โกดโคตร
Flips
เก่ง
a 180, takes out Mako as well, and gets revenge for the first half. It's going to be a good
Mako
start here for
last
Gen.G on the attack.
ภาพลาง
Starting to heat up. I mean, I got to see that. Yeah, that's the lineup. There
แต่
we go.
DRX ชุด RB ก็เก่งอยู่นะ
Along with
Oh,
the
like,
Trailblazer as well, so he just could not escape. And then the rotational play. I mean, this is just a master class.
ๆหน้า
of
ไปล
how
อง
you
ปลา
wanna
อยู่
work
วินอี
the
โค
map
แบบว่า
on
ชอบมี
bind.
คนมาอยู่ใกล้ๆอ่ะ
So definitely reworking a lot of strategies on their bind this time.
Yeah, definitely looks a bit better so far. As okay.
ไม่ให้เก็บ
Slowed
ออ
him
ม
down with the Bulldog. Why not? DRX trying to challenge out here on long, but did not go well for them.
That's a big chunk out of DRX. But look at Bane trying to sneak in for
จังหวะนัว
classic right click
โอ้
perhaps. Does not anticipate texture on his side. The rest of DRX now just continuing to walk through. Unfortunately, this is not a great thing because it's free ult points for Gen.G. Every kill that they get, they're working towards their ultimate. Texture and Locky are halfway to theirs now. And there's still a full minute, maybe a minute and 30, 40 seconds if they get the spike down.
ไปขายไม่เอาเลย
He spotted Mako.
I'll chew, I'll
Mako's
chew.
like, "Alright, he's not an A. Let's go in for the plant."
Yeah, and Mako, I think he's in a pretty easy spot to get hunted down. He's at the moment just charging on the side. He's not even going to waste his time.
เกือบได้แน่เหลือสอง
แล้วเทคเจอร์มีแต่คลาสสิก
Die? Instead,
What
to the
other
enemy?
word could we possibly say?
Yeah. And it's a flawless round from Gen.G, so nice amount of ult charge built up and feeling pretty good about their position.
That's right. Fantastic, just absolutely fantastic start for Gen.G in the second half. It gives them a lot of confidence as to how they might be able to come back from that 4-8. If they take this round, because of the ultimates that they've started to build up, and because of the cash flow that they've started to gain as well, it was a flawless round, mind you. So winning this against DRX, or even at least taking 4 rifles away from them, would be a huge win.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, definitely would. I think that Gen.G are going to take this one a bit slower and just try to be very careful about how they approach this, because they want to continue with this lead that they have. They do not want to give any freebies over to the side of DRX. Right now, we do have a couple of guys pushing already through showers on the side of Gen.G, and a push on an A seems likely at this point.
มาโกวัดคม
Certainly, DRX trying to hang back
มาแล้ว
as
ครับ
well. So they're playing pretty
ผู้ชายชิง
reactive right
เท
now,
คเจอร์
but at the
อุ้ย
very least
เห็นไหม
trying
เนี่ย
to
เสียเหลี่ยมปะเนี่ย
tickle down
นั่นไง
Gen.G as they try to push
ไม่
out.
พลาดแล้ว
Mako receives first contact. Foxy able to use
ทำไมมันไป
the
ถู
angle
กล่อง
to get one onto Meteor, but
ถูกล่อง
instantly traded.
มัน
Bane
ไป
trying to
ถู
push
กล่อง
out.
แบบ
Nope.
เข้าๆออกเมื่อกี้แล้วมันแบบคน
This
พีคมามันจะเห็นก่อน
retake
ไง
has been completely shut down by Gen.G.
คือบัตกับอันนี้
Yeah, they're just running around over on B, trying to save the 2 rifles that they
What is
have.
that?
And this is
Save ดีกว่า
the best position for Gen.G that
เมื่อ
they
กี้
could
มา
have
โกะพลาดจริง
outside of
มัน
just
ไม่มีข่าวห้อง
wiping
น้ำเลยแล้ว
DRX entirely. You're
มัน
going
ไม่
to
น่า
get
เปิดมุม
a bonus round. You're going to take 3 rifles away from the side of DRX. You're just going to build up so much momentum as the push on A was just way too clean, and they look much better here on the attack
น่าจะหา
side
เลข
against
อยู่เมื่อ
DRX
กี้ถู
compared
ไม่หยุด
to
เล
how
ย
they looked against
โอ้แล้วโบนัส
VCT.
ลาวแบบ
DRX
โอ้โห
might want to
ตายไปคนเดียว
take a timeout and rethink how they are playing this defensive side if things continue to go in this direction.
Oh yeah, they just might have to. Talking about Gen.G's position,
อยากกิน
they've
ข้าว
got
แล้ว
the
ครับกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวไก่
showstopper
ไหม
now. They've got a lot of
เย็น
money.
ๆผมว่าจะกิน
They've
น้อยแล้ว
taken 3 rifles away from DRX.
มื้อเย็นขึ้นไปจะเป็นมื้อเบา
Definitely
แนะนำเมนู
put
หน่อย
them back up to DRX 8-8. I
ไม่
mean, we
ระดับ
started
นี้เมื่
off
อกี้
this
ไม่น่า
entire
ไม่น่าพลาด
map
ครับ
with like
ไม่น่าพลา
DRX
ด
in control of things, great aggressive execute, great coordination. Foxy 9 getting a lot of kills. As we go in the second half,
แข่งมันกด
everything
ดันไง
changed. You got Meteor
เกิด
and
ขึ้นได้
Texture starting to pop off now. How are you feeling about your prediction, Valdez?
That's still
ตั้ง
early
แต่บอกว่า
times,
DRX
you
เล่น
know.
ดี
This
ขึ้น
could
ไม่ได้
go all the way to
ไม่ได้
3
วิน
maps. I
ว่ะ
think that
อยู่
Gen.G
ที่8
definitely looks much
แย่ละ
better in the last 5 or so rounds, but
ยันหมูพะโล้
never count DRX out. They're still in the lead for now, although this round looks pretty favorable for Gen.G based on what we can see.
Nice words, but I
ข้า
hear
ขาห
the
มู
shake.
นี่เบาเลยใช่ไหม
A little bit
Lap.
scared, but it's okay.
9
Okay. Because I am worried. This is DRX's map pick. And you definitely do want to start to see this evolution of DRX, the new era of DRX, kind of like what Paper Thin was talking about on the desk. And if it doesn't happen, oh,
Wow.
it actually just
Tang
died.
kap.
Buzz with the angle all the way up from heaven. He spots and shuts Texture down mid-flight.
Yeah. It's kind of insane, like,
What?
well,
Slight mishaps. Boxing 9 trying
มา
to
โก
take
งโกรธเลยกูไม่ได้
through showers, but either off of timing.
ปาใส่หน้ากูเลย
down as well. Nonetheless, both teams are throwing jabs at each other.
30
And
seconds
it's
left.
going to be the quick rotation from Gen.G all the way over onto the B site. DRX is completely read this. So players on the site, Text stacks with the pop flash, but it doesn't quite work out. It's going to be Gen.G who are able to play around the tube to secure those frags. Now,
เฮ้ยเห็น
Makia
ปะ
staying tucked away,
เห็น
waiting for cover fire to arrive on site.
โมเลยคิดว่ากูจะทำอะไรดีวะ
Spike plant with the blast
ถึงก็เอามือไก่หน้าผาก
you could see his reaction as well in the player cam. He had his hand on his forehead. He was not happy with that.
That's a whoopsie.
Maybe
ถึง
not
กับเซ่ยผมเลยเมื่อกี้
expecting people to be coming in from long, but he hit the first shot so well, but then he kind of drops the rest of it. Now it's up to Mako in the clutch.
Mako
but
คิดว่า
not
อยู่
enough
รองสอง
time. Not a lot of time.
Down to about 20
คู่ละ
seconds.
สาม
He's got
โอ้ยาก
dipped
เล
as
ย
well. He started off with like full
ผมหลอก
health.
หนึ่งที
Enemy
Now
remaining.
down
Hey.
to 3. Good little burst onto Lakia. Oh, and
Hey.
the shot onto Munchkin.
คนนิ่ง
โอ้ยถ้าเวลาเยอะกว่านี้
No time
นี่
because Gen.G
เป็นเรื่อง
has played their advantage to perfection. We have tied up the score 8-8.
Yeah, that's 5 rounds in a row to the side of Gen.G, including the last round of the first half. So, yeah, they look pretty strong. This first shot was from Buzz was insane. Bit of a tongue twister there, but kind of dropped the end of the round, and then it was up to Mako to try to clutch it out. And yeah, he's like,
อ๋อ
ah,
ครับพี่
that's a shame. Got pretty close, and it's going to be a DRX timeout. After that
Mako
one,
นิ่ง
as we
จั
were
ด
talking
จริง
about, I was kind of surprised they didn't do it in the
3
last
HP
one, but
คลัช
maybe they want to wait until everybody
ไม่คลัชดิ
buy up and have
กู้
a
ระเบิด
chance
ไม่ได้
here because it is their final timeout.
Yeah, they're going to have to make full
เจนจีแม่งโมเมนตัมจะจัดเลย
use
พี่
of this one. But for now, I mean, you can see that DRX still has a lot of fight left in them. It's like a very intentional way to position himself, the thing that Buzz did, because knowing that Texture had his showstopper, he's very likely to execute. And I think that's the entire game plan for DRX right now. They're trying to get a read on how Gen.G wants to approach the map. So far, they've been doing a good job rotating over at the right time. It's just that sometimes in the retakes, in the way that Stacks pop flashes through, Gen.G are able to make use of the map, make use of the terrain just to keep themselves covered away from that flash.
That has been pretty key from what we have seen so far. Feels like just looking at the score lines across the board, like we have a bunch of guys that are up at 15 kills, but it feels like everybody's pretty much pulling their weight. You know, we don't have anyone on 0 kills or anything like that. Everybody's kind of doing their job. Nobody's too far below a 1 KD scoreline.
Exactly
like
what you
even
expect
match so far. Yeah.
Yes, from the battle between the Korean giants. For now, still just getting a feel for each other. They know that there's a potential for some operators to be brought up right now. That's what we see with Buzz having in his hands. Boombot through, Buzz trying to make use of timing, but there is a bit of an alert as to where he could be positioned. Gen.G trying to play very safe, very defensive. They're approaching with caution.
See the dart comes in.
The DRX spray by the bundle.
มันบอกไก่ปูย้ายดีกว่า
So we do have a push that looks to be coming in here. It is only Stacks. Knife comes down. That's
บัต
going
บอก
to
กู
give
กลับ
him
มา
a lot of information.
บัตบอก
Have
กู
his
กลับมาแล้ว
teammates start to rotate already.
ไม่ย้ายละ
Only 30 seconds left. Looks like Gen.G will commit to this B site.
30 seconds left. Quite enough time. Buzz pops out the showstopper.
ฮะ
Texture flies down on him.
โอ้
And that's gonna be
มันยิงยากอะต
with
รงนั้นอะ
wings descending onto the site, taking control. 3 players
ช็อกเลยเหลือ
down,
2 คน
and no damage sustained on Gen.G's side.
โอ้
เข้าจังหวะเดียว
Perfect
หายไป 3
take because of a bit of a fumbled shot from Buzz.
Yeah, one fumbled shot, and
Rosa.
also Texture getting in there and just taking him down before he could react afterwards.
แต่เอาจริงเมื่อกี้มันก็ยังไม่มีข่าวเลยต้องโยกไปนะ
And that's the difference, you know, especially at the top level of Valorant. It's
น่าจะแบบ
you drop
อ่า
one
นภาพ
shot, you're just a split second too late, and all of a sudden the enemy team has swarmed you on the site, and
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยโอ้โห
how did we get that on camera?
Because he's
Lucky
he
เรา
used
เป็น
to
คนนี้เหรอ
play
เนี่ย
on DRX. And, oh my god.
น้องเด็กไม่ดี
I can't believe
all
what
the
we're seeing
fans.
about this.
No chill from Lakia, although I didn't expect any chill from him. Well,
Okay, whoa.
นี่
No, the crowd just went like, whoa.
the crowd was kind of shooting at everything, just seeing if he can catch anyone off, and Mako was like, okay, enough of that, sit down.
This is where I'm like a little bit envious of not being Korean a little bit. Because I feel like there's like some bits of nuance between the two teams, you know? Like, is DRX like the people's champion of Korea right now? And everyone still wants them back up on top. Meanwhile, Gen.G's like, nah, enough of that. This is now our time to shine. And
หลัง
Lakia
จากนี้แหละบัสตื่นละ
throw some shade.
Well, I think you don't have to be Korean
เมื่อกี้
to
ต้องให้
get
เพื่อน
that far, right?
เพื่อนเก่ามาปลุก
Kind of the obvious storyline, I would say, so far. And, you know, if DRX continues to surge, if they continue to be a top team, they're probably going to continue to keep a really large fan base, which will always threaten the other teams in their region, regardless of how successful they are. It's been that way in many esports. As Gen.G looking to get in onto the A site this time through short, but kind of have this choke point with 3 members of DRX waiting for this.
Good peek out from Mako. He slows them down with his snake bite. Stacks along with the fragment as well. It's a perfect
เบย์แบบ
combo
300%
to choke out Gen.G. Fortunately, a bit of lights out, even with
อะไรบ้างน่ะ Incendiary Fragment Snake Bite
There's a sheriff on Bane. They're able to stop Gen.G in their tracks. 2 players left, and they have to shoot their way out of this one.
โอ้
Spike down on the floor.
ดูดิ
Meteor starts to
Oh,
quickly.
stack.
โอ้โหสแต็กว่ะ
Stacks. Strafes left and right. Yet another double kill to secure out the round.
Yeah, Stacks very clean on that one to make
เรา
sure
ไป
they
ย่อ
can
ศพเขาเขา
put
ก็
the
โม
top
โห
round
ดิเป็นไง
around. But yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, I think they were
I'll be
only
using
sitting
some.
on the 2 Vandals they had saved from the last round, right?
สแต็กทั้งยิงทั้งจ่าย
not
วัน
a
นี้
lot of firepower, but just this initial peak from Mako is really what gives them the advantage. And I mean, you also get the nade down. It's pretty rough. They all just kind of walk over it, and Stacks just does a great job of holding down the choke point. So
Yeah.
kind of caught Gen.G with their pants down before Gen.G could
ยาก
get
จัด
push
ปีก
started.
ขึ้นหัว
Such a pretty strat. You got 3 grenades tossed right at the choke point.
Can't avoid them all.
Oh my goodness. Imagine if Gen.G just somehow
DRX
went to the
มาจาก
other side.
CS ไหม มีแค่สแต็กครับ
That
ผม
is an option you
มาจาก
have.
CS
So now they're going to come on in here once again. Stacks
Oh,
on the
wow.
same. Foxy 90 gets the angle. Oh, and him and Stacks are going to shut this one down. Easy, easy.
Foxy เอาไป
DRX
4
back
เลื่อน
in
ไม่
the
ลด
lead.
Great calling, great anticipation from IGL Stacks as he reads their movements. Had the setup on A previously. This time, anticipating that Gen.G, they're probably going to go towards B. And they just have the right angles to get all of the information. This comes down again to just how well the players know each other and how they position themselves on the site. Foxy was not initially out in the open, but he swings out as he hears the blast pack through.
Yeah.
With that, the triple kill that put himself back up on top, 19 kills and only 11 deaths.
Yeah, for Foxy, it's not even about, you know, super crisp aim in that moment. It's about the timing, as you mentioned, and the positioning, right? They just did not expect someone to be at that corner. And he just gets so much value as they push in through hookah. It felt a little bit rushed, but I think Gen.G were just trying to, you know, up the tempo. But as you mentioned, I think DRX just read it. Stacks had the call to say, okay, they're probably going to rush into B, and both Buzz and Foxy were just so ready for it. And
จราช
Foxy
น
just got
คน
a
เกา
great
หลี
angle, picks up the 4K. And now Gen.G are really going to have to go back to the drawing board. They still have one timeout, which is definitely going to need to be used before the end of this match with how close this first map is.
Oh, I could feel like a potential overtime coming, Valdez. Are we ready for this one? But it's just so fun to watch because we started off this second half with Gen.G like 5 rounds in a row.
โอ้โห
Back
เจอ
into it, and
ยี่นัง
DRX
ขัง
are fighting back with all of their might stacks on the off angle. Meteor swings back out to trade.
ทำไมเบนโดนออปชั่นบ่อยจังพี่เดี๋ยวโดนไฟโดนเน็ต
ตัวในไซส์มันก็จะอยู่ยากนิด
for
นึง
DRX as they try to close out this map.
Cage triggered.
Gen.G, very nice spot here. This time the entry a bit more clean. And I was going to swap over to the Vandal for now.
He has paint shells, but they don't know. that Gen.G are behind.
เฮ้ย
They're just going to put up the pit. That defuse is going to be stopped here before the half.
Oh,
The spray is not hitting.
Caron though, Buzz! He's able to turn around. Trades up for Mako, and with the paint shells, puts Lakia away. If he gets the kill, he could stick the defuse, but Lakia's just toying with him. The ex-teammate comes back up on top. You did not make the right move.
บัตบู
removing
เว้ง
me from DRX.
กูลกไปหมด
That was just crazy. He was dancing like a butterfly behind that wall. I mean, they just could not lock him down.
เดทก็แล้วบา
The
ร์แท็ก
fact
ก็
that it
แล้ว
got that close, though, I think, committing to the pit, trying to hold the defuse. I think he tried to get it to
อ๋อ
happen.
มัน
ไม่
เหยียบ
ตอนแรกเมื่อกี้นึกว่ามันกู้ครึ่งเห็นป่ะตอนที่มัน
Just a
แตะ
little bit
จัง
too
หวะแร
early.
กอะ
Tripwire was very good to stop
นึก
the
ว่า
initial
นึกว่า
engage,
นึก
but
ว่าได้
Gen.G
แล้วนะ
actually got on the site, and then Locky is just playing with him.
And that's just the best thing.
เชิงหนาจัด
We saw him with some shade earlier on, and
ใส่
this
ดู
time
จอห์น
he's the
QT
one
ไปเยอะ
who secures the round, closes it out for Gen.G. And because of that, Gen.G's back into control again. I was just about to say that DRX might be holding the reins this time, but now we've got texture on the operator. You've got so many ultimates on the side of DRX though, and if they cycle these right, they just might be able to come in with some secure retakes to put themselves onto match point first.
I wouldn't be too surprised. Oh. Bit scary. Dodging Texture's operator shot. Must make you feel pretty good. And it's going to get a read that there was a guy over there. But now, actually, a quick rotation over here from Gen.G to maybe hit the A site. And not quite the same setup with 3 members with 3 nades in this A short that we saw that one time.
You can see that Bane is positioned around defender spawn though. He's
Ui.
setting up for that orbital strike to stop them down. It does buy just a little bit of time, but it's still 30 seconds. Texture has to make a quick move. He goes in.
โอ้
With
โห
the Vandal. It's not the
โดนออปชั่นอีกแล้ว
headshot. Instead, Bane and Foxy
จะได้
9
คิวนะ
gets everything. Foxy 9 again.
เพราะเมื่อกี้บอกว่าบีเจน
Bit
ชอบ
of a last
โดน
ditch
ของ
effort
ใช่ปะ
from Locky to go through the
ดูอันนี้
teleporter.
ดิ
He has to get the timing onto this, but he does not.
ทั้งนก
Buzz
ทั้งรถ
anticipates and reads the movements perfectly. Times out his peak. Lakia has
แต่
no
ว่า
joy in this round
มันเอาไปก่อน
whatsoever,
คนหนึ่งได้ตลอด
cannot
เลยนะ
secure a
ช็อต
spike
สำคัญ
plant.
เนี่ย
And once again, the star of DRX
แต่
comes
ไป
back
ตอนที่
down.
บีที่มันโดน
Spray
อะไร
the
นะ
logo
โดน
on
เนตหรืออะไรอะมันก็ทะลุสเน็กไบต์ออกมาเพื่อที่จะ
take a look. This first
ตัด
shot,
ตัว
I don't think we're going to see it actually from the side as Foxy just picks up, I believe, 2. Bane also got 1 from Lamps, and then Buzz does clean it up. And that's a wall. So this is going to be the timeout called here from Gen.G, sitting at 11-10 in favor of DRX. So got to use it here before it does get too late.
Yeah, that wall was pretty unsettling, man, I gotta say. Like, just a few seconds of silence, and you're just like, whoa,
Yeah.
that round just happened.
It was pretty intense, that one. I think that Gen.G kind of had their
ตั้ง
entry,
แต่บอก DRX จะโดนเมื่อ
but
กี้
we're not
กลับมาขึ้น
expecting
นำอีกรอบ
Bane to hold Lamps as well as he did. Foxy, who has really been the MVP for me so far on this first
Long
map,
campaign.
to
Without
hold
a
it down
doubt.
once again with the 3K. Just getting the vision through the box the one time. A little bit of help from his teammates to secure a 3rd kill. And give them a chance to hold down the A site with, I think there were only 2 members on the A site, maybe 3. Just a little bit more spread out. And DRX, they
DRX
can feel it. They can taste this first map. Even getting one map is going to feel good against Gen.G, and it might just give them the momentum to push on to a bit more. But Gen.G are definitely not out of this one yet.
These Korean Giants, pound for pound, blow for blow, they are making every round count. And with this timeout, there is a chance that Gen.G can turn this around on its head. 3 rounds in a row would give them the win over DRX. Buzz has the showstopper. Gen.G, a complete bag of pistols, and they just try to execute through Mako with the positioning.
Mako!
An unexpected turn, and he takes down 2.
Yeah, that's one way to make sure they don't have any luck here with a bunch of sheriffs. Just get right in their face in the one spot they won't expect you to be.
He's done that so many times in this match.
Yeah, you know, maybe they'll expect it from here on out. Like, he's done it enough times that perhaps they'll expect it, but it's still so difficult to try to whip that one around with the sheriff and win against his Vandal, so.
I will say that the round is not over.
ตัวส
Texture
โมก
still
ตาย 2
has
ตัว
the showstopper. Not yet deployed. For now, trying to get the angles on towards DRX, but look at the coordination on these peaks. Everyone swings out at the same time from multiple spots, whether it's showers, heaven, or just around the site. Bane puts the final nail in the coffin and gives DRX map point, excuse me.
Yeah, map points
พูด
here.
ถึงเล่นด่านบายใช่ไหมไวเปอร์เนี่ยถ้าไลน์อัพเป็นทุกจุดนี่เก่งสนุกเหมือนกันนะ
But I think eventually once they realize after this play, Mako picking up the 2 and then going through the teleporter, they just say, okay, hold on to everything. Maybe we can.
เมื่อกี้โยมาจาก B ไลน์อัพมาตกที่
They're
วา
not
ง
going to commit to anything further, and they'll just try to win.
Gen.G
You know,
ไลน์อัพ
more rounds in a row
ล็อก
from
B
here
ลอง
on out.
กดดันโอ้
With
โห
the
แม่งเยอะอะ
showstopper, with some
เล่นได้โคตรเยอะอะ
seekers and a pit. I mean, these are
โย
going to
จาก
be
A
very
มาแล้วต
useful,
กที่วาง B
especially
ได้
if
หมดเลย
they can get the spike planted for, you know, the seekers, the pit specifically, and maybe Texture can open it up. Let's see where they decide to make their play.
So far, they've been trying to play this information game, Valdez. It's always the first 30 seconds of the round where they try to scout and feel out DRX's setup, but once you're up against map point, the pressure, the trepidation that you feel, something that you have to barrel through, and something that they might not expect is Stacks lying inside of Hookah with a judge.
Yeah.
Mako has a judge too, I just noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Maybe expecting to have to play into a pit or something, but here we go.
Oh! Swaps back over onto the Phantom as he hops out of Hookah. Texture's showstopper will connect,
Oh,
but
but-
here comes Buzz with his own rocket.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Doesn't even matter as Bane swings out,
Ui.
picks up the
หัวไป 4
เอามาก่อนหนึ่ง DRX
and closes out the map for DRX. He stands
ยังตึงยิงยังไงวะไม่มีรีเพย์ด้วยยิงยังไงวะไม่มีรีเพย์ด้วย4 คนพี่
DRX ยิงนิชชินรถชีสของไทยก่อนแข่งครับใน IG หลัก DRX
โอ้โห ของเขาดีจริงว่ะชินรสชีส
ส่งแล้วยังไม่ขนของ
ตั้งแต่ลาเกทำตัวไม่น่ารักก็เกมเปลี่ยนเลย ใช่ดูกับ F
บัฟย่อ บัฟยิงศพทำไมนี่ เมื่อกี้เปลี่ยนจากลำโพงมาหูฟังแล้วแอบพูดเงียบพอดีนึกว่าหูฟังเสียอ๋อไม่เสียเดี๋ยวมันโดนยิงศพเรียบร้อยเลยโดนคัมแบ็กเคิร์ดมาว่าแอสเซนต์สวัสดีครับ
Number two, I know
ไม่มันเหรอแอสเซนต์อ่ะด่านมันคนไวมันวินเลดแอสเซนต์เจนจีเท่าไหร่นะไม่แน่ใจเหมือนกันครับแอสเซนต์มันหลับจริงนะจริง
เอาไงดีเอาไงดี
เดี๋ยวมาหนึ่งแชท2 นาที 10 นาทีแล้วกัน เปิดเสียงไว้ให้อะ
Who
Wait,
picked
do
one?
we have one over there?
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll double check. We'll double check.
Maybe it's better we don't know, but I do believe DRX is attacking first.
DRX is okay. Okay.
DRX is
okay.
attacking first.
I heard the voices in our heads. All right.
We tagged with the voices in our heads. So bad. Okay, I don't.
All right,
I don't have
I'm gonna
enough
do what
hands
I've been doing that's been working for me and picking the opposite of what I think will actually
ไม่
Really?
เมื่อไหร่
Okay,
เมื่อไหร่มันจะเปิด
This has
เพลง
been
อะ
working.
Let's get ready to show our
จะได้
answers.
ปิดเสียงลง
In
ไป
3, 2.
เข้าห้องน้
Ooh.
What did we pick? What did-
Ooh.
That's so
Ooh.
small.
I'm sorry, my handwriting is so tiny. Okay,
so
here.
small.
It's a thing.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's
It's her
tiny.
first day. She needed to know.
I need to save space for the other answers
It's
in
a
my
B
life.
for ants. You can barely read it.
But we have Azurai and myself with B, and we have Papers in with A. But you mentioned that this is opposite of
Yeah.
What's your strategy?
No,
here?
I mean I think B is just a little bit easier to navigate for
Okay.
the attacker side on a pistol. I mean it's a little bit easier to get
Yeah.
through some of those defenses initially. It's a lot easier for your opponents to like crunch on you as you're trying to plan on A.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, all right. Well, we'll see what indeed happens as we step into our map, and let's head into our agent picks right now for map number 2. You're seeing our stage right now, and we are about to step into Ascent. So, what are we thinking here? Are we staying with a good old default comp? Yes, we are. No surprises here.
I mean,
your faces are just like, well.
Not shocked.
yeah. The only thing I was kind of maybe hoping for is Stax brings out a fade, but that's about it. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
exciting.
I know.
I mean,
It's a send.
some teams are messing around with the Rays. You know, like obviously May because he's just a goated Rays, but you do see in other regions Yoru being used. So I mean, I could see that potentially sliding through. You know, Team Liquid just did it last night, but I don't think either of these teams are uncomfortable with this comp, but they've had tons of success with it throughout their histories, you know, these players and these coaches and everything. So
Yeah.
I'm not even a little bit surprised. It's just going to come down to, again, individual execution. You know, can you keep that operator out of Texture's hand? The op looked really uncomfortable on Buzz again today, and that's kind of been one of those things that if you're going to fault Buzz for much, it is sometimes his operator can lose him.
Yeah. We might not see too many lurks now coming in from Foxy9, so that might be a point of contention here for DRX, at least when they're going to be on the defending side.
Well, we'll see indeed what happens as we step into Ascent. Let's toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Valdez.
Thank you very much, Mika, Asterai, and Paper Thin. Yes, we are back on Ascent, the same compositions, but two different teams. And, you know, DRX might have had their way with this map before, but Gen.G picking this one against them, maybe they've got some improvements made.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do bring into this one. I think that Gen.G, they have a little bit of downtime after that first map. They say, okay, it was pretty close on Vine, but now our reign begins. This is where the comeback for Gen.G begins. And they would pick this map for a reason, right, as you're kind of hinting to. And so I'm excited to see what they do have prepared for this one. As an early dagger does come out. And
มีเรื่อง
and the team are getting out here pretty
มีเรื่องครับ
aggressively to challenge in A main. Now they're just running away from Buzz's frenzy.
มาเข้า
It's
ทุน
going to
เฉ
be a
ย
one-for-one trade for now.
A little bit of a pick-off. DRX
Ui.
continues to try to push through. Again, it stacks his pop flash, and unfortunately, not too much of a blind. Karen's still able to hang back around
เอ้า
Generator, but then Foxy9 with the sharper aim.
2-2
2-on-2, Spike
Gen.G
not
ซา
yet
กหนึ่ง
planted. The door gets shut, and Lakia sends out the shock dart. It just narrowly misses Foxy9. He puts down the bot, but it doesn't quite
Ui.
spot out Bane just yet, who's able to drop
เอาแล้ววาง
down,
ไม่ได้
pick up a bit of a frag. Still, that's gonna be Spike picked up, 50 seconds to work with. Should be able to secure a safe plan at the very least. He tosses out the recon just to keep Lakia away. And then another recon back against him. Lakia with the movement hops up on top of Generator.
Oi.
Big noise, and Bane is just confused.
นึกว่าลื่นซะแล้ว
Meshes with his head. Oh.
Yeah, a lot of hopping around, a bit of stomping off of that one, and well, Lakia hit the shot first, so it is going to go his way. Came down to the 1v1, but Gen.G getting aggressive out here. Wasn't necessarily expecting this, but ended up going pretty well for them at the end of the day, even though DRX was able to get this plant down. Has a really nice shot here from Lakia. Kind of a half-hearted fist bump there. He's like, yeah, I know I'm good. and that's going to be a good start here for Gen.G on the
ยังไม่มีใครถูก
side.
เพราะเมื่อกี้ก็ยังไม่ได้วาง
And because of that, they are buying up in full. Oh wow, 3 Guardians. Not looking to leave any chance.
วางดิ
And this is a map where you're gonna have to work with so much information. DRX just continues to try to buzz through. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out. Gen.G are able to hang back and just take the fights against them simply and easily. Only losing the Spectre.
เสียแค่หนึ่ง
Yeah, they'll be fine with that. Some pretty intense shots hit there by Lakia, who already has 5 kills on this one. Ooh. So he's going to have his ult early in case Foxy gets his eventually. As this one, that shot was just insane. I mean, he's blinded. He's got a paranoia in his face. Gets another one over here, and then a third. And Lakia is currently on top of this map so far.
Which is why it's like a bit of an interesting thing to me why DRX wanted to start out on the attack side for this map of all things. Because normally defense is where you would be able to shine more. I guess trying to expose a lot of Gen.G's setups and strategies.
เอ้าเบรกตัวแรกไม่ได้
Again, another bit of a pop flash execute, but it doesn't matter. Munchkin able to turn the map, the site into a firing
ระบบนั้นเราของ DRX
Foxy 9's the only one left, and all of those rifles just scattered to the wind.
เนี่ยภาพคุ้นๆอันนี้
Yeah, Foxy, I mean, at the end of the day, maybe he just wants to back out of this one because that entry, it's like they went in, they tried to get a setup, but Gen.G responded so quickly that it's almost like DRX were just caught in mud, and they didn't move, they didn't have anywhere to go, and Gen.G were just firing down from the heavens on top of them, and there wasn't much recourse. DRX not really in a spot to fire back, so Foxy just gonna slowly and awkwardly walk out of this one.
30 seconds left.
Just try to get out alive. Not sure that Gen.G will allow him to, as maybe trying to get the drop onto Munchkin. They're gonna pass for now.
Trying to save, but still slight bits of movement, and I mean, if you're just able to kind of anticipate, all right, he might have been around 8 with the rest of the team. He's probably going to be around this side, around Gelato, if not, I guess, attacker spawn, and lo and behold, there he was. And if you look at what happens in this retake, I mean, first of all, quick rotations from Gen.G, but also just, I mean, the way that they're hanging back. Stax's flashes are always ignored. Past 3 rounds now, DRX has just gone in with the same-ish execute, and they just rush through. It doesn't work.
Yeah. Didn't work at all. They got picked off one by one. The guys are coming out of the smoke by themselves, just dying immediately to a Guardian. Now they're trying to get in here quick and often.
โอ้โหแฟด
But it doesn't work out too great, Valdez. Oh, look at Munchkin just feasting on the DRX's corpses. Meteor comes back in for the final trade. Almost an ace
แฟดต่อ
for
เมื่อ
the
กี้โจทย์อยู่
IGL
นะ
of Gen.G.
แฟดขึ้นฟ้าไปเลยอ่ะ
Yeah, Lakia was on top. Lakia still hasn't died, but now Munchkin has 9 kills. He's kind of the main character at the moment.
That was just one round. He got all those kills.
Yeah. Well, he had a 4K in the round before with the Guardian as well. And then now, you see a similar push. Not a lot of firepower from the side of DRX, but Munchkin, he throws out a flash, gets this one, and then he just holds. He just waits for them to peek him one by one. And there was a double peek at the end, so finally they trade him back, but
เอาแล้วเอาแล้ว
sending a little kiss over. But now at 4-0, DRX will call a timeout. They don't want to waste any more time losing. And so far, Ascent has been very heavily to the side of Gen.G, not just in round score, but even the way the rounds are playing out.
ปลุกสักหน่อยแต่เพื่อนไม่ตื่น
How do you like that round, DRX? It feels as though DRX are
มาโอ้โหพลาดช็อตสวยๆไป
มาแล้วครับพลาดช็อตสวยๆเลย
Everyone just continues to rush into sight, whether it's B or A. And Buzz often
อันนี้คือคัดกรุ๊ปละ3 ทีมที่สุดใช่ไหมไม่แน่ใจเลย อย่าจะมาทวงกันแมปคือโอ้ยแมป2 ไอเซนไม่มีทรงเลยเหร
Now
อ
because of those rounds lost in a row,
เจนจีมัน
Lakia's
รับ
able to
ดี
afford an Odin.
ด่านกันเหรอ
Where's
พี่
Achilles? He's
ให้
nice.
นะ
Texture's an operator.
หลังๆมันบุกกันยับเลย
Yeah. So there's Odin, Texture as the operator, and DRX finally got to buy more rifles.
Oh yes. Even if Achilles is not here, I love this. Let's keep doing it. Get an ace with it.
Yeah. I mean, it is Ascent after all.
มุมแรงเทคเจอร์เนี่ย
And it is Lakia on the Sova. This is the way of the world.
Right here.
It's the way of the world. Oh, and just so much map presence for Gen.G right now. DRX knows. Probably have to watch out for B main. There are some players positioned, around A short. We don't really want to mess with that too much. So the smokes have been invested from Kara. He's only got one left and now has to play around time. Cutting noise a bit. Some warning
Odin.
shots up around mid again. It's a very clear
มันดูตียาก
sensing
เนี่ย
to cut noise and push through B. Lakia should be
เอาละ
ready.
ครับ
Scanning ahead.
โอ้โหโดนอย่างเงี้ย
Through.
เฮ้ย
Oh, no, he's got
Red
caught out
light.
with utility in hand. Buzz able to cut him down.
30 seconds
Now
left.
it's going to be Meteor inside a boathouse. Spots out the barrel, swings out, gets the frag onto Buzz, but immediately traded out by Stacks.
Yeah, it seemed
ไม่
like
เจอจังหวะแรก
they were coming in,
โอ้
but
โห
he was also at the
มัน
same
ดู
time.
แม่นอะไรขนาดนั้น
ถามจริง
ลงตีน
วันว่ะ
DRX get the sight.
นี่จะเป็นปังย่านี่คือลงหลุมไป
Munchkin
แล้ว
is still alive, and Texture has the operator. Haven't been able to keep this out of his hands just yet.
Okay. Initiating utility.
Right.
Unfortunately, doesn't quite connect. Mako and Bane
Up
just
then.
right underneath around logs,
Paper.
able to hop back up on top. Texture runs away,
Sack
trying
hน่อย
to
ไหม สัก
hold
ตัว
on
ไหม
to his baby operator.
ไม่เอา
They are definitely going to try to take this out of his
น่าวะ
hands.
Give it.
As he's going all the way around.
Give it.
Texture was holding the angle.
I want it.
Still got about maybe 10 seconds in this one. A little bit less now. He's just going to wait and whine. As over the top.
Oh!
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Well,
Okay.
he's fine.
Texture's like precious. Yes, this is mine. 4-1. So off of a bit of a timeout,
โอ้โห
just playing around the defensive setups a little bit and
Yeah, I think it's
clearer
Out of
retakes.
charges.
Unfortunately, Gen.G not quite able to deal against DRX's incoming onslaught. I mean, again, it came down to Lakia with that Odin.
Yeah, they made pretty quick work of Lakia that time around. And he's going to get a dagger down onto Stacks here. Or rather, onto Munchkin from Stacks. And now just trying to play the
Revealing area.
vision game a little bit, trying to see if they can see anybody
Up
here.
again,
Did a little bit of damage to Foxy 9 already. Got a nice long shock dart in there as well.
มีทั้งเขียวทั้งส้มเลยครับ
It's pretty
Song
much the
Sen.
same thing. I mean, both teams putting up some roadblocks around the map, whether it's B main or A main. But in all of these little movements, there are always tiny gaps in the defenses, and that's what DRX is trying to get a feel for. So far, nothing much towards mid.
Yeah, mid's mostly just been ignored, it feels like almost. As they got a round win last time by rushing into B. So maybe they get it again this time. Some smokes already coming out here. Gen.G looked like
30
รู้แล้วว่ะ
see this one coming.
That's right.
แต่โรเทตมาก็ไม่ทันละ
See what Gen.G does to adjust. Lakia this time playing a much further defensive position inside of Boathouse. But thankfully Buzz doesn't quite dash into him. Instead, it's just going to be the blades
โอ้โห
up on top.
โดนสอยกลางอากาศ
New. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be Meteor starting things off with a couple of kills, and then Mako and Bane going for the trades around backside. 5 seconds left. The spike has to be planted. Mako gets it just in time.
Spike.
โอ้โหเหลือเชื่อ
And this is going to get pretty interesting now.
เกือบหลับแต่กลับมาได้ราวนี้
Operator looks like he will try to at least pick someone off before he gets in. Let's see how far he commits with this one. He's not going to hit that shot. Nice little peek from Mako already.
Takes a second just to stabilize his movement. But Mako repositions. Bane was in place to trade if needed as well. Not sure if B main was the right spot, but anyway. Regardless, it's a win for DRX, 2-4. And it's just one of those rounds where the execute works out perfectly again.
Yeah, we see from the vision of Mako, because before this, the push from DRX was not good. But Mako got 2 kills.
ขอบคุณ41 เดือนนะครับขอบคุณครับ
Even ADSing in close range to pick up 1. Just, really taking his time, very patient, but it works. And DRX get in with essentially just 2 of their members. And they even take the operator out of Texture's hands. Of course, he buys another one because he can. But if they can do it again, DRX, they got a chance to come back in this one. It was looking very dominant in the first 4 rounds, but 1 timeout, and everything is
ตั้งแต่มาสกินส่งจูบก็นับเลขไม่เป็นอีกเลยตอนนี้
DRX's side. No Odin this round for Gen.G, so it's going to be the operator sounded off, and off of that warning shot, DRX makes the quick transition over onto the A site. It's going to be up to Meteor along with Karon to play around this, though. Pushes out outside of the dark cover, catches Mako as he cancels around the shadows. Karon's right back up next to him to trade, but Buzz finds an answer of his own. Now it's up again down to Texture in a 1-on-2, where he only has the operator. Goes in for the swing, catches Buzz, drops down, but doesn't have the animation finish in time. Foxy9 will be able to collect the round, puts up the dragon for DRX.
I mean, the first shot was so nice, very nice flick down, but then he just got slightly too aggressive. Didn't expect Foxy to just rush at him. Speaking of which, DRX, they ran from outside of B-Man straight over to Tree and straight in their face. I mean, Munchkin heard them coming the whole way. And it didn't really seem to matter. I mean, DRX kind of just ran them down. One kind of a crazy back and forth firefight in Tree, and Buzz made his way out of the A side as well. Got a nice little flank kill. And just 1 by 1, the dominoes fell. It got pretty close towards the end of the 2v1, but Texture with only the operator in that scenario. I mean, he got the first kill. I thought maybe he was going to be able to clutch it, as speaking of which, he's got his knives now. 2 rounds of the operator, and then he's like, well, I don't have any more operators, but I do have these knives.
And the 1-up draft, which he instantly used. Tailwind as well, so not too bad. Bit of numbers advantage. But keep in mind, it is a round where Gen.G is once again on a bit of a half-ish buy. Lakia might have a rifle. They've got all the ultimates. And it's always these rounds where Gen.G seem a little bit more deadly. Once again, Texture comes back up around mid, picks up 1, goes back up towards heaven. Lakia along with the hunters, you're able to collect onto 2. Bane's completely dazed, only able to flick on towards 1, and then Meteor for the final kill. Gen.G puts themselves back up on top.
Yeah, all starts with Texture getting a pick in mid, and then he gets yet another one, and then Lakia lines up the 2 as well. It was looking like DRX were maybe going to be able to slowly back away in favor of this one, but yeah, just landing a bunch of body shots with those knives. Gets another one right over the wall.
โคตรบ้า
And then this
คราวนี้อันติเก็บไปคนละ 2 เสน่ห์วาโล
Seems as though, like, whenever DRX takes a little bit of time, Gen.G will make use of the space around the map just to investigate and get further information for where DRX is about to hit. Now DRX tries to go in a little bit faster into the A site. Buzz flies up and over onto towards Generator. Now he takes down Munchkin. So slight bits of adjustment, but Karon was left undiscovered. Mako finally trades, and we're back to a 2-on-2. We've got lockdowns on both sides, ladies and gents.
This is about to get pretty interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if they do commit to them here. Foxy trying to cover from Mako. They're going to let the plant go for now. As here comes the first lockdown. Here we go. To the second.
ปักมาปักกลับ
Oh my god, that's so annoying. Oh! Lakia tries to make a move and Mako stays away. He has a bit more space just up around Wine. Meteor comes back in to take his fallen teammate's place. Puts up the turret. Needs to tap on towards Spike.
A bit of a slight one-way on top of Generator from Mako. The counter turret spots out Meteor. So annoying to play against.
ไปดีกว่า
No way. I mean, there's just no way he's
Dude, I'm
gonna.
done. I'm not doing this.
Well, he got the one kill, but then he dies. So another round goes in the hands of DRX as they have made this comeback a thing. It is happening. I mean, they're not in the lead or anything like that, but this map started 4-0. Now DRX are making it pretty close as Buzz. He got in and over, but it really came down to Mako able to clutch it here on the side. He was the last one in, and he did not miss a couple of big shots.
ใช่เหรอเล่นได้แล้วเหรอ
Fist bump there for the guy who kind of just won either round.
It's like, hold on, let me defuse first.
But yeah,
Oh, not
he
defuse, but yeah.
did a
RB
great
ย้าย
job.
ไปจีนครับ
And that's what it comes down to, the slight adjustments. Before that, Buzz just dashed in along with Sax's flash. This time he went up on top of Generator. And then, of course, like you mentioned, Mako coming back in to clean up for the team. It's going to be the same execute this time, but instead of going towards Generator, Buzz uses his Cloud Burst on towards Dice. Unfortunately, though, he drops the carry, but it doesn't matter because his teammates are here to back him up. Perfect protocols, perfect execution, and once again, DRX will seize control over the A site. This puts them back up potential, well, pretty much going to be 5-5.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see how Texture went down.
หมดสิทธิ์เบรกจังหวะแรกแน่นอน เข้า
They
แบบ
were
นั้น
kind of staying hidden, both him and Karna on the site, but somehow, I guess Texture went for a peek and he just got his head taken off. He didn't even get to fire a shot, from what I could tell. Lakia spotted. He was going to get this kill on a Foxy. Not going to win the round, but let's see how many kills he can get. Just the
คม
Not
Come
quite,
on.
I guess, anticipating the swing out from Bane. Having fired off a shot, Bane just knew where he was, so a little bit more prepared to take that
เบรก
bullet.
เบรกแบบว่าโฮนในไซด์ดีฟอลต์ไม่ไหว
No, I mean, the flashes, Mako being able to shrouded step into the site. We don't really see Texture's death, but it's just clear
ถ้าหาตัดไม่ได้ต้อง
protocols in
รีเทค
how
ว่ะ
DRX wants to
แต่
take
โคตรโหด
game.
เลย
They've
DRX
got so many variations of how they can execute that strat.
And it feels like Gen.G have tried to match those variations, but the last couple of rounds looked pretty dicey in terms of their defense, which is why I think they call a timeout here, just to try to recalibrate.
ยืนสู้ในบอมแบบว่าดีฟอลต์
You're
โหด
not killing anyone
ไม่ได้
because they run
เซต
into
อย่าง
the
นี้บอกหมด
site.
สิทธิ์เลย
Yes, there's a lot of utility being thrown in your face, but you need to have
ไม่มี
some
ภาพ
counter flashes to go up to try to stop DRX just getting free kills on your operator player on top. Texture just being taken off for free. And yes, Mako is kind of being a beast right now and hitting all those shots on the entry, just kind of playing the guy in the back, being the turret. But at the same time, you have to have a way. You throw an extra smoke in that choke or something to give yourself a chance, because so far, DRX have been pretty clean on these entries.
It's just so hard for Gen.G to anticipate these movements as well. I mean, you don't really know if it's going to be a set play for A or B. And that's why it comes down to the initiators. I think that's why we have Munchkin in position to make a bit of a move on towards A main. Again, it is a bit of that half buy for Gen.G though.
So this is where they're strongest, right?
Yes. Let's test that Fury.
เอ้า
Because for now, it's working out. Mako has been taken down. No more smokes for DRX.
ช็อตกัน
Buzz
ก๊อต
able to fight back though, but this means DRX has to push
Yeah, it's a
through,
kapma, jing.
persevere into the A site. Managed to shut the door for the time being. Texture though, just right up around the corner, fires off a couple of shots. Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, Texture just desperate. Try to take someone down. They stop a plant or try to hit someone in hell, but nobody is taking a single shot. And so far, the Sheriffs also have not quite rang true. Nice little spray as well to catch Meteor as he tries to run away. Bane's here and Wine. He's going to pick up another, and Texture also goes down. DRX will clean them up. Just only getting that one kill onto Mako in their eco. DRX now, I mean, they're back in the driver's seat all of a sudden, 6-5.
โหแล้วมีทั้งฮันเตอร์ไปเลี้ยงดูคอมมานด์ DRX
Their hands on the steering wheel, and it's a little bit odd. Almost as if Gen.G's thrifty magic has run out. And that's what you have to think about it. Like, that was a timeout from Coach Solo. Maybe it didn't quite work out for the thrifty round, but it has to for this one. Last round of the first half, we've invested a lot. It's back onto an Odin for Lakia, but also an Odin for Foxy9. He's set up, waiting to counter the wallbang spot. Doesn't catch anything, though. Bit of presence, the rest of the team on A site.
Let's see what Buzz can do. He's pulled knives. They have 4 ults. It's a buy round for Gen.G, but I think DRX are just going to send it again. They're just going to go with what has worked so far.
Clears out the corners. Initially foiled off. Up on top of Generator. Oh, and he just swings and takes down Meteor. We used to play Jet himself, so now this is going to be an open A site. The door hasn't been quite shut yet, though. Texture might be able to catch some of them as they hop on over. Instead, he does not. Stacks just narrowly evades and fires back at the Tracer round. Now back into it, still the door left open, dark cover through, and Munchkin able to push out.
Oh.
It's going to be the Hunter's Fury that catches Lakia, though, but there are still some movements coming outside of door. Buzz tries to hop on over, spots the head, and just skewers through Karen's skull. It's going to be a 7-5 for DRX.
So, DRX, they started off really slowly.
ไอเพลงนี้ไว้ใจไม่ได้ มาแล้วจะมาอีกใน5
And trying to toss in some feints, some fakes across their entire strategy. The Odin sounding off around the B site, and then the push into A in that last round. Now onto defense. Is DRX potentially going to close out this match 2-0?
Wasn't the expected result from most of the members on the global team.
No.
I mean, even just the fact, you know, if DRX wins in 3 maps, it's like, okay, that was kind of interesting, not very expected. But if they take a 2-0, that's like, what is going on? Like, how are they performing this well? And what happened to Gen.G? I think that so far Gen.G have played pretty well. I'm not sure if they're, you know, 10 out of 10, they're full form right now, but DRX have really leveled up as well.
That's right. I mean, every player. Right now, it's going to be Mako, Foxy9, and Bane even. Still, though, Gen.G tries to go in with quick moves, just like what DRX did before. But unfortunately, the rest of the team was not quite able to follow up with texture. So now, Lakia making some calls. They're trying to hang back.
It was a great one-way smoke from Buzz, and they should have known he was there in that position, especially Texture, who got in over the top. But he was just not looking the right way, and Buzz just got a free headshot on him as he was not there. And as you mentioned, nobody was able to follow up because there was just too much utility in the choke, and of course only the Jet got in. So push very much stifled, as DRX did read it very well.
They're just trying to set up around dark cover. This only works if DRX makes a mistake and they try to do something cheap and push through.
Oh.
Okay, they tried to peek out. Bane along with the recon. Just trying to catch them off guard. Now having to swing back around. Gen.G picking off these players one by one. They've evened out the odds again. Buzz with the frenzy whips. Down to 1 HP, but it doesn't quite matter because the damage has been done. Meteor.
คือเมื่อกี้ทุกอย่างอยู่ในการควบคุม พอคิวจอยตายปุ๊บนั่นแหละ
Sometimes in the pistol round, it's
ไอตัวตรงมาร์เก็ตแบบเล่นยากเลย
They lose texture. This might be it.
Yeah, like, well, also, it felt like DRX knew that they were coming in still from that angle, and just the timing, you know, he checked in pizza, he's like, okay, he's not there, but then immediately after Munchkin swings, Meteor hits a couple of really nice headshots with the Ghost. Sometimes it just comes down to how you're going to hit those shots. Gen.G were just better in that round.
I don't fault DRX for having the confidence to peek out, though. But still, I mean, Gen.G shows that they are not to be messed with. This map could still potentially be theirs.
Here.
Some cheeky shorty plays from Buzz, though, and he tries to catch off Karen, potentially.
นี่โดนนะเนี่ย
Neither side's
คาร์ลโดนนะเนี่ย
He's waiting for the whole team.
มาเยอะซะด้วย
Karen's still up around the top. He only has a stinger, so unfortunately,
แล้วบูลด็อกตกไง
capacity is not on his side. Oh, it's Bulldog, excuse me. Then it's going to be the rest of the team that has already made a lot of space.
เรียบร้อยไอ้อยู่คนเดียวเหงา
Bit of damage, not able to do much.
ต้องเผยตำแหน่งทันที
Very small bit of damage.
Exactly 29 points.
Yeah.
Planted.
And yeah, if you're going to swing out 4 people at A main, it's a free plan on the B every time, especially with Foxy going down. DRX just hanging out in market, trying to get as close as they possibly can.
วันนี้เยมันก็โดนด่าเยมันก็ต้องทำใจให้ชินเพราะว่ามันจะมีพวกเกียนคาดหวัง
แล้วมันเอาบูลด็อกมาทิ้งเลยเหรอ
ยิง40-50 ตัวทั้งที่ตอนที่เยมันอยู่กับพวกแคชชี่ตอนอยู่พวกเอ็นวีมันก็ไม่ได้
จะได้หายไปเลย
ขนาดนั้นนะคนโหดกว่ามันก็เยอะกว่าแค่มันเป็นตัวโดนคิดว่ามันเป็นตัวโดนเฉย
See, Gen.G, they seem to have a good idea of where they could be, but don't want to take any risks as they break down the door. They run into the spike, and DRX will lose that second round. Gen.G
ถ้า
tied
ปี
up
2022มองกลับไป
with
เย
pistol
โหด
round
ไหม
1 here
ตอน
on
นั้น
Ascent. That is the one thing that Gen.G do have in their favor. 3
ก็โหด
pistol
โหด
rounds out of 4 so far over the 2 maps, and didn't quite win them bind, but
ส่วนใหญ่จะ
maybe
โดน
now
เป็นมีมมากกว่า
we'll
เย
see if Gen.G can have those clean executes that we saw out of DRX from the attacker side of Ascent.
Entirely possible. I also would not put it out of DRX's zone to turn this around on its head. Now they've got the full buy. They've brought out the Odin. Kane starts to fire and tickle off some of these players. Texture down to 30
มันสแปม
HP.
แม่นจังวะ
The 0 point just to push him back. They're trying to get the angle on through to him with the Guardian. And he does, you know, get punched up a little bit. Meanwhile, Munchkin lurking outside of mid in case anyone pushes out.
Yeah, Bane just clearing out main. And it's going to give some information. We still do have 3 members of DRX over towards the B side, but we see rotations coming in now. As it does look like this rotation from Gen.G over to A will be red, although as I say that, Stax just kind of hanging around mid. Wants to wait for a bit more information before he commits towards the A site.
Yeah, given this much time gone, and Buzz peeking into B main now, it's about time the DRX will get an idea that the rotations have been made over onto A. Stax, quick move up onto the top, but a great dark cover from Karen as well. Stax ignores it though.
โคตรแสบ
Slaps Gen.G in the back. You got Foxy 9 and Mako on the side, just putting up a stalwart defense, and DRX takes the lead again.
So I guess fragments just aren't real. Just run through them and, you know, like, I think a lot of times, especially
on it pulses,
on engages like that, it's like, okay, well, we've covered this angle because, you know, we've got this utility down. There's no way the guy's going to come through there. But Stax just, he throws the book out the window. He's like, nope. He's like, do not look behind you. That's what he said. And, you know, they just assumed he would never do that. And it was just a great play from Stax. Gets the jump on a 2, and that totally just takes the air out of the balloon. That was the push from Gen.G.
That's why that's such a high-level decision. He knows as long as you're not close to the center of that fragment.
แกงโอดิน
จริงๆคนสแปมเสียเปรียบนะฝั่งรับ
Both Odins.
มุมมันแคบกว่า
The Odin battle. Why don't we just have 5? Like, everybody should buy one. Just spray at each other from long range. Or maybe just
ทำไม
through
ผม
that
ดูวาโล
wall.
น
We
ต้อง
should
ไอ
do
ตลอด
that
เลย
and then make
ไอตอนเล่นเกมปกติ
Achilles
ไม่ไอ
has that whole
เหลือจะ
round
เชื่อ
by himself, and he's just gonna have a grand
What a life.
time.
Yeah, that sounds like the best time, actually. I just
หรือ
wanna
ว่านอน
watch
ดู
that.
ท่านอนชิลเกิน
Not this high-level play. Gen.G, it looks like they do want to head towards A once again.
Again, it's just playing around the presence. You know, if they're able to catch actually
ใช้ของหมดแล้ว
skilled player from the Odin, if you're able to
เขา
catch
ยังไม่
someone
เข้า
through
เล
the
ย
positioning, then it works out. But if it doesn't,
งาน
at
ง
least
อ
you
ก
made a bit of noise, and
มี
then
ของ
you
เบร
go
ก
in for the one-on-ones. A bit of an A split down through against DRX. Mako was able to trade up at least one. So down to the 4-on-4. Everyone else is finally arrived on the
แต่มัน
scene.
เนียนจัดเลย
A little bit slow though,
ตาย
so
ใจแน่นอน
Gen.G
ช็อ
has
ต
the
เนี้ย
advantage in timing.
อารอน
They
โด
get
น
to set themselves up.
เอาแต่ทำมิ่ง
เอ้า
Stayed hidden away. So
ไม่
the
เป็นไรได้อยู่
flash works out great, but unfortunately Meteor is just a little bit sharper.
Timing.
Swings on a swivel and takes down the final 2. Gen.G ties things up 8-8.
Yeah, that they do. Get back on the board. And yeah, this time just a bit more traditional push. You know, they get on in, and we saw Stacks was trying to hide behind the boxes and wait until the very last second, but unfortunately timing does him dirty. As the second he pulls out that flash, Aaron springs around the corner. And yes, he got the kill, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough, as pretty aggressively hopping off of Heaven to try to challenge this one, but it was not quite enough.
Yeah, despite the flash,
ที่เคยเจอ
good
มาให้
ideas, but still Gen.G,
เคยยังหนักเจิม
Karon and the rest of the team having the sense to fire in the general direction of where the DRX players would rotate from, which is Heaven. So now back towards a bit of a thrifty round for DRX. So far, Gen.G has been the team to win out a lot of these.
ถ้ามันมีแข่งเยอะอย่างนี้นักกีฬาก็
Not today.
เหมือนกับได้งานเยอะขึ้นนะดูยาวๆแข่งลีกยาว
Another opportunity. They are going to stack towards A in hopes of making up for their lesser firepower by just taking better manpower trades. But at the moment,
ๆไม่
Gen.G
แข่ง
is
ไม่นิยม
doing
พลิ
a
ก
pretty
ไอ
good
โอ
job, I think, of
ไอ
trying
โซ
to feel this out.
ไม่เคยเห็นเลยครับ
So far,
นอก
they
จากลีก
haven't
จีน
seen much of
ไม่น่ามี
anything.
ตัวมันกากเกิน
Neither team wants to give the other an advantage. This DRX, if they get some kills,
ตัวอื่นมัน entry
of
ไซด์ได้
course
ดี
they
กว่า
will be able to pick up a couple of weapons, which would be great for
Fake
their
ว่ะ
economy.
เรียบร้อย
If
เข้าฟรี
Gen.G
โอ้โห
picks these kills, though, a couple of these players,
แต่ว่ามัน
Lucky
equal อยู่
and
แล้วล่ะ
Meteor
มัน
are
ต้อง gamble
closer to their
เดี๋ยว
ultimates, so that would mean a lot for the future rounds on this map.
นี่
And
ไง
a
ไอ้ตัว
single
เดียว
ได้ยินหมด ได้ยินหมด ได้ยิน
could
หมด
mean the map going their way. Lakia listens to the
Ow.
footsteps. Foxy9 able to collect on the flicks. Now just trying to go for exit frags, or at least to
ยิง
keep
สแกนไม่ทันนี่คือ
Gen.G
ชิบ
pinned
หาย
down
ไอ้พวกกัน
inside
ไซ
the
ด์เนี่ย
site.
ใช่
Yeah, Foxy has that Vandal. Maybe he could poke in, see if he gets someone. They're going to try to get in here, actually, as teleporting in, but Mako not quite able to get it done. And Meteor will just hold down the
มัน
site.
ยิงกันยังไงวะ
Foxy does get one, but that is about it. So late round win.
ของเยอะขนาดนี้
Yeah, trying to relay off of the shrouded stuff does not work out. But this is where I get a little bit worried now, because you do have the Gen.G players up on
แต่ตัวมันเก่งนะ
a
นี่
lot
ทีเด็ด
closer to their ultimate.
เลน่าก็เก่งกว่าอยู่ดีเลย
Although we had some successful rounds from DRX in this second half right
อ๋อ
now.
ยิงฟรีอร่อย
So
เลย
far,
มันกิน
Gen.G are still in control. Their attacks have been
ที่ว่ามี
great.
แมป3ป่ะ
Hence the timeout from Coach Termy just to turn things
อะไร
around.
นะ
ที่ว่ามี
Yeah,
แมป3
second
ป่ะ
timeout here from DRX.
มี
And I feel like, you know, so far outside of the last, not the round we just had, but the one before that, where they were challenging a little bit too aggressively on A as the spike plant was coming down. Outside of that, I mean, I think it's been okay for DRX, but they really don't want to give any momentum over to the side of Gen.G. So just gonna take that second time out before
ผม
things
ว่า
get
โครบ
a
เก่ง
little
ใน
bit
ทีม
too
เดดแมท
dire.
ไอสกิลหนึ่ง
It
ลิง
really
โคตร
does
ไว
look
เลย
like Gen.G have risen to the plate here on the attacker side at least. A couple of
King
great
Leon
reads from
King.
them, you know, just saying, okay, well, just gonna throw this KO ultimate out, see what we can see, and okay, let's just rotate on over to B, and only Foxy was able to get the 1 kill. Outside of that, a very clean round, so Gen.G really holding on tightly to their lead.
Placing swarm grenade.
They could possibly extend this even further because of their ultimates now. That's one I'm a little bit worried about. So even with the timeout, I wonder where Coach Termy is going to adjust. You've got these big tools, the Odin, the Operator, and in the hands of Buzz. They haven't really quite spotted out anything towards B. Mako and Foxy have to be prepared for this. The smoke tossed out at the right time. Foxy trying to get the angle, trying to anticipate the dash up from Texture, but he doesn't quite land the shot.
Spike planted.
เรื่องมาโก้โดนไหม
You should run.
มาโก้เหรอ
Now we even have a lockdown committed to here
น่าจะ
from
โด
the
น
side of Gen.G. See DRX just going to back out of this one for now.
ไม่โดนละ
See if they even attempt to get in there. All 4
รอด
members
ไป
just
เรา
running
นี้
away at the
โดน
moment.
ไล่โดน
They'll
ไล่
say, okay,
โดน
well,
ไล่
we got the lockdown.
เซฟเลย
I guess we'll just
เซฟ
have
เลย
to be happy with that.
4-5แล้วเมื่อกี้โดนอัน
They
ตี
don't have
ปัก
much
ไป
of an
ไม่ทัน
economy
หรอก
right now, so they just want to hold on to their 4
แล้ว
guns, especially
มัน
that
จนจัด
operator
เลยวิน
Buzz.
ลุ้นวินหน้าได้ต่อไง4 กระบอก
So away they go for the save.
Absolutely.
ยิ้มมีความสุข
I mean, down
โดน
to
นะ
the
วันนี้
final few
DFM
rounds,
แฮ่มันไม่เอาแล้วเว้ยมันเซฟแล้วเว้ย
every little advantage counts, whether it's a rifle or an ult point or actual ultimates are just taking away the ultimate from your away from your opponent.
ได้ครับ
Like
ผม
I mentioned, it's going to be Gen.G
ให้
extending
ประตู
their
ไว้ด้วยเลย
lead
แถ
right
ม
now. They
เสา
can't
แถมประตู
afford to lose rounds. That's the biggest thing that DRX has to worry about, the battle of attrition.
Yeah, and this round is really going to be the big one. I mean, you could have said maybe the last one was, but the fact that Foxy couldn't quite hit that shot from Hell up on top of Generator just kind of... And also the fact, obviously, that they did commit to the lockdown means that DRX were like, you know what? This isn't the round. Let's go for the next one. And so they really need this one. Otherwise, Gen.G probably just going to run away with this map. Formation aimed by Mako.
He's aware, tosses out the paranoia. Good little bit of contact from some wall-banked shots and the turret. And then we've got the lockdown from Foxy9. Spike still planted though, but it does give DRX a bit of room to stretch their legs. We've got to watch for that flank up around A short.
อุ้ย
Sure got tamed out there. Foxy trying to challenge
จะมีอันติโซว่า
Mako as well. Clean with 1.
Very aware. Penetrated by
อารามบอทดึงความสนใจ
and he takes down the diffuser as well. Buzz fires off another shot. But look at how Gen.G are holding this from A main.
เอาแล้วสโมก
It's
หมด
planted out in the open perfectly. And then
ไหนวะ
Fury. Oh, Texture
บันบอกเอ้ยไหนวะ
with the movement takes down 2. And that's
วงใน
gonna Gen.G
บอกว่า DRX 2-1 อ่ะ
ยังซื้อได้อยู่
with the lead.
Yeah. Might just be lights
fought
out
that
for
you
this
were
one unless
making
DRX
save
have a
ma
miracle
lao.
up their sleeve because
Pero
this from Munchkin, he's really the main one. He wins in tree and then just a spray down to take another. And then as you mentioned, this control from A was fantastic. Even the Hunter's Fury committed to just to make 100% sure. Even Gen.G knew how important that round was.
Yeah.
For holding on to their momentum.
Momentum like this.
มีคนเล่นเดดล็อกไหม
What? How the heck? Oh, and he gets a third. Buzz is pissed off. He wants blood.
หยุดความร้อนแรงไว้ที่เมทิโอ
Fortunately, only 3 bits of blood drawn today until Meteor puts him in his seat.
Maybe it's enough, though. I mean, he just kind of did it all by himself. That's before Gen.G had any kind of setup. No push, of course, no spike plants or anything. So they're just bounced Karen and Meteor who are like, huh, well, this is awkward.
Well,
and it might just give enough money over to the side of DRX to start to get something going for them.
I mean, that's the most bizarre thing about this because he just like
ไหลเขาเอ
peeked
เนีย
out
น
top
โดนไม่
mid,
เจอ
swings and picks up 2. Just like without any much assistance, without anything
มัน
else.
ต้องหา
Really,
ค่า
the
ตรง
only
ไหน
way that works is if
โอ้โห
he insta one taps both of them, which he did. I mean,
Oh,
there were 2 of them up there in top mid as well, and he hits them both. And you can tell they really weren't expecting that. But generally, that's just like a 1-for-1 trade.
เอ้า
Meteor is
คลิ
going
ปละ
to
คลิปละ
pick up 1. this a bit interesting. There's not a lot of time, but yeah, it's
Okay.
gonna be going down.
โอเค
Aaron's still gonna get this plant at least.
คารอน
Trying to
จะ
pull
คลั
off
ช
the
หรือเปล่า
1v3 clutch.
ไม่มีปืนหมดเลยนะ
It is
ฟ็อก
possible.
ซี่ได้ไปหาเอาไม่เก็บป่ะฟ็อกซี่
Interesting dark
ไกลไป
coverage just to give him a little bit more room on the site.
Scanning
Shrouded
ahead, right
stubs
here.
as well. It's a bit of noise,
อ้าว
but he has to work against time and speed.
โอ้โห
เอ๊ะ
จบเลยโดน
With
ส
a
แกน
decisive swing out. I mean, we talk about Bane as a rookie. We often forget that Foxy9 was
นึกว่าจะเดิน
the
เข้า
rookie
ส
from
โม
last
เมื่อกี้
year. On the Sentinel role now this time, which he's doing such a great job at. But wait, I want to see that replay of Buzz.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Buzz just solo carry.
Buzz, you marvelous beast.
The fact that he doesn't get traded and then the flash over the top as well, just to open up a third kill. Great
แล้ว
team
สแต็
play
ก
as
ส่ง
well.
แฟลชแบบโคตรดี
Placing alarm bot.
It's like I don't think he'll have an operator, but he does. Maybe he was talking about the enemy team. Not 100% sure, but he was talking about not having an operator in some sense. But as we can see, he does.
Revealing area.
So
He can afford it.
yeah,
Yeah, I think he's talking about the enemy team. But whatever it is, whatever the case is, now with his in his hands, he has to connect his shots. Because Gen.G are trying to match the pace, trying to go a little bit faster than what DRX can hold. Pop Flash doesn't quite work out. Buzz able to connect the shot onto Lakia. Texture continues to push through, pulls out the blades too. Swung out in midair. Buzz goes back
Oi.
in for a third. And now playing around the dices, it's going to be Charon who takes him down from A main. Spike planted underneath Hell.
กว่าจะเอาลงตัวนี้
Null command popped just to give himself a
How
second
long
life
yet,
too. No utility. Bane can't quite execute with the Hunter's Fury. He's going to have to barrel through and walk down. Movement speed slightly
โอ้โห
deterred. And as he
ขึ้
swings
นแท่น
back, trying to think
ซัด
where
กันเดือด
Munchkin
มากอะพี่
is.
นี่ขนาดบัตจัด
Lo and
ให้แล้วนะ
behold, the final shot to put Gen.G
เจน
up
จี
on
มันก็
map
เหนียวชิบหาย
points.
that's a big one.
But
was
one
getting
nil, though.
angry. He was trying to put a stop to Gen.G by himself again, but it was Gen.G as a team who were just a bit better. Karin
한 명 남았습니다. 아군이
picks
한 명
up 2, and then Munchkin finishes off the last.
แต่ละคน
And
มัน
that
ยิง
was
กัน
a
ดู
very
ชิว
close
ๆว่ากเลย
round, but Gen.G pick it up.
ไม่ค่อย
and
พลาด
now
เลย
it's looking like we're probably going to that third map. At this point, we did a split for the third map. See if Gen.G can close it out.
That's what's pretty impressive about Gen.G.
มุม
Being
เดิม
able to
เลย
keep the vibes up, being able to keep Buzz cool. They pour water on his head. DRX trying to pull off some unorthodox positions given their weaponry, stacks of the Spectre.
เฮ้ย แย่ละ อะไรอ่ะ
Gen.G wanting to close this out. They played
ยิงเรียก
safe.
ร้องความ
It's
ส
a
นใจ
bit of a default hold.
สแกนไปเลยให้จบ
Oh,
โอเค
แค่นั้นแหละ
Well, that
จะ
got
สงสัย
very
อะไรกันนักหนาสโมก
quickly.
กันเนี่ย
He's like, oh, oops. And he died. Nicely played by the
ดี
side
คอน
of
ไป
Gen.G.
จบ
Might just have the 13-9 in their hands. But
พี่
still
น้อง
4
บอก
members
เชีย
of
ร์พี่เอฟ
DRX.
โทรสั่ง
They do have rifles and an operator at least.
I don't know what that operator is gonna do. It's go. Oh wait, he spotted out
เฮ้ย
the leg. He gets the
โอ้
one. And
บัต
he's
อีก
got
แล้ว รู้เลย
blades
ว่าไป
arms
บี
at
อ
the
ย่าง
ready
นี้
as well.
โรเทตบีทันที
I
ครับ
was gonna say it comes down to Foxy9, but
แล้วเบร
it
ก
doesn't matter
Hunter
if Buzz is
Fury
here to help him out.
30 seconds.
Bane chips
Này.
in with the Hunter's Fury,
Ow.
although it doesn't quite connect.
ใครกันมาจะเอก
Texture
กัน
has stopped every single punch, every
Yeah,
single
lah.
cross. Now sliding up on top, he catches Mako square
Oh,
back in the
Texture.
head. The hat
คุก
trick
วงใน
to close out the map for Gen.G.
They knew where they were coming from. It didn't matter because Texture
เมื่อกี้คือเข้าทาง DRX แล้วนะ บัตตัดตัวโรเทตได้อินโฟหมดเลย ของเบรก
แต่เท็กเจอร์มันเข้ามา
แต่
คุ
เท็
ก
ก
วง
เจอร์
ใน
มันจัดให้อะดิ
สโมกน่าสงสัย อยากลุกไปอาบน้ำมากเลยว่ะทันป่าวะแชทกว่าจะเริ่มเกม 3 ผมอาบน้ำ1 ชั่วโมงครึ่งอะทันปะ อาบหรือนอนพี่เปิดคอนเสิร์ตในห้องน้ำอ่ะนานกว่าหนูอีกหนูอาบ10 นาที ทันคู่ต่อไปเลยเออ
Itself over and over again in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, we have to talk about work here that's been happening for
เปิดเสียงไว้เบาๆได้ไหมคลอ
just how incredible the shot calling has been for both sides. We've highlighted the IGL.
เดี๋ยวปิดเสียงไว้ก่อนแล้วกันไปอาบน้ำแป๊บนึงน่าจะ10 นาทีครึ่งชั่วโมงแล้วทันไหม มา
เฮ้ยทำไมมันไม่มีเพลงอ่ะเข้าห้องน้ำก่อนแบบกันนะคลาสสิกแรงจัง
First kills, and he was ahead of everybody on the side of Gen.G as well, individually. This time around, in 2 rounds in a row, he's the last one left alive. He did have kind of a miraculous performance himself, especially towards the end, peeking into 3 separate people and getting 3 headshots to nearly bring them back on ascent. As this time Munchkin was the guy, and eventually they just try to peek out and get what they can get. But yeah, I don't know. DRX just faltering a little bit, especially if Buzz is not able to quite carry them like he did on the
แล้วไม่
last
เทลเทคเจอร์ดูลิสงานเข้า
Even then, like, just working against those odds in that pistol, it's just tough. This is the round where they really need to secure, cement their footing. Got Buzz up around mailroom. Mako with his regular antics up around ropes, around vents. Gen.G has gotten the information that they needed or wanted. So pretty soon it's going to be contact into B. Bane might be able to toss out the paranoia, but he has to back away, and Buzz needs to come back in to give him cover fire. Tries to take down Texture, but very much still alive. Bane able to take down Karen on the crossing. The default from Gen.G doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, that was pretty swiftly taken down, and now they're going to get that heal down, and Solaki is just running the other way. As this execution on the B site did not work. Nice shutdown from Bane and Buzz. Buzz up on Heaven, and Bane just holding down the site, throwing in a Paranoia to delay them.
30 seconds left.
And that's all they needed, so Lakia just maybe going to try to get an angle here on a Foxy 9, about to be spotted.
อุ้ยหัวดุ้ง
A little bit. 15 seconds left. He's got his bulldog.
โอ้โหเจอไก่เลยนะครับผม
Foxy 9's camera on the
10
other
seconds
side.
left.
He knows
อันไหน
he
เป็น
has
หมู
to
ฮะ
walk through mail.
ให้นั้นแพ้แล้วกัน
I mean, this round is over.
ไหนลองบอกกันหน่อย
At the very least, it was exceptional plays from DRX. I mean, very minimal
เฮ้ย
room for
DRX
error.
ไม่ได้หมดไฟครับผม
A
เพิ่ง
slight
เติมไฟไป
miss time
2
on
คน
that
จะให้หมดแล้วเหรอ
Paranoia, it could have been a different story. But because Bane was in the right spot, and he even Shroud steps away at the right time, Buzz instantly coming back in, they were able to slow down Gen.G's execute just enough to actually shoot down every single individual member.
อุ้ยอะไรอ่ะ น้องช้างยอดหยาบคายที่สุด
Yeah, sure, it's me. He's having a pretty good time. Held down the back of the site very well. And Meteor, with all those early kills, already has his knives. So he's going to pull those out here in round 4.
All right, let's see. DRX has switched up their setup for now, anticipating an A push. That's why Buzz is hovering up around vents right now. Mako just making a bit of a jump noise. Bit of presence made just to deter Gen.G from continuing to push up push up mid.
Seems like it's going to work this time. The setup towards A. All 5 members grouping up for this one.
Buzz paint shells. Foxy 9 in the off angle. He's got the camera as well if they are trying to push up ramps. And that's exactly where Gen.G are headed towards.
มาแล้วครับผมเบนจี้ ปิชชี่
Pretty soon, but wow, great movement from Meteor as he floats downwards.
30 seconds left.
Buzz not quite able to deal
เสียง
against
ยังไม่ทันหายเลย
completely evading every single trap, every single setup from DRX. Topped up by teammate Lakia right now as he continues to hold the angle.
เย็นนี่ครับผม
Jiggle in towards screens.
ถ้าดูจาก
Spots out a couple players.
ผลงานของสำนักเมื่อวานนี้ต้องสเต็กสักชิ้นหนึ่งอะ
DRX potentially looking to save.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's going to be a flawless round for Gen.G.
They're just going to run out of that one. Meteor just a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too good on that play with Meteor over the top. Already at his knives in round 4. He makes a big impact already. And that will be the end of the round. So Gen.G going to go up to 3-1. Not too much else to say about that round. I mean, just avoids everything.
Meteor, yeah.
Quick execute onto the A site. Hits a couple of really slick shots with the knives, and Meteor now has 8 kills.
And this is where Gen.G really gets to demonstrate the full breadth of their composition. This is why they have the double.
เราไม่ศรัทธาไง
Meteor and Texture are able to perform to such standards. Meanwhile, Foxy 9 has to dig deep into how many Cypher traps he knows. Because he needs to be the player that can
ข้าวเหนียว1หมูปิ้ง5กำลังดีพี่ว่า
abilities of Gen.G's composition. Oh, just kicking things off with the satchel movement. Almost taking away Bane's life. Meteor will be able to catch Mako. And already this is starting to look like a Gen.G round. Paranoia, shrouded step off towards the sides. Stacks able to fire back against Meteor. Eliminating the other
หมูปิ้งมันต้องแบบกินหมูเยอะๆแล้วก็เล็มข้าวเหนียวครับ
Who was sitting on 9-1.
สแต็กเก่าช็อตนี้ดันเช็คเลยอย่างนี้เพื่อเล่นง่าย
Stacks just gonna get the drop on
โอเค
him. as he was up there in the rafters.
โดนว่ะ
Now,
Gen.G
big
วินนี้
rotation coming out
รู้หมดแล้วครับ
side of Gen.G
อีก3คนไปรอ A แล้ว
towards A, but this is already being read by the side of DRX by
หวานเจี๊ยบ
Stacks, who is pushing all the way out, getting a lot of information for the squad.
ถึงเวลาฟ็อกซี่แก้ตัว
Hence the perfectly timed dark cover by Bane. If they walk up in towards ramps, Buzz is right around the corner. He's got paint shells too. Try and play up
34
around
วิ
ropes.
กลับไม่ได้ละสแต็กดักโรเทตอยู่
Foxy in the
ยังไง
same
ก็ต้อง A
corner,
ละ
same position with the camera at the ready for Buzz.
27 วิ มั่นใจจะจับตอนนี้
It's gonna have to be the push.
จ่ออยู่2บอก
See the trap
เอามา1
fire, but Bane just plays around it. Perfectly placed crosshair. Heard the shrouded step from Karon. Foxy has an idea. Swings out, takes down Lakia. Then down goes Karon, and then the last player. DRX. Perfect adjustments.
Yeah, I was worried that Gen.G were just going to run away with that
ต้อง
round for free.
สแต็กเลยครับผม
They
เรา
have
เมื่อกี้
in a bunch of the other rounds, especially with Meteor
ถ้าดัน
getting
ไป
that
เจอ
first
โฮ
kill
อยู่
in
ก็
mid and then
ก็
just
แพ้
kinda
แต่ดันไปไม่เจอเมื่อกี้ เพื่อ
going
เล่นง่ายเลย
up to B top. But this kill from Stacks, I feel like, is the biggest thing. It stops the momentum of the push onto B, and then eventually they have to rotate all the way over to A. And they were just so ready for it. They read it like 30 seconds ahead of time, with Stacks pushing out of B, getting all the information, saying, okay, they're pushing onto A.
หมู1ข้าวเหนียว4เน้นจิ้มน้ำหมูโอ้โห
Nowhere near the impact, especially without their jet on that one. So DRX get back on the board.
เล็มหมูเอาเหรอ
Close.
มีแต่คาร์โบไฮเดรต
Got the hot hands still right now. Let's see if he can keep up with this pressure.
อ๋อโหพี่
They're just
คือ
trying to
ไม่
play
ว่างไป
around
ครับผม
it.
ไม่ว่างไปเตะบอลในดอลลีกครับ
He was successful taking down Mako from
คือยังไง
before.
ยังไงก็ต้องวอชปาร์ตี้อยู่แล้ววอชปาร์ตี้คือช้อยแรกนะบอกปามันเป็น
DRX players away.
สิ่งหลักที่ต้องทำอะ
Because B Heaven has been an angle that they've been using very often, just to foil, just to give additional support to Bane. Oh, the second's a tripwire from Foxy9. It catches onto one player.
ยังไงแท็บยังไม่แตก
Stacks
เอ้า
comes back in for the trade, and then Gen.G continues to pile drive through. Both Texture and Munchkin able to dismantle all further defenses. It's down to Foxy9, and he tries to play off with a boombot, but Texture starting
มัน
to
จะมี
heat up
มัน
as
จะมี
well.
หมูปิ้งที่มันเป็นแบบ
Texture's just a little
ก
bit too
ล
good
ม
on
ๆอ่ะ
that one.
อันนั้นนะเขาเรียกหมู
The
ปิ้งเลยนะ
timing
อั
of
น
when
นั้น
they
อ่ะ
push out of that
หา
tunnel
ซื้อยาก
is
จับ
just
โคตรอร่อย
a little bit too crisp, and with one guy already in the sight, you saw. So here, this initial paranoia from the side of Bane was pretty good, but he gets taken out.
มันเป็นบ้องก
Eventually,
ลม
Texture's
ๆ
on the
ยาวๆ
site.
อ่ะเดี๋ยว
Nobody is able to take him down. He takes 3 1v1s in a row. Gives us the ha-ha. And moves on to a 4-2 lead.
Oh my god. Alright, well, both duelists are at the top for Gen.G, and look at the pacing! Able to blast back up mid into towards mail room. You've got the showstopper at the ready, but Buzz anticipates the angle. His own showstopper pulled out, excuse me. As a couple of Gen.G players drop in.
ไม่ใช่หมูยอไม่ใช่หมูยอ
DRX managed to hold their own with the flashes, with the cages.
ถือว่ากลับมาไวอยู่ครับเดีย
Foxy9 and Bane take Gen.G to bat again.
Yeah, so Gen.G were looking really good on some pretty standard pushes, right, where they just kind of go on in, they get their flashes in, they get their initiation, it's great. And this time they really try to up the tempo, as you mentioned, but they just kind of get sniped in the face. I mean, no showstopper value. Pushing out of smoke, this time Bane reads it really well, whereas last time with Texture on the site, he was kind of mixed up, but this time he's able to hold down that angle. And it's a flawless. I mean, there was only like a bit of damage on a Buzz, and that was it.
Very similar to our first map of the day, because both teams are reading off of each other's ultimates.
Yeah.
But once again, we are here with a Gen.G on a thrifty by 2 stingers, a couple of sheriffs, and they've already taken quick control over vents. Mako has been evicted.
DRX looking to push out, actually. Ron is going to be taken down. Just a bit of damage to Stacks, but it is this guy, after all. Seekers as well committed to here. Stacks taking a bit more damage, but that is going to push Gen.G back.
Just an inch further than Karen would have liked. The Seekers sent out as well, yeah. It's a lot of information for DRX now.
So DRX are pretty much controlling the map in full, putting up roadblocks wherever Gen.G tries to push.
ไม่ใช่หมูแหนมเนื้องมันหาซื้อยากครับผม
Good little pop flash coming out from
แล้วเอฟเจอไปไหนแล้วนะ
and they get to create a little bit more space. But Bane still just kind of falling back bound by bound. He's got his teammates right around the corner to support. Ooh, Buzz, slight whip, swaps over onto the shorty.
Player standing.
Drops the texture, but it's okay as the rest of the team collects up on all the kills. 4-4 for DRX.
Yeah, Gen.G were making some nice strides up through mail and
อย่างเงี้ยแต่มันต้อง
to
ซื้อ
the
ใน
tower, but
ห้าง
at the end of the day, it was just read really well. You got the snake bite to delay even more, the paranoia as well, just to kind of hold things down. Texture making it a bit interesting, but not quite enough. So starts off with this. Obviously, again, a bit of like a half-buy eco here from the side of Gen.G, but still they made things pretty interesting. Texture picked up the 1 kill on the Buzz, but at the end of the day, no reaction from Mako. They hold on to their
อ๋อ
operator.
ไปอาบน้ำโอเคครับ
Buzz will get his hands on that once again.
Just pretty impressive stuff from DRX with how they are reading
นม
and
สดมันหมัก
controlling
น
the
มสด
map.
อันนี้
They keep us up, they will be able to keep the lead.
อ๋อถ้าเป็นหมูปิ้งนมสดก็เป็นกลมๆเงี้ยหรอ
Gen.G has been trying to play along with the pacing of the match, trying to keep things
อร่อยอันนี้อร่อยสุดละ
But now that they have their guns wanting to hold on to them, they slow things down.
แล้วแถบ
slow
2
things
อัน
down a couple of dials.
ต้องมีสักเส้นละวะเจ็ดเลสนั่นไง2 เส้นเลย
Out, but it's the traps from DRX. Foxy
ขอ1 ให้ 2 ครับ
great variations on
เฮ้ย
the traps, and he's able to take down
โอ้
2.
เส้นนี้
Bit of a neural theft being deployed as
Boom
well
by
as further
Foxy.
information from DRX. Even with the Seekers from Lakia, it wasn't quite enough. If Munchkin gets a kill, however, this might be a different story as he would have his Viper's Pit deployed now, along with the Spike Plant. Karen trying to play around this, trying to keep his teammate alive. Buzz trying to just poke and prod, but it's not quite going to happen. He doesn't have any teammates to work with. And this is just Gen.G
ขอ1 ให้
playing
2
the
เฉย
situation to perfection.
Wow. Nice from Karen there right at the end. Gen.G making it pretty interesting. As you mentioned, the Viper's Pit was really the key as members of DRX were trying to flood the site and deny the setup. But Gen.G are able to get it off and once again take the lead 5-4. So we'll take a look once again. They get on into the site. Generally, Bane and Buzz have been pretty good about holding this down, but not this time. Gen.G were just a bit
individual
better.
skill 2 ทีมนี้เวลาแบบเหลือแบบ2-2 2-3 มันคาดเดายากกว่า
Little bit faster than what DRX
เปลี่ยน
anticipated.
กันจัดอะ
Even with the Viper's Pit too, Mako was trying to catch them as the pit was deployed. They had to back off.
เจ็บปะนายตัว
Both duelists, pound for pound, going in for the trades again. Question is, which team does this give an advantage to? With the defense down on a 4-4, it's that much more difficult. Mako comes back in just to reinvestigate, but he gets punished. And pretty soon with Gen.G in the lead, could they be
ต้องรอเป้าอะแล้วแบบมันเป็นมุมเปิดอะ
the new Korean super team?
ไปยืนอยู่นานแม่งอันตราย
Well, they've already made some pretty good strides this year. But they're gonna make another one here against DRX. Foxy 9, nice angle from him.
อันนี้ฟ็อกซี่สวยครับตัวน้อยกว่าแล้วไปพยายามทำเกมไปตัดแล้วทำได้ด้วย
His ascent was much more
เราคม
muted.
เฉย
But now slowly but surely making an
มา
impact here
ก็
on
นึ
the
กว่าหายไป
split.
ไหน
They're definitely gonna
อาบน้ำมา
Oh,
เอ้า
What?
บ้าจัดฟ็อกซี่
Blind
เอ
space.
อ
Now it's Texture in with the Rockets. Definitely much
ก็จะเป็น
bigger
เบนจี้
impact.
ฟิชชี่ซะหน่อย
And along with the round
Gen.G
wins, potentially swaying the
เพื่อ
audience's
กินแหนม
vote
ไหม
now.
แหนมที่มันเปรี้ยวๆก็กินได้แต่ไม่ได้กินแต่กินข้าวยำแหนมมันนั้นอ่ะโอ้โห
Going to clear all
ข้าวผัด
the
แหนมดิ
corners.
พี่ครับตรง
ข้าวยำแหนมนี่คือที่สุดละ ข้าวยำแหนมคำพริกแห้งคำหนึ่งเฮ้ย
well, that's one.
Yeah. Great little heads up duel, but not quite able to.
ขอบคุณน้องพลอยนะครับสำหรับ 6 เดือนนะครับ
แต่แหนมมันต้องไม่ติดพริกแบบว่าพริกเขียวๆข้างในนะเหม็นจัด
Once again, definitely
Good.
can be pretty tricky.
โอ้ผมไปนานขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
4-4 for his scoreline at the moment. Certainly the two duelists
ลองไป
carrying the
7-8 เพลง
bulk
เอ
of
ง
the kills
ส
at the
บาย
moment, but This from Texture, fantastic trade one back, and then Mako tries to get some information.
มันใจเย็นด้วยยิงยังใจเย็น
Certainly does not
เอา
work
ชัวร์
for him. And then they're not
โอ้
able
เป็น
to
เรา
stop
นี่
this push
มือ
onto
แบบ
A.
เก่ง
So
ละ
that's gonna be
เอาสักทีแล้วก็สุดจะตายอยู่แล้ว
by the side of DRX.
Needing to make an adjustment. I mean, that's the darndest thing for me because in the previous weeks, or every time that DRX plays this map, Mako has been such a pivotal player, but he hasn't been given the opportunity to shine. And because of that, because Gen.G are pretty much evading him at every turn, he's kind of having
ด่านนี้
minimal
ครับ
impact. Meanwhile, it's
จ
actually
ริงๆตามทฤษฎี
Bane who's
แล้ว
on
นะครับ
top
ผม
for
เป็น
DRX.
แมตช์ลับครับ แต่ในทางปฏิบัตินี่บุกกันยับเลยครับผม
He's done a pretty good job of holding on
ด้วย
to
เม
the
ตา
site.
ของ
They have
เกม
pushed
ตอนนี้
there a lot, so he's gotten a lot of information, or rather, a lot of opportunities to pick up kills, and he's been doing well on that. But you're right, I do think that some of these veterans on the side of DRX maybe need to
ตั้งแต่ตอน
carry a
มี
bit
2
more
คอนโทรลเลอร์มาก็
load
เม
for
ตา
now.
แหกเลย
Right now it's Bane and Foxy 9 up on top. Buzz, Mako, and Stacks. They don't have the numbers. They have had some good moments. But so far it has been Gen.G who have definitely been getting the better of them as a pit and mid just to hold on to this.
Hit and the trick.
เข้าไซด์แบบอีซี่
Then
เลย
with the from the shadows instantly from Karon towards backside, all of a sudden DRX's
โอ้โหโคตรสวยอ่ะ
defenses have been completely nullified.
เฮ้ย
Karon now backside able to swing onto one. Bane with the double kill starts things off,
เจอ
and
ปืน
then
โกงเข้าไป
the judge from Mako. What a great way to respond to a quick play from Gen.G.
ไม่ชอบเวลาดูแข่งแล้วเขาแบบจับต้องไม่ตรงผู้เล่นเลยอะ
Judge makes sense, but also if they
ต้อ
are
งไม่
just
ตรง
going to
ผู้เล่น
rush into the B
มันเวอร์
site,
ดูดิ
it's
มา
going to
กิน
work
เปลี่ยน
out
ไป
pretty
เลย
nicely if he can get back onto the
เหลือ
B
มา
site.
โกะคนเดียวตอนนี้
He did,
มาโก
and now Munchkin's just slowly walking away from
ปกติเราจะดูผู้เล่นผ่านไอ้นี่ใช่ไหมผ่านกล้อง
ใช่ใช่ไม่ได้ดูชื่อนะดูหน้าผู้เล่น
ไม่
ไป
ได้
ก
ดู
ว่า
50 full seconds. What are we going to talk about?
Yeah.
But I gotta say, I mean, this round starts off.
ถึงกับ
There
ปิด
might
กล้อง
be the From the Shadows play. It might be Gen.G trying to pull a fast one against DRX. Bane was the guy to
เว
turn
ลา
this
จังหวะ
whole
ดู
round
อะคือ
around.
จับ
He
กล้อง
got
แล้วแบบ
the first two
เอ้า
double kills.
สรุปใครได้
ใช่ใช่มัน
Reacted
ดูชื่อไม่ทัน
quickly
อะ
to
จังหวะ
the
นัว
situation. And that's why, again, I mean, on this map, the rookies are actually giving us the performance that the team needs.
Yeah. His reaction time was pretty
DI
fantastic. Even though Karan got into the back of the site and he got a kill, Bane immediately
10
was like,
seconds
nope,
left.
I marked this guy, I take him down, really nice headshot to stop Karan from doing any further damage. Just gonna hang out in the sewer, feeling sad. But yeah, that is going to go the way of DRX.
Off of
Maybe
their
we'll just be
timeout.
tied up here at the half. What's gonna happen now?
It's possible. Meteor's back on the knives, okay. Might not need to use it.
จบ
just
ฟูลบาย
yet.
ทั้งคู่
Oh no, he is gonna buy up for his teammate. Now we get to witness Bane's kills. Wow, that was a one tap towards the end. I mean, the quick reactions from the entire team, really.
Powerful
Foxy
team,
9 as well
babe.
chiming in. As we head into the last round of the half, DRX try to adjust their defenses.
แต่แบ็กกลับมาทำไม
Gen.G
เปย์เล่นอย่างดี
definitely slowing down their pace. 'Cause again, the previous rounds, they're trying to make full use of their double duelist composition.
เล่นโคตรเวอร์
จะเอาบัต
ทำไม
See
บั
how
ต
aggressive
มันเลือก
they
ได้
get
2 คน
half
นะ
and
บัตหรือ
half.
มาโกะ
But they got to play from the defensive side with the double duelist.
ก็ยังโหดทั้งคู่
I would like to see that.
สแต็กสั่งแผนออกไม่ได้
Trailblazers. Buzz spotted. Looks like Bane's got another good read. Is he gonna
Mako.
expect a knife to the face?
มาโกะก็หัวเอาอยู่นะ
Kind of almost does. Paranoia sent out as well. 50
ผมว่า
seconds
มาโกะมัน
left for this
ประสบการ
round.
ณ์เยอะ แน่น
And with that little bit of mid
มัน
presence,
ก็แน่นอะ
DRX just
แต่เดี๋ยวว่า
continues to
มันคง
hover
ออก
up around
ถ้ามัน
these
เปลี่ยนมันคงเป็น
sides.
ปีหน้า DX มัน
Bit of
ค่อย
a
ๆแบบ
rotation pulled over after
เปลี่ยน
spotting the blade
เป็น
storm
ทีละหน่อย
here. Great call
มา
to
โกะเสมือน
rotate
แบบสเตต
right
แม่ง
back
โคตรแบบ
though.
โอ้โอ
Gen.G has an option to go through ropes, but
30
they're
seconds
afraid
left.
to. Or it's not exactly afraid to, but they're being very cautious because they know that Mako could.
แต่ถ้ามันไม่เปลี่ยนมัน
อุ้ย
ก็ไม่มีอะไร
Mako's
ทำใหม่เกิด
actually
ขึ้น
right around hell, where Meteor takes him down.
Stacks and Foxy 9 though with the setup right around backside. The cage proves too much for Gen.G to handle, along with a triple kill and one more from Stacks. DRX ties things up.
All tied
เขาบอกวันนี้กล้าลงเตะแล้วตอนนี้
ลงเตะ
แต่อนาคตอะคาเดมี่ได้เล่นทุกคนอยู่แล้วก็เก่งอะดูแข่งแล้วมีไฟล์รับเกมแป๊บแปลก
ไม่ได้ล็อก
วินที่ DRX ได้นี่แน่นอนดิเกมระดับนี้อินโฟสำคัญพอใจที่เด็ดเลยครับ
into DRX's armor. If they can take this map, if they can start out the pistol round like they have done so many times today, that would spell trouble for DRX for sure. The rookies have done so well for themselves today so far. Let's see if they can keep that up. Bane and Foxy 9, great defenses in this first half. Now onto the attack. What are they gonna do?
I feel like I'm most curious about Bane's impact, you know. Just playing the Omen, probably going to be the follow-up man behind Buzz, who's going to get the majority of the initiations going for the team. And whereas I would expect Foxy 9 to play a lot of off angles, away from the team, lurk a little bit, but let's see what they go for. As right now in the pistol round, they're gonna all group up towards this A main area and look to push in.
Getting tagged up a little.
แลกกันเป็นคนละเม็ด
Aware that there are some players up around the sides. Now going back in to clear out the actual site itself. Nobody's around.
โอ้รีเทคว่ะ
Free plant out in the open for heaven right now for Stacks. This might mean that some of the DRX players might continue to push through screens.
โอ้
But Gen.G's right around the corner.
ค่อนข้างลำบากอยู่
Ramp. Bane left undetected. This could be the biggest thing that turns the entire round around. Mako swings out because of the snake bite and then strikes Bane. One shot through the back. It's going to be Stacks who holds out the front. Karen tries to push out from screens to take control over the site, along with his teammate who is on the spike, but Foxy 9 just steps right through point blank range. A couple of shots from his ghost to take the round for DRX.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Bane kind of just lurking out there towards the A main area, just behind everyone. He was undetected, and he was just able to get so much value as they were pushing in. The timing was perfect. Starts off a little bit of a trade, but then Bane on the flank here. Foxy 9 just sprays through, picks up a second, gets the job done.
เสียงหล่อจังวะช่องที่ไหน
Not 100% sure, but either way, it was Foxy 9 and Bane. The two of them, the two younger guys on the squad compared to the other three. And they are the ones pulling the heavy weight today.
So much on this map. And I really feel like it's possibly because they are the younger players that they are doing some of these unexpected movements. Protocols to leave Bane behind shortly, but also for Foxy 9 to like run and gun with a ghost into the spike. Onto the next round now, and they've managed to buy up a little. We've got 3 rifles being held up. And sensing the stack up from Gen.G, they managed to rotate in full to A. Meteor has his Marshal.
He does. He is alone. He is gonna step out of the smoke and take Stacks' head off. That's gonna give them a bit of a chance here.
มีแผนนี้อีกแล้วฮะ
Match made in heaven.
แผน2 โควต้า
2 โควต้า แผนเดิมแผนเก่ง
Just tickling Bane Well, not even an
ตอ
extra.
นนี้เหลือ
not
หนึ่ง
connected
เหลือ
all.
1 โควต้า
A little bit.
Okay, 10 HP. Just saw that.
It still
updated.
counts.
That said, as the retake goes through without the right guns and all the utility from DRX completely stifling
แล้วรอบหน้า
Gen.G's movements, they're going to have to hang back. I don't think they want to
Picture
give any
ซื้อ
more free alt
เอาลง
points to DRX.
Yeah, I think they're just going to chill back there. DRX already reading the situation. Foxy is going to see Texture. He's got some backup from his teammates just to spray through. Takes a little bit of damage, but not a big deal.
ไม่ได้อย่างงี้
There's no more ult points. And just a couple of members, actually 3, of Gen.G to run into the spike. But that is now 4 rounds in a row to the side of DRX, certainly making this interesting as they hold on to the lead for now.
Perfect. And it just says so much about how every round is going to count. We are nearing the end of this series, and DRX have been
ไอ้
starting
ปืน
things off. They
Gen.G
haven't
มัน
been great
ไอ้
on
เกาะ
pistols
Gen.G มัน
so far today.
เป็นอย่างนั้นวะ
But as we
โด
go
น
into
บั
the
สนะดิ
second half,
สลับกันนะดิ ทุกเกาะ
the
Gen.G ดิ
rookies, showing their impact again.
อ่านเกมไม่แล้วดิ
Got a
สลับ
couple
กัน
of kills from the elbow position on
แต่
the
สวย
side
เพื่อน
in that round.
บัสบอก
Now just working with the team to kind of hang back.
อุ้ย โอ้โห
Buzz might be kicking himself for that, but it's okay. It was a very thin angle.
Gen.G playing very defensively. You know, even still with his double duelist, we're not seeing too much. Texture wanting to stay around the site to make use of his paint shells, but toss a little bit too late, too shallow. It's gonna be DRX who strikes him down. Karen comes back in just to support.
พารอน
แหลกว่ะ
Not just support. He's gotten a couple of kills now. Spots out even more.
สงสัยใช้เน็ต
Continuing
ไทย
to hug the pillars. He keeps himself alive.
กำลัง
Just
แหลกเลย
waiting
ช่วง
for
นี้
reinforcements. And Stax tries to fight back.
2-1
Without the weaponry, it's gonna be Meteor that strikes back. Foxy 9 now back into the fray. Looking
โอ้ย
to
อย่างงี้โดนดิ เมเตโอ
retrieve the
ปืน
spike.
โผล่
Might see the barrel if he has the right
Ah!
angle. Oh, Meteor spun around the wrong corner. A fox in a hen house, and he clutches that one on 2.
พี่เอ๋ยลองดัก
That's
มาก
incredible. Foxy 9 again. He steps up to the plate.
คืออะไร
And
อ่ะ
he gets the job done. It seemed like they didn't quite know which angle he was going to come in from, and he gets the drop on a Karen, and as you mentioned, Meteor just kind of totally lost. Shout out to Gen.G, though. They made this one pretty dangerous, especially Karen, you know, dancing around the pillar, buying time for Lucky to get in, pick up a kill, but then Foxy 9.
Whoa. And that's what it
หันไป
is.
ดูด้วย
You've
ความ
got
เป็นห่วง
the
เพื่อนเป็นไร
perfect
ตาย
start now on this second half to close out this map. And DRX could
พี่เอ๋ยลอง
just
ฮ่า
find their vengeance against Gen.G. I mean, it might have been paper thin in the video, being the doorman to deny DRX that Masters Madrid play. But let's be honest, it was Gen.G.
โอ้โห
Gen.G
ถ้า
that
เปลี่ยน
were
คน
the
เดียว
ones
ที่
who
Impact
shut
ขนาด
down
นี้เลย
that
วะ
door in Stax's face. So it means so much if DRX
ไม่ได้เปลี่ยนอะไร
could take this map.
หลอกไฟเปล่าเมื่อกี้
Doing so, just 4 rounds away, and
วิ
so
ดีโอ
far
จะหลอก
they've
ไฟ
been
เฉย
control. They pick up the bonus with a clutch from Foxy 9, who again was such a huge impact maker in the first map of Bind. He was really the one carrying the team, and here he is again on top on the Cypher.
ดูฟ็อกซี่กับไอ้เบนยิงเลย
Him and Bane up on top. So timeout called here by Gen.G. Obviously, they're not going to have much in terms of guns or anything right now, but we'll see if they can come back. They've been good on thrifty
DRX มัน
rounds.
แพ้ใครมา
Really
บ้าง
nice, just in a mental way to pick up a thrifty round or to just have a good round in general and build up into something more, maybe get some momentum for their squad.
Desperately needed.
There.
But for now, DRX very much in control of things. Just gathering a little bit more information, creating a little bit more noise. You also have Mako very well at holding down the angles. If someone pushes out, it doesn't matter. Gen.G not able to hold down vents or mailroom, and there are so many options for DRX now. But with the majority of the forces right around the B site, they just continue to dominate the paint shells and the bullets to take down Gen.G players holding
ระเบิด
the
อัด
site.
ดาร์ค cover
This is
ซะ
a flawless take for DRX.
And Lakia has a Bucky, so he's getting in there one way or another. We'll see just how fiery he's going to make it, but yeah, DRX really taking advantage. I thought Munchkin had the angle with the Sheriff, but he was just a little bit too slow in mail to hit that shot. Maybe could have, you know, traded 1-for-1, give them a little bit of extra time, but not quite able to land it. So yeah, should just be pretty flawless here from the side of DRX. Buzz is going all the way around the back as well. Maybe expecting...
Oh, he would catch Lakia.
Yep.
Oh no. That would just be the clean round for DRX. No joy, nothing found from Gen.G's side. At this juncture, 10-6. You got 4 rounds in a row. 6 if you count the previous half. And everything is going right for DRX. I certainly hope there is a bit of an impact from Coach Solo's timeout, because if not, then this series is going DRX's way, and Valdez is going to be very happy about his prediction.
Absolutely. Always thought there was a chance. DRX definitely seemed to have leveled up coming into this split, and this was going to be the moment to prove it. They might just be able to do so. They're only 3 rounds away. But this is the most important round. Gen.G have to win this one if they want to have a chance.
Economy and everything. Heavy investments. Lakia able to trade out, but instantly traded right back by Mako. Mule Theft being deployed by Foxy 9 as well, and that's so much information. They see the rotations. They see
ไม่เขาดูเข้าไซต์กัน
the
ง่ายนะ
timing to set up on site.
เทรดกันดีไหม
They're gonna get in.
มาเทรดยังไงมันก็ได้เข้าถ้าคนแบบว่าเยอะกว่า
Go for an unexpected play there in the hallway, but now let's see how their retake looks.
Oh my god. Well, this is just perfect. I think Karen has to Shrouded Step through somehow. The Snakebite doesn't even tag Mako. Oh. And it's like a perfect, you know, multiple crossfire setup. If they walk through pillars one way or another, they're gonna be dead in the water.
Oh my.
อวสาน Gen.G ครับ
Unbelievable. That
Awesome.
could have been the entire map
Gen.G
right there.
ร่างแรกเป็นยังไง
Gen.G just totally flat here on the defender side. They have not taken a single round. And they try to get aggressive out here, but it's traded, you know, 2 for 2, and DRX gets set up pretty much for free rather on the site. They get the neural theft in, they get so much information, and it just delays the chance of Gen.G to have any chance to go for the retake. So now Meteor's got knives, they still have the ability to buy up some guns. So they have lost quite a few rounds in a row here, but certainly does feel like DRX are totally in control at the moment.
I might have actually just wanted to see a double timeout from Coach Solo, but I guess we don't have that yet. It's going to be Karen with the judge to try to catch Buzz. He's able to take down Karen, but he takes himself down as well. Munchkin
มุมนี้มันเป็นมุมที่แบบ
able to take down Mako.
ไม่เช็คกันจริงๆนะ
So round with Gen.G
แล้วก็ไม่ควรโดนด้วยนะ
move actually flips the table around.
คือมันเข้ามาเหลี่ยมนี้แล้วมันไม่เห็น
Gen.G getting pretty tricky with it, I'd say, in
พอ
this
เจอ
one,
ปุ๊บ
and
มา
it
เลย
pays
ว่ะ
off in a big way for
Gen.G
them. The
ต่าง
Judge
ก็บอก
play
ครับ
mail.
Oh, the triple stack.
ทริปเปิลดาเมจ
Foxy.
Oh.
So well, Gen.G finally get back on the board. 7th round for them. I said the round before was really the biggest one, but Gen.G, they find a way to make them this next one important as well.
I mean, good read from Karen, to say the least. We're starting to see DRX going for some more common pushes. And the teamwork working out for the team, but for Gen.G's side, they have to make these adjustments, and with weaponry like the Judge, they actually make it work because DRX don't expect it. Now we're back to Meteor on an operator. And it's time to shine.
ขาว
Fortunately blinded. He's
อ้าว
not
รู้
able
หมด
to
แล้วดิ
see
ในไซต์ของ
anything.
คน
Buzz now trying to play around
โอ้
the
โห
sights.
ทำอะไรครับ
With
เนี่
further
ย
utility from Bane, he is enabled. He has awakened. And it's the double kill.
น่าจะต้องเปลี่ยนเป็นลาก่อน
Puts
ว่ะ
Gen.G down in the
La
dumps.
Kia.
How do you retake a scenario like this? Oh, the Viper's pit now as well?
Never
Karen,
mind.
though. Just a bit of off timing, able to catch down onto a couple of players, but Stack straight right back. Still very much in control of it. Bane having the angle, and it's all down to texture. He's made a lot of individual impact before, but can he do it again? He doesn't have the time on his side. Swings into elbow, catches onto Bane, but look at the double peek from both opposite angles. One up from heaven as well. Stacks will be able to secure match point for DRX.
Match point.
Just a beautiful entry there. I mean, they get so many flashes in Meteor's face. It's not even funny. And also the way Buzz plays behind the screen, he's just able to spray them all down. But yeah, I mean, they had paranoia in their face. There was a trailblazer. I mean, there was a million things in their face.
นอกจากจะ
There was no way
ไม่ช่วยแล้ว
hold on
นะครับผม
at all.
ยังไปเบียดเพื่อนอีก
Completely and utterly Valoranted, fellas. That's when you can't see anything because of all the utility thrown at your face. And this is potentially the last round.
Let's see if they have any hope of stopping the onslaught that is DRX at this point in time. I'm going to be playing here in male once again. But it looks like DRX wants to slow things down. They just know that at this point, there's not a lot of ways to mess this up. They just need the one round.
Gen.G just feeling the pressure from this as well. Hung back so far. Saving the Viper's Pit too? It's all down to texture and Lakia if it is the A site. And Lakia's in a pretty open position. I'm very concerned. Buzz definitely looking for his flight path into the site. Pretty soon it's going to start off. Texture tries to slow him down with paint shells, but an unsuspecting Stacks comes up from vents.
รู้หมดว่า
Seekers
A3
out
ยัง
just
ไง
to push
ไป B เลยครับผม B
Gen.G
คนเดียว
further back as well, but look at where the spike is going.
โดนอีกโดนสแต็ก
Oh my goodness, a sudden rotation through. Munchkin has to stay hidden. Bane still right on the site. Doesn't see anything much, and he's waiting for his team. They finally arrived. But all the footsteps around Munchkin, they have not yet found him. He tries to go for the swing transfer, but darn, only able to get
ไม่
one.
มีปาฏิหาริย์ครับ
Lakia and Meteor
จ
now
บละ
right around the corners. But they don't have the positioning. It's the same setup from before. One in garage, one on pillar, one back site. A multiple crossfire. Lakia's got the flash. He spotted out Buzz, but he doesn't have the time. Meteor has to go in quick alongside him. They have to dismantle this crossfire right quick. Able to get down.
ลาเกียร์ถึงกับต้องลาก่อย
Swings the
ขอ
double
อนุญาตลาก่อย
kill to close out the map.
น้องใหม่มันเอาจัดเลยว่ะพี่โคตร
โคตรเดือดอ่ะ2 คนเลย
จริงหมดสัตว์ DG บ็อกซี่เล่นดีขึ้นเยอะ ถ้าเทียบกับตอนแรกๆนะเบนนี่ยังโหดนึกว่าผู้เล่นมากประสบการณ์โค้ชน่าจะทำแผนมาดีมากครับเพราะว่า คือแบบ2 ทีมนี้เจอกันนะมันต้องทำงานหนักกันอยู่แล้วคือต้องรู้ว่า Gen.G เล่นยังไงอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
คู่ต่อไป DFM 2-1
คู่นี้แหละที่เราใฝ่ฝัน DFM ชนะใช่ไหม
DFM ชนะ
ที่ไม่เชียร์เยแล้วเหรอ
อ่ะโอ้โห อันนี้มันพิดิกงานกับเชียร์ไม่เหมือนกัน
อ๋อ
letting Gen.G
ใครชนะเหรอครับ DRX ครับ พี่เอยเจิม Gen.G ไป ชินเลยฮะ โค้ดไม่ใส่สูตรนี่ไม่ชิน I have tried everything waiting for you darling don't be afraid I will learn Gen.G ห่วงเลดล่ามากสุดเลยอาการหนักเลดล่ามันเป็นคนที่เพิ่งเปลี่ยนเข้ามาใหม่ใช่ไหม ผมกับแอมไม่หยุดเลยวะโคตรน่าเบื่อเลยเฮ้ย จอผมเป็นอะไรอีกแล้วแอดจอดับบลีดเพิ่งปรับทิ้งครั้งใหญ่ด้วยจะจูนยังไงติด จริง ไกลใครใน DRX เป็นเด็กใหม่เบนครับ คุณได้รับโปรตีน 500 กรัม ไม่ใช่ไวเปอร์หรือเปล่าบีทซ่อนแผนเยไวเปอร์แน่เลยพี่เอ๋ย
ใครนะ
เดี๋ยววันเนี้ยเราได้เห็นเยไวเปอร์แล้ว
ใช่หรอ
แผนลับ
วันนี้ไม่มีอีมีครับ
เยไวเปอร์เดมอนวัน บีดมันเป็นที่อะไรวะไอ้ว่าทีมบีดสถานการณ์เลยเป็นที่อะไรแต่ปรึกษาเลยดิ การสื่อสารหนึ่ง ผมว่าบีดนะ ผมว่าเอ็มดิฟ1 2เลย บางทีมันเอ็มดิฟจริงนะเว้ยต้องสังเกตปะคือทีมที่เจออย่างเงี้ยลองนึกภาพ DFM อ่ะ มีดูเอลลิสน่ะ ชื่อเมย์อ่ะ เห็นนะ แม่ง โอ้โห ดูดิ คิดว่าเอ็มดิฟปะกับบางคนในบีดอ่ะ ก็ดิฟนะบางคนอ่ะ แต่สำหรับบางคนนะผมว่าเอ็มดิฟจริง แต่บางคนก็คมอยู่แล้ว บางทีก็มาไม่มาบ้าง ถ้าเยตื่นก็เอ็มดิฟอย่างเงี้ยก็
น่าจะเรียง นับราวดิฟ นับแมปราวดิฟ ไล่มา
เดี๋ยวไป
เล่ขายประตูที่เราทิ้งก่อน
ผู้เล่นบางคนเอ็มดิฟจริงเว้ย ผมไม่ได้นี่นะ แผนก็ส่วนหนึ่งอ่ะ ผมว่าบีทก็เล่นดีแหละ แต่จังหวะที่แบบ 1-2 1-2 จังหวะเทรดเงี้ย บางทีอาจจะเจ๊งไปหน่อย ไม่ใช่แผนไม่ดีนะเว้ย ผมว่าอาจจะแบบนั่นแหละเรื่องของเอมด้วยส่วนหนึ่ง เอ็มดิฟไม่ได้หมายความว่าเพลเยอร์ยิงไม่แม่นหรืออะไรนะ มันหมายความว่าเพลเยอร์แม่งไม่พร้อมสำหรับการยิงอ่ะ บางทีแม่งต้องทำตัวให้ตัวเองลั่นไว้อ่ะ ดูเยดิบางทีแบบเมาจัดเลย ไม่ยิงไม่อะไรเลย ทั้งที่เวลาเราเห็นเยคมๆมันก็มีใช่ไหมล่ะ ขอบคุณ5 กล่องนะครับน้องขิม คือเมื่อก่อนมันจะได้แต่ละราวอ่ะ มันดูลำบากอ่ะ มันดูลำบากมากเลย ลองมองไปที่ภาพแบบทีมที่แบบดูไม่ค่อยเอาทรง แต่เขายิงคมอย่าง GE อย่างเงี้ย เห็นไหม GE มันยิงคมมากเลยนะจริงๆอ่ะแต่มันก็ดูแบบว่าเล่นไม่ค่อยเอาทรงเท่าไหร่ ต้องไม่รู้อาจจะต้องเรื่องความพร้อมมากกว่านะส่วนหนึ่งนะคนนอกไม่รู้หรอกยังไงก็ไม่รู้หรอกว่าเขายิงกันยังไงแต่ผมสังเกตแล้วบีจะโดนยิงเยอะค่อนข้างปูดหน่อยรอบนี้เชียร์บีดนะอยากให้บีดได้สักวินหนึ่งแต่ DFM ก็ ก็อยากเห็นให้ได้ไปโลดเล่นกว่านี้นี่ยากเลยว่ะคิดเหมือนพี่เอ๋ยนะผมว่า DFM อาจจะชนะ 2-1 แต่เชียร์บีดแล้วกัน เป็นกำลังใจให้DFM ต้องเรียกว่าเป็นทีมเอนดูเก็บไว้เอนดูทีมมวยรอง เชียร์บีดนะพี่แต่ผมว่า DFM มาว่ะ
คิดว่า DFM เหมือนกัน
ดูเอลลิตอนาคตไกลนี่ทีมนี้เฮ้ยนะเจสไม่ใช่ว่าเอาเมาส์ให้คนอื่นไปแล้วเหรอ เห็นนะเจสแล้วว่าโคตรมีมทีวันเป็นไงบ้างล่าสุดเขาไม่ต้องกินลูกไก่แต่กินพวกแกงจืดเต้าหู้เย่ เราเป็นกำลังใจให้บีทครับบีทมันมวยรองจริงๆนะพี่คู่เนี้ย
ตามฟอร์มDFM ตัวนี้เป็นฟอร์มมามืด
นั่นลาลาลาดีวันโดนทั้งดีดอทนู้นแข่งเก็บมือ สวยจัด มาดูช่องบาวนี่ได้ครับ คอนเทนต์ดีๆ ที่จะทำให้คุณเครียด ในวันที่คุณกำลังลมณ์ดีได้ เทสว่ะ
So look, there's
ช่วงที่พี่เอฟได้แวะไปเล่นโอ้ยเล่นทุกวันนะครับ ตอนเดินบนลู่ผมก็เล่นนะ วันละเกม2 เกมไม่ได้แบบว่าใส่หนัก อยากเห็นพี่ขึ้นมาสเตอร์เหรอ เฮ้ย จะดูสัมภาษ
Angel
ณ์
from above. EMEA Angel.
มันจะโดนลิขสิทธิ์เนี่ยไม่อยากจะเปิด พี่ซีดว่ะ พี่ซีด
พี่ซีดอย่างเก่า
ขวาสุดนี้เก่ากึกเลยป่ะพี่
โอ้ขวาสุดนี่แบบต้นตำรับ
ต้นตำรับ
FPS ญี่ปุ่นเลยยังครับน้องแมงตุง
พี่ซีด The groundbreaker of Pacific May after 60 days of Pacific Ye is back Ye is back to NA คนที่สี่คนที่สี่เป็นพี่กิฟ อย่าแกล้งเย่ บลีดมาผมว่าวันนี้เราเชียร์บลีดขึ้นว่ะเยตื่น วันนี้เยตื่นแน่ผมสัมผัสได้ ดูเอลลิตโอ้ยังดิบอะ เย่เก็บเอ็ดทุกราว 12-0 เก็บเอ็ดทุกราวอย่างเงี้ยใช่ไหม60 ตัวแน่นอน ผมหาแชทนอกมาอ่านเดี๋ยวน่าจะมันกดตัวนี้ขึ้นไปหน้าต่างป๊อปเอาโอเคขยาย แชทฝรั่ง vs เยมัน ไม่เดี๋ยววันนี้เยตื่น เอลเดียโบ ผมไม่ได้เฮเตอร์นะ ผมเป็นพวกสายเซลล์มันฮาใช่ไหมนักแข่งคนไหนเมาผมก็เซลล์เท็กเจอร์เมาผมก็เซลล์เฮ้ยเลือกแบบนี้สบายไม่โดนลิขสิทธิ์
We have our coaches here and we have our IGLs at the ready.
ฟัง
What
ตก
are
นะครั
you
บ
thinking,
เก็บด้วยนะครับ
I think I'm expecting
ฉันไม่เก็บ
maybe a set and split
เก็บ
bans as
ทำไม
well because Bleed have been banning that out, and for DFM, I'm expecting. I think they're gonna stay away from buying.
Yeah, I think we know what DFM is going to ban, but Bleed's been changing it up a little bit, so
Yeah.
maybe they aren't feeling comfortable on certain maps with this new
Icebox yes
lineup,
ขอบ
with
คุณที่
players.
แบน
And
Icebox
yeah, so Icebox is a map that they've been struggling on, to be frank. Yeah, the standard ban. Yeah, Bleed's pretty good on
Lotus
Lotus. That and Ascender, they're
เลื
two
อก
best
โลตัส
maps.
เดียว
So not a bad choice
ทา
at
ง
all.
มันเกินใช่ไหม
Bleed have been one of those teams where I feel like they've also had like some out of nowhere hooks on their map ban. So I was kind of thinking maybe even a sunset. They had a pretty good match against Zeta Division there. We were talking about how, hey, Zeta Division didn't have the best depth Phoenix on that particular map against Bleed. Redlow was really charging or coming out of nowhere to get a couple of good kills. So that was also, I think, something in contention. But Lotus definitely puts a lot of emphasis here where we saw May just manhandle Gen.G.
จะบอกนะ Bleed อะ
What was it, like 30 kills, 20 kills above
Yeah.
texture?
โอ้โหแบน Bleed
Even though, sure, they lost,
อ่ะ
but
เจอ
he
กัน
was firing on all cylinders on Lotus.
Sure, and he's
Ascend.
probably riding on that confidence as well, right? He's probably thinking like, okay, I know this map, I know the moves here, but that's something also, it's a card that DFM have then shown and that Bleed are gonna know how to deal with. For Bleed, you know, big question for me is like, how have they solidified themselves? Have they finally come
DRX
together?
นะ
We know that the pieces work. We know the pieces are good.
ขอ Bleed
It's a matter
2-0
of
เลย
how that jigsaw puzzle comes together.
Yeah, and I think that's why DFM chose split
พี่มุก
over
พี่จะรีบไปไหน
Sunset here. They're pretty good on Sunset as well as DFM. We saw it against T1, but this time around, it probably is like, all right, look, Bleed hasn't had a chance to play Split on the stage since
ก็
kickoff.
บีไม่ชนะทันทีก็
So
ไม่
with
ไม่
this
ช
new
นะทั้ง
roster,
ทัวร์
we
เอ้ย
might
ใจ
be
เย็
able
น
to kind of catch them at a point where they're not quite prepared. They might have been expecting Sunset. I get what they're doing there
ถึงแม้
for
มันจะมี
sure.
ภาพอย่างนั้นก็ได้
So yeah, DFM has to be feeling confident after that.
เราต้องเชื่อมั่น
Like they played that map pretty darn well, and they probably feel like we could have done a lot better on our defensive half. We could have really shut Gen.G down had we done XYZ a little bit better. Now let's see if they can actually put it into use.
Yeah, and I feel like, DFM right now, they are, they are riding on a high. Even against a Gen.G, it felt like they did a lot better than, a lot of people were expecting them to. I mean, a lot on the panel as well, Azurite.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess one of the things that maybe I add as a critique here for DFM is it felt like there's one particular player that seems to kind of struggle to follow the flow of the team. We're talking about how DFM's very strong when they go for those aggressive 5-man pushes. It felt like Medusa was the one who was kind of lagging behind ever so slightly. When they're gonna go for that contact, it feels like he's the first one getting picked off, even though May was the one that's getting into the site faster than he was. So these kind of things would definitely hurt DFM if they can't address it right now in their match against Bleed.
That is a good point, and Medusa is also one of those players that I'm eager to see the next level of, right? We do see some, shades of brilliance from him, but sometimes it comes maybe like at the right time, maybe at the wrong time. We need a little bit more of that consistency. Final question for you guys, because as we're entering week 3 here, this match is like one of the probably the most high stakes match that we have, especially for these two teams that are somewhere teetering towards the bottom of our
สองนัดเจอ PRX กับ DRX ไม่เห็นภาพเลย
How do you think these teams
ไม่เห็น
perform
ภาพ
under
จริง
pressure?
I mean, I think that DFM probably has a very slight edge here just because May's tremendously confident. If your duelist is popping off, that's generally going to lead to some level of success. Even if you're not maybe taking maps, you're making them really, really close and keeping your opponents off balance and stuff like that. So, and I think Bleed, again, you've got to focus on the communication and that kind of stuff. Like that's your only issue. Or not the only issue, but that's your biggest issue.
It's a major issue, yeah.
Exactly, that you're facing right now. So, week after week, how much is that going to improve? I think you've got a little bit of time to kind of figure yourselves out, kind of take stage 1 and say, okay, let's just practice what we can, let's get better at what we can. Whereas DFM, now the pressure's on them to start winning because they just got a big win. Are they going to be able to kind of continue finding success here and be a real threat in Pacific?
Yeah, for me, it's real quick. For Bleed, I feel like they're at the turning point right now. It's now or never at this point. So I feel like that plus the pieces that we were talking about should come to emerge right here in the series.
Yeah, definitely. I think so as well. You brought up a very good point about Bleed still having, those communication issues. And it's a major problem, especially on a stage like this, especially in a match like this, where it has to already be fixed at this point. DFM has a much better foundation so far, but we're going to see as we step into our second series of the day. It's going to be Bleed versus DFM. Let's head on over to the stage.
โดนไหมเนี่ยเพลงเนี้ยโอ้โหโดนแน่นอนบอกเลยฮะมาอย่างเงี้ยเพลงพี่เพลงเฮ้ยเยเดินยิ้มมาเลยเนี่ยเรียบร้อยมาชัวร์
แล้วเขาเปิดเพลงตลอดด้วยนะ ตอนเดิน
เราทำได้แค่ฮะไปตามเพลง
เยจับเลสโอ้โห
Every other team. And I figured that out very quickly here as we do move on to Lotus for our first map.
I mean,
Comps
yeah,
looking pretty standard.
nothing too different. Everyone's pretty much going for the same thing. If anything, it is that mirror matchup. So it's a bit of a test to see who's going to be better coordinated or who's going to be calling the better strats. And in the past, or at least every time that Bleed has played, they've always picked Lotus. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge for DFM.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to get that going on their first map here for this best of 3. Our first match win 3 maps. Would not be surprised if this one also goes 3 maps. I think, yeah, these two teams could be very close in terms of their ability. It just comes down to, as I said before, the form on the day, you know, who's going to perform to the higher level. We saw last time Bleed came out, Zess and the A really put up some big numbers. Hoping to see them have a similar
มี
performance.
เดยอนเล่นได้
Same could be said of May on the other side of DFM, who certainly takes that duelist role into his own hands and tries to solo carry the team. Obviously enabled by his
มัน
teammates.
เปลี่ยนไม่ทันอ่ะเวลาเต็มตัวน้อยเพราะว่าต้องรอแบบจบซีซั่น
Definitely the guy that we want to pop off as well, but as we start things off, another thing that we have seen in the past weeks is
โคตรดีสแกนนี่
I guess slight differences in how some of these teams operate, and a lot more teamwork coming from teams like, you know, Team Secret or RQ, whereas Bleed sometimes you don't feel it as often. Lotus, if anything, is the map where they would be able to show that to us. And they have to do it right now. No better opponent to defeat than DFM. No better opponent for DFM to beat than Bleed either. We start things off very safe. Not a lot of contact, not a lot of information from both sides.
Yeah, it looks like DFM here playing from the attacker side, trying to see if they can get some contact and get a little bit of damage done. So far they chipped away at Ritla, but that was about it. Haven't committed to any of the sites at the moment. Big stack here for Bleed on the C side.
ไม่โดน
Actually
เลิ
trying
ก
to
ส
get
แต
ahead.
ดู
Oh,
บี
the push was going to come in, but DFM are waiting until
30 วิยังไม่ตีครับ แล้วบีขาแข็งจัด
actual push, which
บีขาแข็งจัดจังหวะนี้
the spike is heading towards C.
Okay. Zestiers is
คุณจะหลอก
but he's
หลอก
backing
เองอะ
off, wondering why he's
หลอก
not
AC
tossing
เข้า
Cs or just getting a better position, but
แต่อยู่ซี
trying
เย
to
อะ
hold things up from around Waterfall. DFM's working
แต่ว่า
against
ขา
the
แข็งไม่
time.
พอดิ
There's the C's, there's the
อุ้ย
paranoia, but
เย่
May's
ไปแล้ว
crosshair placement still able to snap on towards Ye's head. A bit of a trade going through, and then Maze fires right back. He's got paint shells at the ready as well, and that does not give Zest any room to work with. So you already have the
ตัว
site,
ปิดเกม
you
มาแล้ว
already
ครับ
have
แอน
the
เทม
plant. You also have Anthem coming up from behind. How can Bleed retake? It's not going to happen too soon. There goes the first body. Right click onto the second. A bit of a whiff, but nonetheless, a cleanup from Zest. And it's going to give DFM the first win.
It was pretty interesting because Bleed, they were kind of stacked on the C side. It looked like they would be ready for the push to come in, and they got onto the site, and you know the utility usage was decent, but it's kind of rough when May gets blinded and he still picks up a couple of headshots. It's like, okay, well, felt like the positioning was good, but May's crosshair positioning, as you mentioned, was just better, and he was able to lock down a couple of kills. Team was able to get in with a pretty safe push without much of an answer from Bleed this time around, and once he gets set up there, you know, It's pretty difficult to retake that one.
Sometimes that's all you need, right? Like just that few seconds before your screen really goes blind, and May's still able to get a sense with the muscle memory to aim over onto his head.
ไอ้เทคพอร์ตปะเนี่ย
So it's a little bit unfortunate for Bleed. I mean, the ideas are still just about right. But nonetheless, May wins out the battle against Ye for the time being.
May versus Ye. Ye versus May.
That's right, that's right.
Who's got the better raise?
For now, it's going to be May. But I would not put Ye down. I mean, a lot of respect to all players on the server right now. As Bleed pushes out onto Mound. Oh, with the classic Scary lands the shot.
เอาว่ะ
A
ส
bit of
แกรี่
support coming out from Retla as well. And he continues to pepper them full of bullets. 9mm and DFM has to fall back. It's going to be the Outlaw that gets the first pick up from DFM. Cess trying to barrel through, but it's not going to do all too much. Scary now. On for the third kill. It's continuing to shoot through with the pistols. Are you kidding me? Do not give me a classic ace at a second round.
โอ้ยเสียดายแทน
Tries to stabilize the team. A round almost gone horrendously wrong due to a
เอ็ดคลาสสิก
classic.
อีโคเหล่านี้ฮาจัดเลย
I
นะ
mean, it was a classic 4K,
Cold.
which is bad enough.
ฮาจัด
How
เลย
did
อ่ะ
they let that happen? They were like, oh, okay, you want to fight us? Sure. Surely we'll just hit our shots. You know, your head's peeking above down. Like, that's easy enough. We got a Bulldog. And then they just kind of miss everything. And Scary doesn't miss a single shot.
That is
ลามบอด
the most impressive thing for Bleed
ละ
right
มาว
now. I mean, as the controller, he's being supported by his teammates to push out to collect all of the kills. The IGL
Yeah,
calls such a
ไม่เอาปืนด้วย
strategy
อย่าง
as
ชิว
well. I mean, perfectly matched. A little bit
โนนิดกัน
misinformed
เอาทามมิ่ง
for
ดีกว่า Ye บอก
TFM, if anything. Ye down to low HP.
It's a 1v1 here between these two. I
เคย
mean,
รู้ละ
Ye also has a classic versus a Vandal.
Look,
I
if Ye
hope.
wins this.
Also, there's a turret.
Okay, okay.
Just hold it.
Faking the door a little, I guess, and Ye just decides to hold it, thinking that maybe he's gone through the other side of the door.
And apparently that was a clutch. Fantastic
เกือบละ
clutch
เกือบ
going
ละ
in. Excellently done.
Yes. He's out by 4 kills now. Well, Scary has 4 kills of his own. Okay, I really got to see this because it was not much utility. You got the pink shells, I guess, coming out from Ye. But Scary, just perfect, pristine crosshair placement. Nothing too far up or down on the y-axis. And he's just able to smoothly go from head to head. Timing of the rhythm and how he controls the recoil of the classic as well at that range. Because of that, you don't have that many guns on DFM's side. Light shield, if any. Anthem on just Sheriff.
Yeah,
Very
they have like
potentially around Bleed.
2 Vandals.
อุ้ย
Bit of damage already done to May, who with the Vandal himself is trying to get his team out ahead, but takes an aggressive angle, takes some damage.
โอ้ไม่ให้เดินเลยครับเอ
I mean, the death
Too hard,
there
guy.
is a lot on May's shoulders. He's often the one trying to look for those opening tools. Rotations made across the board, but the spike's still hovering around A. Trying to pull the rotations. If they're able to take down Ye as well as Scary right now, that would give them a sight. That's what DFM's looking for. May tries to blast back in.
Oh.
Manages to do so, but at what cost?
ทำไม
Oh,
เหลือ4
Scary.
อ่ะ
Yeah, he was pretty close to getting his head taken off, but May essentially already is. Down he will go.
อุ้ย
Scary takes him down, gets the
ปาดถูก
contact,
คนเนี่ย
sees the pressure,
เออ
calls
ปาด
his
ตั
team
ว
over.
ซากพอดี
อุ้ย
Just doubles
Oi,
back.
Ed.
Easy
มัน
contact.
เยอะเกิน
Continues to collect.
เอ็ดเป้า
Quadruple kill and pretty much
สอง
DFM's
วิเก็บไป
dreams of
8
winning this round dashed
เฮ้ย
down in the
วิว
dirt.
ค้างพลโอ้สถานการณ์สร้างไม่รู้หลุดไป
Taking a little bit too much time, and just Bleed doing a phenomenal job at controlling the map and doing early damage to DFM.
Yeah, Scary able to pick up the majority of the kills. Really crisp stuff. I mean, you know, pokes out, doesn't take any damage, and then just lines up. Very nice crosshair placement, sees Cess as well. And, you know, a little reaction, but so far seems like he's pretty locked in. Talk about Ye versus Mei all we want, but
nah, it's scary.
Scary is actually on top.
เกินปริมาณน่ะ
With a 4K classic epic montage. Yeah, well, it's good, you know, if they can get another person. We saw Zess, we saw Ye have their moments. If they can get another one on that list, maybe Bleed have a better chance.
For now, though, DFM trying to change things up. They want to be a little bit more decisive, Valdez, about how they want to hit a site. So a lot of utility just to take control of a round. They don't want to repeat of that classic round. But then holding, just in case, you know, they lose any early players. Neth on a bit of a lurk. Will be able to find Ye's head. Now rotations pulled and split across.
นี่มันโยนี่หว่าตอนนี้ล่างโย
Easier for them to take down.
ยอยโยย
ล่างยอย
โยย
Oh, still playing around the door.
And it could go quickly into B here. We do have Zest in position trying to feel this pressure, but he's got a lot of utility in his face. As now the push is going to come into C, actually.
Wow. And Bleed continues to fall back bit by bit. Daron takes down Anthem. It's going to be a simple trade. It's almost as if Bleed wants to play for retakes. Looking for some of these simple duels where they're not able to trade. They don't want to allow DFM to trade.
Scary is pretty scary right now. He is so locked in.
I believe that's like his 9th or 10th kill at this point. He continues to work with the rest of the team. They're all kind of split up. He's got these smokes, and that's what he's known for. That said, it's not going to do all too much. DFM has to spike, and they're playing the time of it. Zest trying to take matters into his own hands. Scary makes use of Zest's position to come back in for the clutch.
อะไรวะน่ะ
He's able to get the defuse as well. 11 kills right now in round 4.
มากระโดดเช็คกันโดน
What's wrong with this guy? I mean, he's not missing a single thing. And this one is a real clutch.
Like watching how the fight plays out, right? That's really how Bleed operates, because Scary is the IGL now. The first 2 rounds where he got all those kills as well, he gets the information because he makes use of his teammates to go out and retrieve the information for him. And then he's able to collect on all these kills.
Yeah, he looks so happy.
Yeah, because he's finally getting clutch moments. Yeah. But remember, if he wins, he's got to do that little dance.
He does, yeah. Maybe he really wants to do it. That's why he's popping off so hard. He's like, I got to get that dance in. I got to show everybody my dance.
There.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
A little bit of an unfortunate whiff from Ye.
That's going to open things up here for DFM to potentially push on to B. It's almost certain at this point. So get some extra utility in. Here comes Mei as well.
Nice. Along with the lockdown and the blast packs, just to bypass a bit more utility. They get a little bit more space, and now the spike planted. Scary continues to play it safe, not really exposing himself too much. Waiting for teammates and reinforcements to arrive. Cess gets further information. Oh, he actually.
แล้วลงจริงจังด้วย
That's the ultimate complete. Meanwhile, the rest of DFM, though, because the spike is down, because they've got Showstopper and everything, they're actually hanging back. Spike continues to tick away.
Look at this lineup.
ไหลลง โอ้โห
And the snake bite down as well.
Oh.
Showstopper.
โอ้ไม่กงกูแล้ว
ไปดีกว่า
เก็บข้าวเก็บของเล่นตาหน้าดีกว่า โอ้โหไลน์อัพกันแบบเดือด
Lots of nice lineups there as Mei will go down, just making 100% sure that they do not defuse that one.
ไลน์อัพจากขาด
I still
ใช่ไหม
like that. I can
เหมือน
respect
คนทำแมปเขาไอ้นี่ไปแล้วอะ
DFM. I mean, first of all, incredible shot from Medusa onto Ye.
ไอ้รูบนบอมบีอ่ะกับรูตรงนั้น
Making use like clear strategies to push back Bleed, get the spike down, and then lineups and strats to secure the site.
Imagine using strategies
ยังเป็นยอยอยู่
instead
ตอน
of
นี้
just shooting them in the face.
ยอย
I know.
ถ้ายิงได้หนึ่งจะเป็นเย
Crazy.
But which one's more fun? The classic kills or
ยิงได้หนึ่งจะเป็นเย
Yeah.
post-plant lineups?
I think shooting them down and you know getting the audio cues definitely feels a bit better.
Well, I like people shooting things down. I got a surprise for you, Valdez.
But a win is a win, right? So
Yes.
even if the lineups are what get you the win, you're gonna be feeling pretty happy about that. And DFM, pretty nice setups so far, but they did have to use Showstopper, Lockdown. They didn't have much firepower in that last round, which is part of why it feels very nice that even though they used those ultimates, you know, they still got the win. They got a lot of money back in their pockets. They're able to buy up now
Bomb grenade out.
and get into a position where they can actually challenge for the future rounds.
Toxins going up there.
Back to their pistol round strategy, though, Bleed. Pushing out together as a bit of a squad just to take control over B main, checking pillars. If they can play around the door, that would be cool as well. But unfortunately, a bit of contact being received. Darian cold and alone. Just gets the information, but also a bullet to the face. Viper's
แล้ว
been now
ก็พลิกแบบนี้
available for DFM.
เดินวอเตอร์ฟอลยากจัด
Waterfall.
It's just so much crucial space being denied. I mean, you can spam all you want, but it's going to be difficult to even get that lineup. He's trying his best.
Beyond the round calling from DFM, from Anthem, so far has been great. I mean, they're holding out defaults, slowly moving
ยากเกิน
across
เหร
the
อพี่
ต้อง
map,
เซฟอ่ะ
sustaining minimal damage, and once they get the sensing for Bleed's setup on the site, that's when they go in, and Darren's none the wiser.
ต้องยอมจ่ายอันตีไปเยอะ
Darian goes down. Bleed are just going to save after this one. Viper's Pit committed to. So they used 3 ults to win the last couple of rounds, but I'd say 100% worth based on the current state of the game. Unfortunately, they're not really able to punish Bleed on the
มั
backside of it,
น
but
แผนมัน
it's
ไม่
just
ตรง
fine.
เอเจนต์นะครับ
I love how we can like kind of hear the audience clapping a little bit off of the win.
Yeah.
As soon as like DFM fans, but because it's not like super loud roaring applause, it makes me think like it's like
คู่นี้ให้
gold
DFM เจอ
class.
เลยขอบคุณครับคุณโม
Oh
สาม
yes,
เดือน
Yeah.
fantastic.
I mean, especially after
Ủa, tôi dài
rounds
đấy.
like the last couple where it's like, oh, we had this very
Kinh.
strategic, very nice
Stay focused.
entry onto the site, and then nothing happened for a minute.
Very fanciful.
Yeah, it's kind of
โอ้โห
you know, the chess match rather than the
Wow.
boxing match.
เจาะซะ
Where are
Bit of spam, gonna do a nice amount of damage already. You've seen May and Sessa already taken a bunch. Somebody get Achilles on
มึง
the
จะยิง
line.
ทุกมุมเลยไง
So Odin's getting too much value.
I do
มันมี
admire
ลายวัด
it,
อยู่นะ
though,
มันวาง
what
เป้าแบบ
Lita
เฮด
is
ช็อต
trying
เลย
to
อะ
do.
ตรงทางออกอะ
I admire how DFM is trying to
ต้องไปฝึก
call
กับตรง
their
นี้
way
น่า
around
จะ
this
มันเอา
map
ไว้
as
กดในแรง
well.
พวกชอบรัด
Pay
เออะ
attention. Ye has pushed out to Mound. Great positioning to be able to pick up on a single kill if
ตอน
he's
นี้มาแล้ว
able to
เฟิร์ส
find
คิวของเย
it. Question is, will DFM anticipate?
ยอย
Foot's been spotted.
แล้ว
Prowler's
ยอย
been
ไง
used. He unfortunately has to double back.
It's a great read from the side of DFM to clear out Mound like that because he had pretty much a free lineup if he was not rooted out there. Scary. Back on the board.
แล้วพลเอาไม่หยุด
Pretty decent awareness from Anthem,
Yeah,
but
good joy,
scary
yeah.
as well, just to stay tucked behind a little corner to fire off safe shots against his opponents.
ไม่โดนอีกก็เรียบร้อยเลย
Still, definitely not a
30
place that
seconds
DFM
left.
wants to explore. So we'll head into B instead. May trying to seize the space, but
ของเมย์ไม่ตื่น
unfortunately
ว่ะ
he doesn't have the
เรียบร้อยครับ
pacing or the timing. So Darren will be able to shut him down. Neth is the only one left
เรี
คื
ย
อบ รอบ
คิว
ไอ้ราวนี้คีนอยู่นะ
and the
ไม่เสียเลย
entirety of Bleed's
Ow.
squad working against him.
10 seconds
เย้ย
left.
ศักดิ์สิทธิ์เกิน
Swings out again, tries to take another, but kinda just tries to stand his ground, get some value.
ไม่
He's
เสีย
not
เลย
gonna just run away from that one. That entry on a B felt a little bit
หรือเย่
lackluster.
เห็น
You
นะ
know,
เจสกับ
some low health
ไอ้
bars
อะไร
already.
ฟลิปเป็นไอ
and
ดอลป่ะพี่
They didn't quite
มันจะทำคนที่สาม
root everybody out before they actually went for the plant.
เห็นพี่เป็น
Also,
ไอ
the
ดอล
fact
เนี่ย
that
นะ
they lost a couple of members before
ไม่
going
ยิง
for it just made it feel a little bit
แล้วมันเป็น
desperate.
ดูเอลลิทด้วย
So
นะประเด็น
Bleed
ถ้ามันไม่ยิงนี่คือโคตร
scoreboard
เชี่ย
at
เลย
least, keeping things close.
อย่าร้อยมันเปิด
Pick
ไม่
up
ต้องได้
their
ทั้งตัว
third
หรอก
round win.
แต่ฟิปหนักจริงไอปีนี้
Neither team really seeing a
ผม
need
ไม่
to
ค่อยมีสมาธิ
invest timeouts just yet. Seeing as how
คือ
it's
โลด้วย
evenly
ลิส
matched
อะ
for
มันเป็น
now.
โลที่เจอ
The
เอเจ
IGL
น
is
ต์อื่นเย
needing
อะ
to do all the work here
ไม่เปิดเลย
and to secure a strong lead.
ถ้าเกิดไม่ได้คิวนี่คือ
Aim
แย่นะ
doesn't quite work because the
ยัง
Yoda
โลเองเลยยัง
headed
เข้าใจ
towards C, but guess
ยัง
what?
ไงดี
He
ครับ
is here
เอาวะ
with
มา
now.
แล้วหนึ่ง
Still
มาแล้ว
flicks
มี
the
อัน
shot
ติ
out
ด้วย
towards May. I guess we have our answer for now.
ไม่
As he
อ่ะ
pulls out
สอง
the showstopper. DFM no
เย่มาแล้ว
longer able to break through this
เย่
door set up
Diablo
around C site. Instead, they're going to go through the rotating
เย่
door
ไม่ใช่ยอย
towards
วันนี้
B, potentially holding up around pillars. Scary, playing it safe around.
นี่เกือบ
A main,
โอ้
excuse
เจอ
me.
สอง
Unfortunately, receives
Sam.
contact against
โอ
Anthem.
เค
เย่นับ
He
สาม
will continue to
And Yay.
explore and sound off his
Yay.
operator. And that puts
Yay.
him
Yay,
down
get
to
bait.
2-on-4.
Yeah, Ye has just been he's been desperate to get value out of this, and finally in this round, it's very apparent that he's getting quite a lot of value out of the operator. Already 3 kills, one with the showstopper as well. Medusa gonna pick up another kill for
ทำไม่แย่
himself.
จัด
Certainly making things interesting here. Bleed still in control, but now
What?
Anthem gonna
Diablo.
take out Redline. Medusa, another one.
แปลก
เฮ้ย เดี๋ยวก่อนนะ
And it's all up to Darion
ชิบ
now.
หายแล้วครับผม
All of a
ลูกพี่จัด
sudden,
ให้สาม
somehow DFM find a way to get this plan
เย่
down.
ทุ่มเทเพื่อนๆทุ่มทิ้ง
Just
จังหวะ
split
นี้
up all across the map and divided they fell. DFM worked together with this little buddy system where Medusa struck from behind, and now they've gotten the site. Darren's got his work cut out for him. Turret and Nanoswarm available, but he goes further in just to explore first. Catches Amethyst timing. Slightly more doable, but will Medusa get the drop on him? He hops off at
ย่องมา
halfway mark, but Medusa just
เป็นผมจะวางป้อมทิ้งไว้อย่างน้อยก็ไม่ต้องยิง
hence
ป้อมหน่อยวะ
DFM up by 2 rounds now.
Yeah, nice try by Darion, but that was not a round I think that Bleach should have
ถ้าวาง
lost.
ป้อ
I
มนี่
mean,
ผม
they
ว่า
got
ได้อยู่นะพี่
ได้เนี่ย
so many
ทำไมมันไม่วาง
initial
วะ
picks that go the way of Ye,
เอา
and
ทำมิ่งเหรอ
then it's just a couple of
ยัง
members
ไง
that
มัน
are
ก็
trying to
รู้อยู่แล้วว่าอยู่นะเพราะเพื่อนมันเพิ่ง
opportunistically
ตาย
peek. They get
จังหวะ
caught
น่าจะ
off
กด
one
ดัน
by one,
เออ
and eventually goes into a 2v1 scenario in favor of DFM after they get 3 picks essentially for free.
Fortunately,
มันแปลก
lost.
ว่ะ
It
เมื่อกี้
makes
ช็อตเมื่อกี้
you wonder if it still is some of these like
ผมไม่ใช่โปรเพลเยอร์ผมก็ยังแบบ
language
รู้สึกว่าแบบ
barriers.
มันแปลก
But whatever the case is, it's
มัน
unfortunate.
น่าจะอย่าง
คนนั้นมันไปเรียนมันไม่ได้ออก
เพราะว่ามันไม่มีข่าว
Definitely have the individual capabilities to pop off, just like what we
เย่
saw.
โม
from
โห
Ye.
ไปแล้วครับผมแต่เมื่อกี้เพื่อนอารมณ์ดี
You know, sometimes LS, you get dealt the cards that you have. You have no choice but to play them, however, the best way that you can.
Cover going out.
So, back to it, trying
ส
to
โมกกับ
control
ใจ
the
ร้ายมาก
rubble.
ยัดเข้าไปตรงนั้น
Smoke set up, and then they fall back.
Yeah, DFM certainly not scared to take their time. Maybe getting the read that Bleed is just going for these very risky
อาจจะ
peeks
ตื่นเต้นเกิน
alone oftentimes, and maybe trying to get value out of that.
Paranoia through.
เรียบร้อย
Vantages duels
อุ้ย
as he peeks out again. Trying to
บ้า
peek back around the corners.
โอ้โหถ้ากระสุนไม่หมดนะ
Incredible
บ้า
one-on-ones.
จัด
DFM
อะไรวะน่ะ
เนี่ยไอ้
quite
มุมแบบ
having
นี้
the
ยัง
confidence to take it on
ยังช้ำ
against him.
เชิงหนาจัด
30 seconds left.
3 members gone now. We're back in another 2-on-4 situation where a single player is taking out 3
ส
players.
แกรี่ทุ่มเทอะ
DFM's
ดูเพื่อน
comfort zone.
มาแล้วครับจังหวะนี้
2v4
สแกรี่ทุ่มเทไปที เพื่อนจะทุ่มทิ้ง
Should
หรือเปล่า
be, but well, let's see how
เอ้ย
Bleed,
น่า
you know,
น่า
they
จะได้
kind
ว่ะ
of
พี่
lost
ได้
the
เวลา
scenario
น้อย
last time somehow, but
10 seconds
well,
left.
yeah, there's only 10 seconds left, so they're just
กา
gonna
ร
wait.
ซักเท่าไหร่อะครับสัก6ครับผม
And,
แบบ
that
นี้
should be the
6
end of
ก็
the
โอ
round.
เค
Just
แล้ว
looked
ครับ
like
ผม
Believe in
การ
push.
บุกด้วยนะ
But definitely a better look this time around. Nice defense out there from Rubble, especially from Scary, who was able to line up some really fantastic angles to allow him to take a bunch of consecutive 1v1s.
That's just incredible. I mean, I gotta see this again. Because the way that he takes on some of these duels, isolating every single little angle, he knows when they're about to peek out against him, and he hangs back behind the little corner of the wall. And he uses that little spot to actually wallbang against them.
Yeah.
Very, very incredible stuff. I mean, it looks a little bit cowardly, but it's the right way to take on those duels when you don't want to expose yourself to too many angles.
It's the best way to play cowardly or not, you know.
Tactical.
ผมเคยมีโอกาสได้ใช้นะ
Better
ซี
word
เฟก
for it. So
ลอง
Bleed
มากล่องหนึ
actually
ง
calling
จังหวะ
a
นี้
timeout
นานน่าจะ
here.
ไม่พอน่าจะต้องเปิดซอง
ให้รีวิวยังไงดี
That last
ตอนนั้นมัน
round.
นานแล้วเนี่ย
Just saying, okay, well,
สมัยที่คอมยังอยู่ข้างบนห้องอยู่เลย
not exactly the cleanest game I've ever seen, so let's take a moment here early on, somewhere halfway through the first half, near the end of the first half, to say, okay, let's calm things down, let's fix this here, and see if that does work out for them.
ปีดซื้อไปแพงด้วยดิ
Like, you
ส
know,
แกรี่เนี่ย
not the cleanest rounds, but some of these plays
ไม่มี
you
ภาพ
can
เลยที่จะได้
really
กลับมาอยู่
clean,
กับ
especially
น้อง
when
ๆไท
you
ย
have these
ในไทย
players from Bleed who are able to perform to such standards. Then you got to think about the timeouts as well because
Scoreboard of Bleed.
Lagia has some kind of an idea, you know,
ถ้า
to
แพ้รอบนี้หรอ
take the lead in
ไปถึ
this
ง
first
ไปถึง
half.
ทีมไหน
This is their map pick after all. They might have fallen to Zeta last week, but
เย้
there is a chance for them to really take this win against DFM.
แกรี่กดไป
Bleed are
15
still looking for their first
ทุ่ม
win
เทเฮีย
VCT Pacific Stage 1. A couple of shots fired through. Still kind of controlling around it. Scary looking for an angle as he plays around the door. Very smart.
There.
เย่มันไม่ใช้ Windows Palm แล้วว่ะพี่
Just gonna ping it. It's funny too because we talked about Ye
Nah,
versus
man, come
May
to
in
the
terms
door.
of the Raze battle. Both of these guys are on the bottom of their respective scoreboards. Ye trying to come out here, trying to challenge
โอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ย
from behind the
โอ้มัน
smoke.
หลบได้ไง
See
วะ
if
น่ะ
he can pick anyone
หิว
off.
จัดดูเส้นกระสุนแล้วแบบเลี้ยวหลบหรือว่าเป็นตัวเอสเลย
Very controlled plays.
อุ้ย
That's it now. DFM having the
ใครวิป
coordination
วะน่ะ
teamwork to take multiple duels along
แปลก
a
ๆเซ
single
ต
player.
เปิด
Take down Zest and Scary. Getting the spike down now.
เฮ้ย
Trying to
มา
catch
ว่ะ
the timing against Ye, but Ye's
นะ
just
เย่
a
นะเย่
little bit sharper.
ยังไม่นานนี่หว่ายังไม่แก่
Reloads
ยี
and waits for
ตอนนี้เป็น
his
ยี
teammates
อยู่
to arrive. Darren does have the lockdown if he's able
หนึ่
to
งแล้ว
arrive from behind. Medusa
เย่
though
เป็นน้อง
has
ซิกาเลต
the
อันนี้คือ
awareness
แฟ
to
กต์
check around his back. Alarm bot goes off. That should give
แก
him
ลี่
all
คน
the
ไทยครับผม
signals he needs. Gets the duel on towards
เดิน
Darren.
มาบูบูบีบี
Retla trying to fire off and trying to hold Neth back. Neth continues to push out front by himself. Now Medusa joins Neth and they
อ้าวโดนอย่างงี้
together walk in towards the Viper's pit
เฮ้ย
where
อ๋อ
Retla will be
Oh,
able to
cรึ่งไปแล้ว
spin around and
โอ้โห
spray them downtown. Back up 5-5. Bleed managed to secure the round.
เย่อายุน้อยกว่า CGIS อันนี้คือแฟกต์
there
นะ
at
พี่
the end just to get that get
Oh,
that
that
pin
even
up and
มีน้อง
hold
ส่ง
on
แฟกต์
for
มาเหรอ
dear life. Again,
Fact.
not the cleanest gameplay I've ever seen, but a win to win. Hey, nice angle here, you know. He's able to go for double
CGIS
team
เป็น
with
พี่
Retla
อาดิต
as well.
หน้าอาดิตนี่คือไป
Again,
แบบว่า
line.
สามสี่สามห้าแล้ว
Just sees where the
อะไร
shot's
อ่ะ
coming from, and Retla is able to spray them down.
And
กระ
then
สุนมันไปโดนใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้
nice round. Thanks. I mean, it's incredible because DFM, I mean, both teams
ใช่
sometimes
อายุ
they
น้อย
have
กว่า
these
อาดิตอะ
advantages where they are actually able to sneak out rounds. Medusa was able to hold it down with Seth. But once they tried to walk into the Viper's pit, just kind of not covering each other or some slight misnomers
Yeah.
due to not so well coordinated plays, they actually lose the advantage to Bleed, and that means it's credit to individual performances like Retla. So as they tie things up 5-5, now Bleed does have a chance of turning this into a 7-5 first half. DFM tries to go on the aggressive into the site. They burn down to the defensive setups from Bleed.
โดนระเบิดตายหาไปแล้ว
May still kind of stuck in there. The call has been made to hang back,
One
and
enemy
Ui.
remaining.
as he tries to step back out,
Ui,
Scary
ยิงไม่แบ่ง
along with
เพื่อนเลย
Darren will be able to find these angles. But they just shoot them down.
Last round.
6-5.
before the switch.
Yeah, they got pretty delayed by that lockdown, and then a couple of dinks, nice shots there from Daria.
อ่านดีๆก็รุ่นเดียวกับ MNS เกินอันนี้เกิน
Lockdown did get destroyed, but they were already backing out and kind of on their hind heels, not really ready for the pressure.
น่าเจส3-3ป่ะ ไม่ก็
Relic
3-1
position
เนี่ย
there, kind of
น่าจะ
delays the push as well, and
มั้ง
then
นะ
Scary up
ไม่รู้ว่ะ
top as well.
แต่
Line up a couple.
น้าแองนี่คือ
This guy is,
3-6 แล้ว
really on fire. I mean, he's almost had 20 kills before the first half is done.
Oh my god.
น้องเมย์วันนี้หลับยาวเลย
Remember, 4 of those were classic kills from that second round.
That did happen, yes. Thank you for
Almost
reminding me.
Double the top fragger from DFM. That's unbelievable.
โอ้โหไล่ทีอย่างนี้เลยเหรอ
Now, Nightfall has been invested just to either push
Hey,
DFM
Pudi.
back or get further information.
แต่ว่า
DFM's
เวลาเหลือ
already
เยอะอะ
lost a player now.
3-4แล้วเจสซี่
trying to find another opening.
They got a little crossfire here. B-Me, and that's going to be a kill going over to Ye already, but look at this. And now they get contact.
ต้องบอกว่าน้องจริงแก่กว่าน้องม่อน
Take down another.
นี่มันเยของจริง
Advantage
ว่ะ
to bleed here as DFM.
เย่
Seems like they have fallen off the horse a little bit.
Okay.
ไม่วางด้วยเวลาเยอะเล่นก่อน
Just a little.
ชิว
We'll see if Cess can bring us back from the brink. From the shadows back in towards A site. Goes in to check
30 seconds
stairs. But look at
อย่าบอกว่าเลือกถูกไซส์
how they're holding
Yeah,
down these
ถูกไหม
smaller corners.
แน่น
Not an
เขา
open
อยู่
area.
กันอื้อเลยตรงเนี้ยตอนเนี้ย
To find even a single one.
มันต้องหา
He
ค่าก่อน
finds
นี่ไง
Darian.
ดูว่า
Retless
มี
should
ค
be
น
able to swing out. 10 seconds. He takes a little bit of damage. Scary right behind him.
เรียบ
Will
ร้
be able
อย
to
เรียบร้อย
secure the frag. That's a 19th one for Scary right now. As Bleed ends this first half with a 7-5. Whoa, a little whoopsie.
Yeah. Scary going to end the first half with 19 kills. And
พี่ก้าวไว้พี่ก้าวเอา
lead character at the moment with
จริงๆแล้วเยมันเอาหน้าแบบว่า เป็นไอจอไปแล้วอะ
หรือว่าเล่นจอสอง
ไม่ถ้าแกะไอเนี่ยแกะไอที่คุมหลังจอมาคือเป็นหน้าเยอยู่ข้างใน
สิ่งจอ
จริงๆแก่กว่า เย่
chance.
เพลงอันนี้ไม่ได้ปิดครับ
Drawing. Wingman. Bleed doing a really good job of stopping DFM as they try to execute. You know, you always have these traps from Darian, or maybe Retland, a well-timed snakebite or two, or maybe just Scary holding down a position by
ผู้แรก DRX
himself.
ครับ 2-1
And DFM not having the coordination nor the confidence to really dive in. Slightly different from the games that we saw from before. We'll see if they can redeem themselves in this second half, because if not, right now, Bleed are in control.
Yeah, they definitely are. I'm excited to see how fast they're going to come out here and how
ตอน
spicy
นี้
it's
ดูเอลิ
going
ท
to get for
พี่
their
ให้ใคร
attacker
ผม
side.
ว่าแอดปาร์ตว่ะหยุด
I
ไม่
think
อยู่
when
เลย
you've got this much momentum, you really want to
ไม่ได้
put
ดู
them
มัน
on
เล่นอ่ะ แต่ดู
pressure
ตัว
as
เลขก็
much
ต้องเป็น
as
แอสปาร์ต
possible.
โอ้โห
Let's see how their pistol round is
มัน
going
เดือด
to
จริง
look
พี่
at first.
มันนั่งดูมันแบ
Clear
บว่า
outbound and now
What the
immediately
fuck
rotating
Reddit
over
2024
towards A.
โอ้โห
They do have that toxic screen that
ไม่ไหว
allows them to
รอ
walk
ดู
up.
เซี่ยงไฮ้แล้วกันแอดปาร์ต
เราดูซิงไฮเดี๋ยวว่าจะได้มาปะได้มาเฉิดฉาย
Meanwhile, it's a little bit more crucial for DFM to take matters into their own hands. Want to see how the calling from Anthem can really shake things up. There they are to find that lead again. Sends out the Prowler, doesn't see anything around pillars, opens door. We know they're not around C. So Neth's calls should be accurate. But it's a little bit
โอ้เย
too
เปิดให้เพื่อนเหรอ
short, too shallow. Bleed
Home.
has the timing to get
Ui.
the spike down and a little bit further
Oh my
for
God, they
Ye
didn't
to
free.
peek out and
ทาม
get a
มิ่ง
single kill.
ดู 2 ที่
Yeah, just free entry into A.
เฮ้ย
Trying to go for the retake,
Mình
but
có thể đồn
that one
combo.
pickoff on a net is huge here for the side of Bleed. Is now everybody just running in towards the site, and they know exactly which direction they're coming in from. There's a lot of work to get done here from the side of DFM, but they've only got a couple of members left, and Anthem is super
การมีบลี
low.
ดมาว่ะ
Last player standing.
That's going to do that. So
เกือบแล้ว
right back on the
เกือบ
board
โดน
with
ยิงแล้วเย
a extremely dominant pistol round just to get it started once again.
Bleed just knowing how
แล้ว
to
บุก
ride
ด้วย
this bull.
น่าจะ
They
น่า
know
แมป
exactly
แรกน่าจะ
how
ห
to
วา
play
น
this map. That's why they picked it, especially on the attacking side with
Dog.
the you know
เวลาดูแผ
runners,
นที่มันก็ต้อง
strategies, with the way
พี่เอ๋ยว่าถ้า
they
ลองจริงแอดปาร์ตแล้วก็เดอ
map
เก้
and
มายืน
information
3 คน
as to how DFM are
พี่เอ๋ยว่าใคร
defending.
อยู่เยอะสุด
it's that much better for them.
เยอะสุดหรอ
DFM, they try to get some of these reads, but it takes a
น่าจะ
little
ต้อง
bit
เป็น
too much time.
เจอ
The
เก้
rotation's just not quite fast enough. Maybe the decisions aren't quite informed enough, it feels like.
ถ้านับเดือนดิ
Wow.
จริงๆไอ้สามคนนี้อายุเท่ากัน
significantly decreases the chances of
ใช่เหรอ
the classic 4K
งงว่าวิ
here in the second half. I know we had it in the first. I know a lot of people were very excited.
The chances were like, what, like 25, 50% before? And then with that, now it would go down to like 1%
now. Scary.
Continues to pad his stats as he finds more targets to click on.
เกือบแล้ว
Picks up a couple, now swings along with his teammates.
เอ้ยเว้ยหิวอีโคหน่อยแล้ว
ทำผลงานหน่อยครับทำผลงานหน่อย
Cess
ใครอยากได้สกอร์เลย
just trying to
มุดสโมกไป
possibly
แล้ว
find
ก็โดน
some
ยิง
right
ซะ
clicks or two. It's not quite going to happen. They know they have to die to the spike, so just trying to set up for it.
I mean, Bleed, they had a decent position to deny it as well, I feel, but maybe not wanting to take any chances themselves, and they're just going to wrap around a little bit too late.
แมตช์แรกบีจะได้
As
วะ
they're already onto the B site. Will be 9-5
มาแล้ววะ
in
บีกลับ
favor
มา
of Bleed, and that is their 6th round in a row. And I have to say, I mean, a lot of the last bunch of rounds as well, there has not been much of a fight in the side of DFM. Obviously, this round you weren't going to be able to do much, especially with some free kills going more in favor of Scary, who can hardly believe it himself that he's up to 21.
I mean, he's up by 21. That is
แอนเฮมไม่มาเลยวันนี้
impressive. You have to admire how every
หลับสนิ
single
ท
one of his movements is so
เม
tactical.
ย์ก็ไม่มา
He got that first kill. He had a one-way smoke.
หนัก
That
เลย
gives
อ่ะ
him a bit of an advantage, even if
เห็นแอนเฮมแล้วนึกถึงนาเจสเลยแมปเนี้ยกับเฟดอะ
It's always
เจนี่
these
ไปยาวเลย
tactical advantages
ด่าน
that
เดียว
he
กันด้วยนี่หว่า
gets
ตัวเดียวกันเล
that
ย
enable him to make such calls, to find such kills.
อินิเชเตอร์ด่านนี้เขาไม่เน้นยิงกันหรอพี่
สงสัยมันจังหวะจ่ายของเยอะ
Full buys now from DFM. Hopefully they have a little bit more confidence to get some information and get some reads against Bleed.
See some trickery there. DA, sneaking past the Viper wall, trying to open the door and see if they could pick off the guy at Mound, but Sass was able to feel the pressure back away and survive. So it doesn't get picked off. That could have easily sparked a full-on rush from Bleed into the C site, but not going to be the case.
Prowler to check pillars as well. They've rotated onto C. They don't see anything. The Hawk was invested too. So they should be rotating fast enough onto A. They're making the moves now.
โอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ย
Death tries to spray them down as they take control over tree.
30 seconds
Main
left.
on the site. 30 seconds left, and Bleed needs to get the spike down.
โอ้
Great way to kick things
เข้า
off.
ไปที่หน้า
Spots out the first, and Ye has been eliminated.
ให้มันเปิดประตูนักหนา
The rest of
see,
Bleed
we-
now. Nobody wants to push out a
They
tree
gotta
because of
go.
that smoke.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
ไฟ
Now
สุ
they
ดท้าย
make their move
ต้อง
in.
วาง
6 seconds and the spike starts to go down, but Anthem is here and he's ready to wreak havoc. 3 kills and then the final one coming out from Cess.
เสียหายอยู่นะ
DFM getting the good reads because of the information gathered from B, from C, and Bleed taking a little bit too much time. And this round also comes down to how well timed that dark cover from Cess was.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. I think they gave a bit too much time over to DFM, as you mentioned, to just kind of get in position. DFM have been a bit slow, to respond, so I feel like Bleed were getting a lot of advantages by
สม
just
ผลหมดอยู่
kind
แล้วครับ แต่ดี
of getting
สุด
in,
คือ
being
บีนับหนึ่ง
decisive, making plays, but that time they just
ดีเฟมจะได้เป็น 2-3
they waited, and then there was like 3 utilities right on one spot, which easily
Can
all
see.
just got sprayed down, and it was
Wow.
just like, huh.
That's right.
Well, that wasn't really the entry we were looking for. So, yeah, Bleed. Not gonna like that one.
Hey,
And now
Andy,
May
คุณ
out here, out of
ยอดฮิต
bounds,
ใช้ทุก
is
ทีม
going
อัน
to
นี้
be spotted by the turret. And he had support of 2 other players, so already pushing in here is Bleed.
Both teams trying to play as cautiously as possible, but sometimes
โอ้โห
their
มัน
own
ใจถึงจัด
detriment.
เลย
เฮ้ย
Nightfall now being invested, but Neth
โดน
able
ตี
to
มันไม่ถ
answer
อย
back
เลย
in kind. That was a single peek from Ye. No support. Retla
might have been able to use that timing to sneak up onto stairs, but he knows that he can only hold this position
เอ้ย
now because
เยอะนะเว้ย
he's
เลนล่า
spotted. The rest of the team, though, trying to get the spike over onto the site. A sudden peek
แต่สัง
out
เกต
along
เย
with
เปิด
teammates
แบบเนี้ย
now
เปิดมัน
from
ก็ได้
DFM, and it's too many targets for Retla to hold.
ไม่ใช่เลนอาชีพ
Good duck as well from A just to avoid the line. Medusa up top here, and he is not going to win that one. Scary. Padding the stats even more.
เฮ้ยเซต
โอเค หมด
Always good on the one-on-ones.
Yep. Ooh.
Zest here to back him up as well.
Remaining.
Down to low HP, and Cess
Spike
now
down A.
อุ้ย
looking for
Mianti,
the
Mianti.
final target to hit.
หายเปล่า
Spike is not
30
yet
seconds
planted.
left.
He does have his ultimate, though.
อุ้ยไม่อยู่แล้วจังหวะเนี้ย
Gonna make use of it to bring himself all the way across the map.
Spike
Cutting out
planted.
space, and that's gonna be Cess now trying to find his positioning.
โอ้โห
This
One
is
step
where
in, yeah.
Scary shines the most. Even with low HP, I do not want to doubt him whatsoever.
He's got a nice lineup here onto
แต่
where
ว่า
he
ซี
can
ดมีสโมก
CSS
ก็ดิ
can suss this out.
สแกรี่เล่นยากอ
โด
ยู่
นละโดนแล้วโดนยิงหลังอะ
Looks like he has.
ใช่
โอเคหวานเจี๊ยบ
A fantastic shot as he swings out.
เอ้อ
Anticipates him. Omen players, no Omen players. They're bromans.
They're bro.
เอาไปอยู่แต่ตั้งนี้สปอร์ต
Yeah. A
Well,
little bit of a Dr. Seuss moment. Susses him out for sure.
ไม่ได้
Felt
ไอเสียงว้ามัน
yeah, Ye kind of
คิดได้
solo
สองแบบ
peeks in
ว้าไป
that
ข้างนอก
too,
กับ
though.
ไป
He doesn't have audio, doesn't matter.
Standing.
They take out Retla, and then,
One enemy
you know,
remaining.
honestly,
DT.
Bleep should not really have been in that position. They did a great job to clear the site. Scary picking up another couple of kills. Pretty happy about that one. But yeah, they got pretty close, but now it's DFM, a couple of rounds under their belts. And this is getting closer by the round.
ใช่ใช่ต้องทำเหมือน EG ครับ พอเป็นเลสเต็มมาเลสไหนเลยใช้สูตรเดียวกัน
Just got to be a little bit more decisive. I think that's the beauty of Valorant is that you have all these interesting agents that enable you to find tactical advantages, even if you don't play, you know, that safe and that slow, that cautious. Sometimes you need to have the confidence to be able to dive in and find your shots and have your teammates here to back you up, and that's exactly what
โอ้ย
DFS
เย่
is
เข้าซ้าย
trying
โด
to
นไม่
do
ตาย
right now in this retake. The Nightfall sent out, Showstopper deployed. He's looking for Ye.
Me,
He
yeah,
finds him. Explosion goes off. Now Cess comes back in for the trade. It's a bit of a double kill. Anthem snaps on towards Retla. Darian coming back in to trade up, but down to the 2-on-1, he sees them stacked up, and he's trying to play around the corners just like Scary does. But Anthem swings out against him, takes the initiative instead. DFM now one round away from tying things up.
That's a pretty chaotic round that time. But getting in onto the B side, the Showstopper to take down Ye as well. As the two Rays still battling at the bottom of the scoreboards in the 1v1. But yeah, they were able to get on in there, and it was made pretty close. But DFM, once again, continuing with their onslaught. And that was a bit of a buy round last time from Bleed as well. So now they're just going to have to lose even more momentum. DFM now definitely feels like they are in the driver's seat. So, okay, one away from his own Showstopper, hoping to get revenge.
20 ถึง 30 อยู่
Whoa!
อุ้ย
All right, I was just going to say, very much
เย่โม
better
โห
for
แล้วครับผม
DFM as
จังหวะ
they
นี้
take more
ต้องอันติ
space
เปิด
across
แล้ว
the map, but then
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
once
เฮ้
they
ย
start to expose themselves in these
Smoke.
open areas, you get that shot from Ye, picks up the Showstopper, tries
Rod
to
ได้ไง
sneak
วะน่ะ
through, but the space has been made for his team until
Ui.
Medusa swings back around on a double kill. Ratla takes him back down, but the team from DFM has arrived on the scene. Darian and Ratla, both Singaporean players. They know each other really well.
Last player
Hopefully trying to
เละ
play off of each other,
Oh.
but just proves too much
ได้เสียวอยู่
to hold and
Rosa.
handle once you have utilities
โรซ่าจริง
and the entire force of
โร
DFM
ซาเป็นหนึ่ง
running up against you.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, nice try from Ye. Does open up the site a bit. He was very close to hitting a Showstopper, but Medusa did a great job of just evading.
Wow.
And then he lines up two incredible headshots as well. So credit to him for holding down the site, giving time for the teammates to come on over and kind of avoid a catastrophe if they lost to 5 sheriffs.
I love that. I mean, we said, you know,
especially on the desk, that there's a lot of pressure on May's shoulders because he's often the entry fragger, opening things up for the team. But now we're seeing Cess and Medusa finding some of these frags, finding their impact in the map. Which is exactly what the Doctor ordered for DFM. Taking decisive control over Mound now, which funnels Bleed towards other sites, and that's where you have a
ห่วง
lot
จัด
of
ไง
traps
ก็ไม่ให้
and
ว่ะ
utility
ไป A ก็ได้
up around A. Anthem ready with his Prowler to get information outside of B pillars as well.
เดี๋ยว
Just gonna use the swarm grenade just to make sure.
Has he fired his Odin yet? Oh, a little bit.
Of course, I mean, if you have an Odin, you got to fire through some kind of wall. Otherwise, you're not doing it right.
That's true.
You're not sitting there with the Bucky in a corner. You got to make yourself known. Speaking of which, Ye is leading the charge for the team.
Okay. They should be able to hear these footsteps up around heaven now. Toxic screen comes up at the right time. Oh, snake bite too. Look at this. You even have Cess with a paranoia. They try to open the door to maybe barrel through C, but there are many, many obstacles in front of
แน่น
Bleed's way.
จัดแน่นจัด
I mean, who's going to be the first player to throw themselves in harm's way to open it up for the team?
10 seconds
They try to
left.
fan out, but now 9 seconds left. Spike is taking way too long. Cess is already prepared to take them down as they try to walk on through. That's the second shot now. Anthem with a double kill to give DFM the lead. They didn't have it at the start of the half, but now in round 19, round 20,
Timeout.
อันนี้คือ
put
โพซิ
themselves
ชัน
on
แบบ
top.
Call a
ฝั่ง
timeout
บุก
after
ไม่ได้
rounds.
ไม่ได้ A
Yeah,
อะ
they do. I mean, the
มันจะเป็น
timer- the
มันจะเป็น
timer
ภาพ
stopped.
นี้
That
ครับ
was- I mean, they'd gotten themselves into a position where, by the way, great play here from Made. Just once again, we saw this actually in the first match as well. Just run through the swarm grenade in this case and get the jump on them without them expecting it. They think they have that closed off, but yeah, I mean, they were in a position where it's like, okay, they're either going B or C, and there's only 15 seconds left. And so everybody on the side of DFM is just waiting on B or C, and like throwing a bunch of utility into the choke, and Bleed are like, well, I guess we'll just try to send it to C. And they just get absolutely mowed down, and with nobody covering the flank,
That's exactly like.
just felt a bit desperate.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Because you want to have this game plan. You know that a single site has already been blocked off, but every single other pathway, every other road has some kind of an obstacle in front of you. But I like this timeout. I like that Laguia's getting active and trying to, direct them as to where they're needed to go. So perhaps a more coordinated set play, something of a decisive execute from Bleed to take matters back into their hands. They do have, Viper's Pit, a lockdown available to them. But we'll see what DFM has cooked for us as well.
Yeah, I do feel like you're onto something. I think Bleed should have some sort of set play. But let's see, it's actually going to be May. Comes out here quickly, looking to punish. And he just gets blinded, still gets the kill! As the rest of the team is there to back him up as well.
Instead, it's going to be DFM with the decisive set play.
Well, that's something you could do, Opponent calls a timeout, and you're like, okay, here's what we're going to do. Let's get right in their face. Do not allow them to set whatever they want to set up. And we'll just take them down first.
That's incredible. I mean, this is how DFM could actually reach map point first.
There.
Now just holding up around the edges of this dark cover where the spike is. Not quite sure how Bleed can fight their way out of this one. If anyone's going to do it, it has to be the two of these players.
Oh.
Given their familiarity with each other. But look at what's happening. Darren's actually running all the way across the map. He's
เกิดอะไรขึ้นเมื่อกี้ไปตอบข้อความ
on a
มา
solo mission.
โดนคอมโบโดนคอมโบที่เนี่ยดิ
Might as well.
ตีรองเหรอ
ตีแค่
And they don't have the spike, but at this point, maybe they're just trying to survive.
30 seconds left.
Hold on to their guns. I mean, just trying to get to a safe spot here at Rubble where they know DFM are
คุณลงมาตีข้าง
not.
ล่างตรงเนี้ย
And with their economy in ruins, I mean, trying to hold on to a couple of rifles to try to give yourself a chance to win the next round. Perhaps this is their best play.
30 seconds. Oh, okay, 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Medusa just trying to craft some random timings so that he doesn't get his shot at in case there is someone around the smoke too. yeah, both teams just trying to play it safe and trying to hold on to whatever advantage they have. I definitely did not expect, I did not think that DFM was going to go hunting. So now, economy not great for Bleed. They do have a lot of ultimates though.
Yeah, they do. It would have been nice if, you know, they could have used a couple of those in the last round when they had the
แครี่
rifles
จัดไป
to get something going, but DFM just got in their face too quick.
Just fantastic stuff from DFM. Whether or not it's the coach or the IGL, great call to seize the day around C. Carpe Diem, now we're on to the next round, and it Bleed trying to make use of their current weaponry. Pushing up on towards A. They do have control over rubble, but
โอ้ย
here
เอามี
is
สวน
that
มี
Odin.
สวน
It is a stationary turret, though, if you're firing off on this thing, so you're still susceptible to wall bangs, and that's what Bleed is looking for. Oh, brilliant shot from me.
This time it feels like Bleed are just like, okay, we're just going to send it, you know?
They kind of have to.
Yeah. At this point, they are pretty committed. But there's not a lot of rotations, not a lot of, you know, change-ups in what they want to do. It's essentially just let's slowly push forward and try to win some duels.
That's right. At least Retla opened up the door, so there is an alternate route if they want to take it. I have to respect Ye a lot, though. I mean, look at how he's trying to open things up for his team, pushing up front.
มาแล้วครับ
Smoothly, safely checking every single corner.
ไปแล้วครับ
Unfortunately, team not quite there.
ไปแล้วครับ
Within, the DFM are just able to pick
มาแล้วครับ
apart
ไปแล้วครับ
Bleed. Each and every single one of these members from the squad just fall down in the dirt.
Yeah. They're not able to use any of their ultimates. They're not able to set anything up, not even a Nightfall coming through from Zest. You know, some shots fired through, but it's almost like they're trying to set something up, but they don't actually ever commit to making the play.
7 rounds in a row for DFM now. And I think the straw that really broke the camel's back on this map was the one after the timeout.
Yeah, that went so heavily in favor of DFM that it was like all the air was taken out of the sails of Bleed. And now it just feels like a very one-sided affair. Scary already going to be taken down, and he's the one with like 27 kills. So the one guy who had the big hot hands from the beginning of this map is now down. Keep in mind also that this was Bleed's map selection. And you know, they've looked decent on this so far this tournament, but tonight it's kind of hard to say the same. And DFM have risen to the challenge in a big way.
You should run.
Truthfully. Again, I mean,
อ๋อ ปัก
the
สวนหรือ
battle
เปล่า
between these
มาดิ
two teams.
ปัก
Bleed's
สวน
looking
ครั
for
บ
their first win. And DFM's looking for their second, just to prove that their win against T1 was not just some kind of a silly fluke. It's not just a one-time wonder. Definitely trying to make it happen again now. Both sides having the ultimates to barrel on through. Another Nightfall
แต่แทบมีเหมือนกัน
C site. Zest trying to take control of things. Retla making use of his Viper's Pit, but you do have a bit of a counter from Anthem's Nightfall. A lot of utility being tossed through,
เซ
but
ตตอน
still
แผ่นนี่น่าจะเสียว
not quite enough space.
เอ้า
Zest, unfortunately, trying to hop back over into a
เฮ้ย
safer position, exposing
ใส่ทุก
himself.
อย่าง
That's
เลย
going to be a shot down in. Bleed. Darian tries to take matters into his own hands, holds the
งงไปหมด
angle, takes down 2. But Neff, with the operator, chimes back in. Initial pit falls. Bretless still alive and up and running. Ye trying to protect his teammate as best as he can. But unfortunately, the numbers prove too overwhelming.
จีครับ
And the teamwork from DFM exposes some positioning from the Bleed players and gives them the targets they need to hit in order.
GG
มอนบีทที่เข้าอยู่นะมอนบีทตอนนี้ ทรงหายเฉยโดนคัมแบ็ก
บีดนี้มันเย็ดเดี๋ยว มันเย็ดมันไปเล็กกันเลย2-0ไหมครับภาพนี้ มีภาพครับมีภาพแน่นอน มีภาพจะโดน2-0เดี๋ยวมาเป็นงแชท อ้าวเอ้ยที่ยิมเขาเพิ่มจักรยานมาใหม่ด้วยว่ะอย่างนี้ผมไปคาร์ดิโอผมก็ไม่ต้องไปเดินแล้วดิถีบจักรยานนะแล้วก็เล่น TFT ไปเนี่ยถีบได้เป็นชั่วโมงอะบอกเลยการออกกำลังกายคาร์ดิโอที่ดีคือการเลี้ยงให้ฮาร์ทเรทอยู่130นิดๆตลอดเวลาคนแย่งเล่นก่อนไม่แย่งพี่เข้าไปบ่ายโมงไม่มีใครเลยเหมือนพี่เป็นเจ้าของยิมอะไม่แป๊บเดี๋ยวพี่ถ้าพี่หันไปแล้วเกมจบเนี่ยผมรำคาญเสียงไอตัวเองมากเลยจริงๆถ้าตอนเล่นวาโลเนี่ยเราไม่ได้โฟกัสไงเราก็จะไม่ไอเย้เย้เย้เย้เย้ไม่เกี่ยวอะต่อยไปเล่นท่านทรงก็ประมาณนี้แหละเย้เย้เย้เย้พี่มีแรงต่อวอตปาร์ตี้เปล่าไม่ได้ไม่มีอะดิวันนี้มีตี้ใหญ่มั้งเล่นตี้ใหญ่ไม่น่าจะเล่นช่วยเลยอีบิเบิร์นจินอิตเฟอร์เฮ้ยมาอีกแล้วเยอีกแล้วอ่ะมาเยเลส
Keep the call simple.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Durian, he's a Swiss Army knife here for Bleed, but again, he was primarily the duelist. Now we're gonna hopefully see that come into what is going to be the most important map right now for Bleed.
Yeah, and most important map
ไม่มันแบบ
indeed, and this is also as
แต่
important
ท่า
for
นี้สองด้วย
DFM
เอ้า
because they could
แล้ว
take
ทำไมไม่เย
this
เจ็ต
series,
เดยอน
right?
เลสอ่ะ
The first map is theirs. They could close this out and get that second win. That's gonna be so important for this team.
Yeah, no, it's huge. If DFM can get that win, the confidence is going to be sky high.
Absolutely. Let's see if indeed these teams can go sky high as we step into
เรา
split.
ฝืน
Over
น่ะ
to our casters, Quack
โอ๊ต
and Valdez.
หรือมันป่ายิงจุกกันวะใครชนะได้เล่น
Thank
เจ็
you
ต
very much, Mika, Paperthin, and Asterai. I would love to see a very confident DFM for sure. But that said, you never quite know what Bleed is capable of either, because Asterai said they have players who are Swiss Army knives.
They definitely do. It's better to be a Swiss Army gun in this game.
Yeah, I don't bring
Good to have a cool knife, but generally you're not going to use it here in pro. So we'll see what this match does look like. I really like the call to just go for double duelist and send it. And
แกรี่
say,
บอก
okay,
กู
well,
เมนตลอดไป
The strats
ถ้าแมป
aren't
เมื่อกี้
working
เย่
too
เล่นแบบ
well.
เปลี่ยน
You
ได้
know, the
ทันโหดเลย
communication maybe a little bit off. Maybe the morale a little bit low. Still looking for their first win. So just double duelist it up. See if you can get some wins. Meanwhile, May trying to get out there and pick up a first kill for himself to potentially help out our desk move up the board.
I definitely don't mind it at all. Jet is, Darren was the duelist before Ye, before Scary even came in for Bleed. But as we head on to a full-on
บวกกันยับ
conflict,
เฮ้ย
war
โอ้ย
against
ยอมมาว่ะ
mid, Darren comes out on top with a frenzy.
And Ye got the first kill.
Wow! Okay.
Uh-oh. That's not a good start for
เยี่ย
our
มครับ
desk.
แมปนี้ขอแบบ
But
ไดยอน
it is
โช
a
ว์
great
สกิล
start
ด้วย
for Bleed.
ให้โค้ชเห็นเป็น
We're gonna
They did
know
quick beat
that Anthem is already in onto the
One
site.
enemy remaining.
This looks
โอ้โห
last
นึก
one,
ว่า
though.
แทนเดียนคัด
โอ้ย
The range
หวาด
on
เสียว
the right click. It's going to be Retla who opens up the pistol round for Bleed.
Yeah, pretty good start. Essentially just a massacre in mid, going very much back and forth, and they just kind of
แชทเดี๋ยวผมไปรับแม่นึงประมาณ10 นาที
and then sitting back with the frenzy, lining it up.
Last player standing.
เดี๋ยวผมไปรับแม่นึง10 นาที
Kill there as well, and then Retla.
โอเค
Brilliant. Yeah, got to keep the morale up.
Okay, here.
That's exactly what you can respect a lot from for Darien. But at the same time, coming back into it, just a fun little tidbit would be that both teams' compositions exactly mirror what we saw from DRX versus Gen.G today.
Interesting. I mean, I guess these are kind of meta comps. So,
But I do wonder if Bleed can win with their composition, and
yeah.
Darren with the Outlaw right now looking for an opening pick. DFM just trying to go for that pistol squad, stack up on A.
Oh, just pushing on forward, taking over the whole site. Here comes DFM. We're going to see if they can catch anyone, but nobody is here. Little do they
Spike
know.
planted.
Not even able to get the orb. So
Unfortunate.
they're just going to run all the way over to B. Into the hands of Darion, who does have first contact here. Not going to hit that shot.
Wow. Yeah, instantly coming back in just
One
to
enemy remaining.
double up and collect on all the final kills. Similar story to before. Second round and Bleed finds 4 kills.
Hey, Quack, is that the second first kill for Ye?
Wow.
Already in round 2? Our desk is gonna suffer, aren't they? So yeah, pretty much just moves around. He's got a Spectre.
One enemy
It's a
remaining.
done deal. Denied from the ace.
But I do definitely love how, it's that setup that Bleed has. Darren holding the ankle and then Ye there to support or push out if needed. And Bleed definitely feeling like stretching their legs on this map. They're not so cautious, too overly cautious or too afraid to peek out. Going in for some confident duels, that's what we need. Especially with a double duelist composition. It's going to be Darren with a swing on towards Sis. Instantly already a rifle gone. Ye has the rockets available as well.
Important to have the rockets online. We'll see how they do enter onto the site. Sessa already down. Anthem up in heaven, taking a bit of damage already, taking more. Paint shells thrown forward, just trying to take over that heaven area. Is Bleed at the moment. Looking for a bonus.
Very likely able to get it as well. They continue forth with his momentum. So much space being collected on. I don't know how you can retake this. They do have some players approaching from behind, but I believe Bleed are anticipating this as well. Zest already watching down this right angle. Scary watching ramps as well. A lot of it is being marked
Spike
as the
planted.
spike goes down.
Yeah, at this point, maybe you just want to back out of here and save up because... Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Wait, he re-peeks it. Looking for the kill. Not going to get it.
I think it's like it was a Spectre, so he thought maybe.
Yeah. spray from that range was actually pretty clean. And now they're going to be able to pick up rifles and look to see if they can find Anthem, but it doesn't look like they will be able to. So Bleed going to pick up the bonus here with 4 players alive. So coming out, double duelist, very aggressive here on split already, and a pretty commanding lead rather, at this point in time.
A very strong one, because not only do you have a round, you've collected on so many kills. Darren is now 2 points away from his Blade Storm. And it's nothing too, strategic either. If you take a look at how the round breaks down, it's just Darian opening things up with a peek into A ramps. Having the confidence to go for something like that and firing off the Outlaw. DFM weren't quite prepared or weren't quite ready to take on some of these duels, and as they go in for the retake, they're continuing to lose players left and right.
Couple of guys bouncing back and forth, trying to spot each other. Doesn't look like they have.
Same for DFM. Don't really see much towards mid for the time being, though. They might have heard some footsteps. Interestingly enough, DFM completely vacated the A site because they do have a camera around it.
So just going to utilize that and just be ready for a quick rotation towards B. It does come through. Trailblazer through here for Zest. Going to barely see one guy.
All right. Still not really seeing all too much. Now Cess will be able to get all this juicy information. DFM should be prepared for the hit. Bleed dives straight in with the execute, but Ye, unfortunately, is the only one who makes his way first through. And then just the off angles being held by Ming and Cess. Even with the Sheriffs able to accurately fire through. Now Medusa with the right clicks.
Oh no.
Scary hopping all over, making it tough for him. Making him miss.
And that he did. Interesting call from Bleed there, just saying, okay, well, we don't really see, we see like the one guy in mid, so let's just send it into B. But even through all the smoke, just trying to peek on through, no flashes. I mean, Cess is just sitting here with the Sheriff getting free shots. Nobody's clearing the back of the site. And DFM in position for that one, pretty easily able to stop it.
I think Bleed would have won that round if they were a lot tighter, a lot more coordinated on an execute as they rushed out. Unfortunately, it was only Ye who went out first, and even though it's the same compositions, different players, and we're seeing different looks as compared to what we saw from Gen.G versus DRX. That's what I'm thinking about, because the ideas are the same, but the execution not quite. Trying to dive back in, but doesn't quite work out. So now we're back towards mid and trying to play a little bit more slow and careful. We've positioned Ye up around mid cubby. The rest of the squad still trying to explore around. Oh, but as the smokes dissipate, it's Ye who loses his head.
Yeah, just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, no first bloods this round, Valdez.
Nope. Not to the 2 players that are trying to get them for a mini game. And now push coming in here towards
30 seconds left.
Yeah, well, losing one player, now the rest of DFM trying to steady themselves for further contacts, but it's not as fast as they had hoped. Now we've got the utility set up, but Darren's able to fire through with the operator. More players from Bleed starting to show up on the board as they push through together. That gives them the site.
Spike planted.
They get on in. It didn't seem like DFM were doing pretty good on those first contacts. I mean, we saw they were set up on the site. They kind of knew which direction they were coming in. They just could not land the shots. And Bleed just swarming the site just a bit better. Nice shot from May.
He's trying to use his blast pack to clear some corners as well. has an idea of where they might be. But wow, Paranoia tossed back in just to secure the round. This Bleed takes down a fourth.
Yep, 4-1. So Ye goes down in mid, and then they just group up as a 4-man unit and push onto the B site. You see 3 members of DFM on the site. Doesn't quite matter. Zest and Retla are pushing out the tunnel, and they're able to clear out that angle. Not a big overreaction, just trying to keep up with the momentum that they have at this point.
Not bad. I mean, it's one way to play the map if, you know, use Ye as a sacrificial lamb and use that to kind of play off of how DFM might read you. So it works. But on to the next round now. And we're back towards defaults. DFM not really peeking out too much either. We don't see any set plays to take over garage control, for example.
Oh, there it is.
Hey.
Yeah, they knew they got the stun down, so Ye just sends the Boombot in and gets the kill.
Yeah, triangulate his position off of the Boombot. A little bit of damage being sent through with the shots fired through the smokes as well. DFM wanting to re-aggress and find some trades perhaps, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out in their favor. Trap will be able to catch a single player as they try to push on through in towards A, but unfortunately initiative and timing not quite on Neth's side. It's going to be Bleed collecting on all the final kills in this round, again, as they find successful early contact.
Yeah, pretty good stuff there in mid. Playing as a team, using your utility to kind of root out Medusa within all the smokes. You get that first pick, and then they read DFM really well, like you mentioned. You know, the re-peeks come out, the re-aggression from the side of DFM. They get punished in mid, and everybody eventually picks up a kill. Darion himself as well at the very end. And Bleed just off to a roaring start in this one, 5-1 already.
Yeah, very cautious, but still a lot of rounds under their belt, and DFM not quite able to find all too much. They managed to get some reads, but the reaction's not quite there. Now with slightly downgraded Arsenal, Cess tries to play an off angle around B. Wow, catch a Scary, who does not expect it. That's one way to start things out.
Yeah, that's certainly going to help. Starion's just trying to poke his head in here with an operator. That's not going to work. I think he... Very aggressive play, you know? Risk versus reward.
That's the thing about Bleed. It's, you know, sometimes it's not quite clear what the game plan is. Darren thinking he should push up, but the team's not quite there to follow through on him.
It would have been really cool if he got the kill, though.
That's right. Mid-air?
That's what you got to think about, you know? Like, imagine if he got it. Wow.
I know what he's trying to do, though. He wants to go onto Heaven just to get further space, but his team isn't quite going along and spotted out the player, so unfortunately the dash went out straight in the open instead. So the ideas and again, the individual performances are actually pretty darn good, but the coordination sometimes goes a little bit off balance, and then that's when DFM capitalizes. So we've got DFM on a second round win now. May's picking up the operator. Let's see what more damage they can do. A little bit more courageous, holding the angle straight up front. Use this elevation to snipe down Darian.
Yeah, just a bit of dry peeking out of garage. Does come back to bite them. So that's going to be healed up as well. And so now Bleed down a member. We saw on the first map, Bleed was able to string together 6 rounds in a row, and they were very handily in the lead on the map that was Lotus, but then they kind of lost control of the situation, and then they lost 8 rounds in a row. So hope we don't get that kind of streakiness here once again, just for Bleed's sake. Although
good games, good matches to watch. High level gameplay and incredible mechanics. Retla able to gun down a single player as he holds down the entirety of A Heaven, ensuring that DFM doesn't quite get the space that they are looking for. May, though, does not care, deploys the rockets just to eliminate him. And now they've got a little bit more space. Anticipating further positions, though, they try to peek out together. Scary's not quite able to take down 2 or 3 targets by himself. Not when they're peeking together.
They throw out the Seekers, and May's like, oh, he's with me. A little bit too late, though, as May was very low on health.
Should be able to stick defuse, though. Being able to keep himself shrouded in mystery. Oh! But Zest knows exactly where the spike is planted. Zest tries to take his place, and unfortunately not quite able to protect himself using the smoke. Not taking the shot out against Zest either. It's going to be Bleed right back up on top.
Yeah, it's a great win for them. I mean, that was
Not safe.
up against the wall. Retla, you know, starts off with a 1 kill, and then it's up to Zest here. Handles it perfectly. I mean, throws out the Trailblazer, gets the information, lands the first shot, lands the second, clutches it, and now we will have the first timeout going to DFM.
That's right, it's DFM.
So like multiple different logos up there. Yeah, so DFM, they call a timeout, and it kind of makes sense as they're down 6-2.
And you got to consider the fact that this is their map pick as well. I mean, we might have said the same thing for Bleed on Lotus, but DFM has been picking this map against their opponents so far, and they haven't really found all that much success. Not yet. Especially on the defensive side, it feels as though there are some of these moments where the reads aren't quite there, or the reactions aren't quite there, and it just feels a little bit off.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a slow start here for DFM, so I don't mind taking the timeout. Could have even seen it earlier at like 5-1. You know,
มาแล้วครับ
they just start to slowly fall behind, but we actually saw them not take a single
มา
team
แล้ว
on the first map, so being a little bit
True.
กำลังเดือดเลย
cautious about when they want to stop and actually talk with the players. Maybe not take them out of their flow state, but this time they will, as it doesn't seem like the flow state is very...
It's not there yet, no.
นี่ดูมันแถบดิไร้กาดมาก
เราตากผ้า
They were,
อุ๊ยเกือบนะ
hello. Playing this
Yeah.
map against Gen.G last week
เย่
with a 6-2
เย่เอง
rounds. They only want 2 rounds
Ow.
of defense, so maybe this will be a better
ดัน
performance
ไป
if they're
เอา
able
ได้ไงวะ
to take this on against Bleed. So far, Bleed now being decisive on their hit. Because again, when you call the timeout, your opponent's
แพ้
going
อี
to
โคไป
talk
2
to
ตา
their
ใช่เหรอ
team as
ไอ้ที่
well.
2 นี่คืออีโคโดน
See a set strat coming through. DFM, though, trying to make use of every single angle possible. Come back down from around A ramp. They managed to eliminate the first. Retla now
เฮ้ย
comes
มันติด
back
เลยเหรอ
with a kill of his own, and then
เฮ้ย
deploys the Viper's
ตี
pick,
เลยเหรอ
eliminating
Deadlock,
all
เอาดี
positions. May has managed to sneak through screens now, and he's able to look for even more, but he knows not to repeat the same mistakes from Cess from earlier. So he's looking to
เวลามัน
eliminate
ทำอะไร
the
ของมัน
final
วะ
few
พี่
players.
เปินไปหน่อย
จริงๆเนี่ยมันไม่อันติมันก็
Takes
ไอ้
up
นี่
a
ได้
little
นะ
bit too much time and has to use the blast back
เผื่อง่ายกว่านี้
evade and dodge and get away.
Yeah, had a chance to take out everybody, but at the end of the day, he's just gonna take the slower approach. Nice try from May, but at the end of the day, it is the 7th round now going in favor of Bleed. As they got in there pretty quickly, you see the cage falls.
Good job, guys. Good job, good job, good job.
Once again, just trying to keep the hopes alive, try to keep the
ง่ายๆ
morale
ไม่เท่
high.
อ๋อโอเค
Already 7 rounds for Bleed is a pretty good spot, I would say, on DFM's map pick, and
เฮ้ยเย่เกือบจะ
has
ท็อป
been
แฟกเลย
very
พี่
back and forth, very streaky, but we'll see if they can keep up with
อ้า
this
วเก็บ
pressure.
เก้า
Should be able to.
แบบเขาเราเก่งอ่ะนี่
Not seeing all
That's
that
how
much
looking.
impact. Many of the DFM players, not even May, he did manage to get a lot of
Yeah.
those
Oh,
rounds
oh, oh,
in
oh.
the final few
Yep,
moments
yep.
of the previous round. Now back to it though, I mean this is the decisive, this is the dire strategy that we wanted to see from Bleed. They have this double composition,
โอ้ยโดนไม่ออก
double duelist composition for a reason, and it just works out really well. Scary now
Yeah.
collecting on the 2 from behind. Always from behind, Yay with a showstopper
Ui.
and a quadruple kill
สแกรี่เอา
against
ดี
DFM.
นะไม่
So
โร
2 to
ซ่า
8.
แต่ก็เกือบ
Yeah,
Very
first
streaky.
looked a little bit silly for me, but at least he did get the kill. at the end of the day. Just a quick entry once again. Bleed, they say, well, this has been working. The first time
Game
we
มัน
tried
โดด
this,
ดิ
it did not really. Almost
น่า
said
รัก
that clean, but they have really gotten this down. And they're just sending it over and over again. They're utilizing their double duelists. They're creating a lot of space. And DFM just are not finding the answers. So Bleed are like, okay, we'll just do it
เออ
again.
สแกลลี่ครับ
We'll do it
เกม
again. Why not?
You're not really, yeah. Oh, seeing any plays to kind of slow
แปลก
down
อะไรวะน่ะ
offensive
อะไรวะน่ะ
push
อันนี้
from
มีการ
Bleed.
แย่งกันเข้าเล็กน้อย
In fact, in this round, they are not anywhere to be found on site, so it's a completely free plant, free real estate for Bleed.
ไงนะ เหมือนพี่เจมส์จะ AFK เท่าที่ผมรู้สึก
Oh, now it's just a firing squad watching down heaven.
คิดดูดิ
Oh boy.
อืม
AFK ทีมที3เลย
This is where I'm worried for TFM. You can't individually stacked players against Bleed. If you're not going against Bleed with teamwork, each and every
Oi,
single
and
one
him.
of these players can frag out
โอ้โห
against
เกือบ
you.
นะ
and
เกือบ
that's-
นะแอนเทม
Although Anthem collected a couple of sheriff kills, that's going to be
Last
Bleed
round.
training them down bit by bit.
Yeah, man, Anthem got 2 apiece there in that round. But again, it really just comes down to the way these rounds are flowing,
โอ้
right?
วัดกันที่
As
แอ
you
สเซน
mentioned
แล้ววะ
before, it's just like free
แอสเซน
real estate
แอสเซนบี
on
เดื
the
อด
B
ปะ
side. Bleed just kind of waltz
ใคร
on
จำได้
in.
ไหม
They plant the spike, and DFM trying to go for a retake, but
ไม่แน่ใจเลย
ใช่เหรอ
แต่ DFM เดือดจัดแอสเซนละ
I think that says it all. Even the Bleed members are
โอ้
like,
น่าจะมัน
what
แบ
is
บ
going on?
แบบนี้ผ่านแล้วมอง
Maybe
ข้าม
he
ไปก่อ
was
น
saying that because it got a little bit close there at the end, and they almost lost to Sheriffs.
Perhaps.
Could be part of it.
อยากกินกับแก้ม
On to the next round now. DFM buys up. It's the last round of the half. And they're looking for slightly better positioning as they move on into the second.
ดูหิว
May watches the angle. Bleed's gotten a little bit of space already.
ไปดูซิเล่นอะไรอยู่คนหนึ่ง
Just a little bit.
Nice though. Okay, Neth.
โอ้โห
Cage trigger
ไอ้อะดูซีรีส์ก็โลบอกไปตัดผมก็โลบอกงงจัด
Neth pops up the cages just to play around. He wants to stop the dive composition. Able to take down the first player, but not quite on the second as the New York Theft continues to pulse
ธรรม
through.
ดาแม่ง
Further information as to where the players might be
จะ
positioned.
ไม่สนและยังชวนให้เข้าร่วมอีกด้วย
Not quite seeing all too much though. And slightly disjointed peaks. It's DFM going in one by one and Bleed completely feasting on each
ส
and
โมกให้
every single
ไอ้
one of them.
I mean, they
ส
had
โมกไข่ไว้ในรู
angle
เนี่ย
covered by
สโมกให้เซฟ
around
เล่นนะ
3 people, and there was no peek from heaven at the same
It's
time.
safe.
So one person goes and
สโมก
dies,
ให้เขา
another
เล่น
person goes and dies. And Bleed, yeah, it was like a nice hold on the site from Neth to get the 1 kill and delay the plant, but then they still got a free plant, and the retake was very lackluster. So Bleed, total control at this point, and they are sitting
เขาเรา
here
เก่ง
at 10-2 at the half.
Incredible.
เทคพอร์ตเพิ่งมาเทคพอร์ตตอนเนี้ยนะ
ทิปหายละ
ทำไมแมปที่มีเยนต้องเทคพอร์ต
อันนี้ต้องปิดประเพลงนี้ต้องปิดปะ
ผมปิดไว้ อันไหนเป็นเพลงคือผมปิดหมดเลย
ปิดหรอ
ใช่
โอ้ยไม่ทันแล้วมันเปิดมาตลอดเลย
ไม่เป็นไรพี่ เดี๋ยวพี่ก็เช็คก็ได้ไปเช็คดูว่าโดนไหม สรุปพอร์ตป่ะวะ
Only gonna have to try. I mean, each and every single one of these players are very capable. We've seen how mechanically gifted any one of them can be, whether or not it's scary or yay or may.
เอาโลโก้เซตามาขึ้น
All able and willing, but sometimes just slight mistakes. So swapping sides now. DFM on the attack.
รัสเซ
What can they provide? You start things off with some strategies is to take over a ramp.
There.
Trailblazer will be able to find a bit of information. May now doubling back in just to hold the angle. Finds the first. Now spots out 3 more targets. Wants to greed and get a second kill up around ropes. Now tosses the paint shells, and it does discourage a couple of players from Bleed from staying around the area. And that's when Cess comes up from
ป่าแล้วตัวเปลี่ยน
behind
เกม
as he made his way through mid. Medusa able to fire off another shot too. Bleed are just trying to fight back against them, but to no avail. So not too bad. DFM actually starts things off with a pistol win on the second half.
Yeah, not half bad. I mean, they come out with a set play onto ramp, and essentially they just say, okay, May, go kill a little bit, you know, send you in the front, you have a frenzy, you've got a Viper wall to protect from one side, pick a couple people off here and there.
Oh, wow.
As at the viewing party, everybody is very
แต่เมดูซ่าใช้
excited
คลาสสิก
for
T1
DFM to finally put up some more numbers.
ทีวัน
เป็น CEO DFM กดได้ปะ
Especially if Bleeds wants to play against them. The next round now, Bleed just diving, clashing straight into DFM. The better firepower
you
team
put me
wins. Down to the last one, it's going to be Retla. Showing off the Bleed Classic.
จะเอ
นี่ไงจะเอ๋ตัวเอง
Yeah. Just a good old-fashioned 5v5. Everybody stand and look at each other and see who is going to win. Not a lot of utility, no need, especially for the side of DFM.
5v5 standoff.
Is Neth going to buy anything?
เกโคก้อยเมื่อวานพี่ว่าช็อตไหนอะ
And a sheriff.
เฮ้ยเนไม่ได้ดูบอกเฉย
That's about
มี
it.
คนถาม
Got one Vandal, full
Man,
armors
I
for
don't
everybody
know.
else.
It's quite the number of players from the previous round. Now the question is, how is Bleed gonna take control of the round? Uh-oh. Try to push down ramp. Zest providing Darren with further support from the top. It does do a little bit of damage against DFM. Neth continues to lurk because he's got the sheriff.
DFM continuing to try to aggress onto this A site. They have not tried anything in mid or B yet.
ไม่เห็นอุ่นเลย
This is only the 3rd round. Maybe they're going to look elsewhere after the
ตอนนี้
trade
แบบว่า
of the
ต้อง
1-for-1,
เชียร์ให้ไดยอน
especially
ทำผลงานดี
with May down.
ๆคือเลจิก้าจะมองเห็นอะไรดีๆในตัว
For now, just not being able to retrieve all too much. The timer continues to tick away. Anthem can't really find anything because of the anti-flash positions being played by Bleed.
30 seconds left.
So they might just decide to walk into A site kind of blind. I'm not sure if he's using the guiding light to kind of create a bit more presence towards B before deciding to head into A. But unfortunately, I don't think the fake's all too good as Zest managed to hold his own triple kill and then Ye to put the final one on the board.
เอาให้ตลอด
That
คน
gives
นี้
us Bleed on an 11
เซตเริ่ม
win.
ตื่นแล้วว่ะ
Yeah, no bonus here for DFM, especially with the early trade
โหแล้วแมป
down
หน้า
and just
แมป
not
หน้าบ้านเซฟเลยดิ
clearing
บอม
out
บี
that corner. Essentially just trying to go for a late push on
เซ
an
ต
A
โซว่า
site, and that does get cleaned up pretty easily. As kind of lucky for Zest to get that one, but not lucky on these.
Down A.
As he lines up
Bombentina.
3 beautiful kills. Excellent, just resets, hitting the shots, not panicking with like 3 people in front of him. Oftentimes we'll see people be like, oh, I don't know who to shoot.
Yeah.
Zest was totally calm under that pressure. and get so much value out of that corner.
That's what you have when you hire a really expensive player. I mean, experienced player like Zest too. I mean, how many times have we seen him and he knows exactly how to play in these situations.
นี่เดยอน
Then on to
ดู
the
แผ่ว
next
พราว
part. He's gotten the Seekers because of that previous round. Bleed very close towards map point.
อุ้ย
Okay.
First kill.
เป็นเนลพีกอะ
ได้เฉยเลยตอนนี้
And then the Seekers deployed really early on. Unfortunately, they're not quite gonna find all too much though. Just the fact that there are several players around mid.
Yeah.
พารานอย
It's
ลูก
like,
นี้
well, they haven't moved yet. We have
Hey,
delayed
hello.
their push. Ooh. Deuce gets another pick off here before they actually go on the ropes, too.
โอ้โหดูไอ้ลิฟไปโดนแพ้หมดเลยอะ
Not this time. And not that time either.
Oh!
เอ๊ะ
Alright, not too bad from Scary though. He's able to come back in just
แล้ว
to
บีไหลเข้ามาละ
even out the
จังหวะ
odds
ช
for
ล
a
มุน
little. However, Neth continues to lurk and he's managed to plant the flag down on the B site. Anthem arrives with the spike. And it's only Zest along with Retla to try to retake.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
Zest tries to do it by himself up around heaven, but since he's fallen now, it's all down to Retla's shoulders.
เดดล่าคลัช
Not looking too likely. They know
Okay.
exactly where he is.
โอ้โห
เอา
ไปเดี๋ยว ยิ้มเลย
เอาอะไร
He's
มา
gonna
คัด
run away. Big smile on his face. Knows that that is just not. It's just not
วิ่งอ้อมไม่หลับเลยคอม
feasible
อ้อมไปบ้านมัน
at this point. So DFM, I mean, certainly making things interesting. They got the pistol, which was definitely the most important part of staying in this map. But now 3 out of the first 4, only dropping the bonus. Not going to be able to deny this gun. Of course, Retla in a very safe spot, all the way on the opposite side of the map.
It's not impossible for them to come all the way back.
I mean,
We've
again,
seen
like the
Fnatic's
first,
done it before.
yeah, the first map, it was 6 in a row for Bleed, and then it was 8 in a row for
โอ้
DFM.
ดูมันวางเป้าดิพี่
So,
One enemy remaining.
But at this, you know, when it's up against 11, you really, the margin for error is so darn small. It's, you might say it's paper thin.
whoa.
เคยไปดูประวัติ
Nonetheless,
ไปดูสถิติพี่ซีดมา
would
สงสัยว่าทำไม
have
ดี
been on a
เทอร์เนชั่น
slightly weaker
ถึง
buy.
เลือกมา
So on paper,
สถิติไม่ค่อยดี
DFM
ไง
should be
แล้วแบบ
able to capitalize off of this.
มันเก่งเกมอื่นอ่ะ
Got Neth on another
พี่
alert
ซีด
while
เก่งเกม
Bleed
อื่น
tries to push up through. If
พอ
they
มา
can
เล่น
actually
ปุ๊บเล่น
take
ดี
down
เฉย
Neth,
เล
they
ย
might be able to
เล่นดี
retrieve the weapon.
หลายนัดบ่อยด้วย
Uh-oh.
Neth has to be very, very careful. Here's that.
Well, that could be information for having his team rotate back towards A, and that's exactly what they were going to do. Just saying, okay, well, they pushed out of A and they killed the tripwire, but here's Retla.
They picked his position on the map. Might have heard something,
Unclear.
or just at least call
Yeah.
and check out some of these corners.
Well, they're certainly waiting. I mean, they have some sort of information, I think. And there it is. Gonna
Oi.
take him down.
ผมว่าเราต้องวิ
โอ้ดูเชิงพี่ซีดเป็นไง
And Bleed have to stack
Boop,
up
boop.
on
30
B2.
seconds left.
All of a
Oh.
sudden, Medusa and Anthem were like,
Oi.
Death, I thought you said they were on A. But here comes the showstopper from May. Spots out Darien. Fortunately clipped against the wall with that tailwind. However, even though the spike goes down now, Bleed has a couple of rifles in their hands.
ต้องอ่านขาดว่ะ
Might be able to make use of them.
Oh.
Ye tries to go on a solo mission from the back, but unfortunately shut down by
Foul
Neth.
เกิน
ตาย
ไป
แล้วหนีนี่
That's gonna be the site being held perfect.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าโอเมนไม่มีอันตีนี่
Dark
จบไป
cover
นะ
blocks off that initial route. The rest of them having to walk back up through. Very potentially going to be mid, and Neth knows this.
Yeah. Hello. And Neth is just going to back away. Doesn't want to check it by himself. But it is going to be Bleed holding on to a couple of Phantoms here. Just try to save it for the next one. But again, DFM, another round. I mean, this is getting a little spicy. 6-11. And one by one, these rounds, I mean, that looked pretty decent for the side of Bleed. I like how they were moving as a team with the lower
แปลกๆว่ะพี่
firepower, really trying to
จะโดนคัมแบ็กจริงๆเหรอ
Darian hit some
มีให้เล่น
really
ตั้งหลาย
crazy
ราว
shots. But at the end of the day, just
ผมเห็นภาพเฟนาติกเมื่อวานมาเลย
to put the full
แบบนี้มันยาก
win on in. As you mentioned, pretty unfortunate there, and then they're able to pick up the spike, the Omen, and then get the plant down, and there wasn't really much hope for the side of Bleed from there, so they just give up on that one. And now it is a full buy round from them. They have an operator as
เหลื
well.
อตั้ง5 ราว
But otherwise, yeah, incredibly smart attempt by Bleed. Darian still trying to take the lead for some of these rounds, but hearing a lot of presence, a lot of pressure. He's gonna kind of hang back up around A ramps, just to watch if DFM does decide to push up ropes. Not gonna do that for the time being, though. DFM just doing similar things from before, trying to create a bit of presence across the map and then to
โอ
hold
เคเหลือ
back.
4 ละ
Thinking as there might be DFM players around mid. Scary and Ye both push into garage into the crosshairs of Medusa.
Yeah. I think as an information play, it's okay. But, you know, Ye clearly did
แต่
not
ว่า
expect somebody
บีท
to be there. He
บี
gets
ทขา
taken
แข็ง
out
ครับ
on the second peak as well to give a second member
ไม่
over.
โยก
เฮ้ยมันมีเอฟเฟกต์กับคอมากเลยน้ำมะนาว
As Darian at least is going to be able to hold on to this angle for
อ้า
now.
วเจอโอเปอเรเตอ
Time to
ร์
rotate over. There's still 40 seconds though, and Anthem has snuck
4 ครึ่ง
onto
แล้วกัน
the site, which is going to just spark a full rotation out of his entire team. They say, well, let's not just go straight into Darian's operator. Let's
30
just
seconds left.
rotate over to B. There's nobody here. And Bleed.
จริงๆเมื่อกี้มัน
understandably
ควร
down
จะ
on
เอา
numbers.
คนเดียว
They've
ไปหา
snapped
ข่าว
the A
นะ
site. And now they're just going to have to retake this one because they are nowhere
คน
near
เปิด
the B
ได้
site.
เดินต่อ
Still expecting the A push.
It might even just be a save. DFM even investing the Viper's
10
pit
seconds
for this round, just in
Yeah.
case Bleed decides to go for a retake.
At this point, with the Viper's pit, as you mentioned, maybe they just
Yeah, they
Let it
definitely
go.
won't. But if the Viper's pit wasn't there, 3-on-4,
มันน่าจะ
there is a
คอตัดสิน
chance.
ใจเซฟตั้งแต่ตอน
operator
5-3
maybe
แล้วครับ
pick someone off,
แบบ
but
เอ้ยไม่เอา
I think they want to save that off. That's
Way
the
เลย
main
เนี่ย
thing that I'm thinking about.
especially because they have now lost. It will be 5 rounds out of the last 6, so not much in terms of momentum or economy at this point.
That's what's interesting about
ไม่ดี
this
ขึ้นเยอะเลย
match too, is that
เยอะแบบเยอะมาก
I
ๆ
mean,
ไม่กระแอ
first
ม
of
แล้ว
all,
อะ
yeah,
เจอ
we've
น้ำมะ
got
นาว
the
ร้อนไป
two
ที
teams in the whole
ไม่ร้อนอ่ะอุ่น
Pacific, league where maybe they don't have a lot of wins under their belts. Some of them are experienced. You have the one roster which, has a lot of international players from different regions. You got Ye, for example. You got Scary. You got Zest, and they're all mixed in together, trying to gel, trying to coordinate
เยอะมี
themselves
แบ่ง
because
กันเกมมากจริง
they're all so capable. Meanwhile, you got a squad like DFM who, maybe legacy-wise, they haven't been too
ยังได้
great
ลุ้น
this
ต่อ
past
เกมบ้าง
year.
เมื่อกี้
Now
เซ
a
ฟมา
new roster, and they managed to take a win up against T1 of all teams. It's T1 that they defeated. Surely looking for the confidence to go even further in this league. If they can take this map from, a 10-2 scoreline, that would say so much.
โอ้โห
It definitely would. And I mean, they are still
ทำไม
up
รู้สึก
a
จังหวะ
map, so
พี
still potential
พี
for
พี
map
เป็น
3,
มัน
even if they don't take it
สิ่ง
here.
ที่มันรอด
But it
ปล่อย
would
แล้ว
show a lot,
แต่นี่แหละ
as you mentioned.
I'll
If
be
they
safe
could
lah.
just get the job done in 2.
โทรไปบอกพี่พลซื้อ RB เข้าทีมได้ไหม
They
ปวด
really
ใจ
need
เหลือเกิน
they need to figure something
RB
out.
อยู่
They just
จีน
need
แล้วดิ
2 more
เงิน
rounds.
แน่นด้วยนะฝั่งนั้น
So far, they've only got the 1 on this half.
มาเช็คเลยว่ะ
Trailblazer just gonna scout out a couple of people. They throw down a cover.
ตอนอยู่ DXS ก็เนี่ยแหละครับตำแหน่งนี้แหละ อินนี้หาข่าว
Now, please don't.
We'd rather you not.
Rather you just kind of wait out the rest of the round on your half of the map. But no, DFM slowly inching forward. They're just waiting out these bits of utility. In fact, maybe even baiting out some of these utilities just so that they have an
30
easier
seconds
time on the site. But in
DRX
all of this
ต้อง
time
การ
as well, Bleed needs to
ทำลาย
kind of get a
เพ
read
ดาน
from where DFM are.
ของทีม
Hearing some of
ไม่ได้
these
แชมป์สัก
movements
ที
across B heaven now, Darren turns his crosshairs around. And
เติ
this
มไฟให้
could
ทีม
be the thing that changes entire fate of Bleed right now.
ผมว่าลีกจีน
10
ใกล้ละ
seconds left.
ใกล้จะพัง
You
งานแล้ว
fired off the showstopper. You fired off the
Oh,
operator.
ยิงกันแบบ
Two
เวอร์จัด
players
อ่ะ
มันแค่กำลังหาอะไรที่มันลง
remaining
ล
on
ง
the
ล็อก
side
มัน
of
อะ
DFM.
เพราะว่าเพลเยอร์มัน
They're
เดือด
going
มาก
for
เลย
the
นะคน
save instead. A little bit too far from the spike. And that puts Bleed up on map point.
เฮ้ยแมตช์พอยต์แล้วโว้ย
Well, they got a second round. They did do it. I think, Scary, pretty passive position. They didn't quite expect him in that corner. He gets that first kill, and then, of course, Darian holds an angle,
โอ้โห
picks
ข
up
นา
an
ด
operator.
ช็อตนี้โลซ่า
shot.
ต้องอันนี้สตอเกมละ
The third with the showstopper, and that does stop the show.
บอก
That
เย่พอ
was
เลย
the
มึงเล่นดัน
streak
ติ
from the side of DFM.
ปืนไปยิงพอ
Map isn't over yet, but we will have at least overtime at this point in time. So Bleed finally get there, and here comes DFM now quickly going into ramps.
Sudden change up in pace. Going with the boom bot. Doesn't quite fight
Oi.
too much. And that's
Ow.
going to be made. Unfortunately caught.
โอ้มันน่าจะอัดไปอีกสักลูก
โอ้โหเออ
หนี
Zest
ตาย
able to fly
หนี
back
ตายจัด
to site where
Nah,
he's a lot
dog, nah.
safer.
Yeah.
Ye has taken his place just to
ๆขอบคุณ
relay
วานะจ๊ะ
hold
สมา
that
ชิกนะครับ
defense. Without May though, DFM's having such a tough time finding a lot of these entries.
Zest. Oh,
Ooh. Nice little crouch peek. Takes down the first.
Okay.
Rella on the off angle. Gets caught.
อุ้ย
with utility in hand. Still have Ye watching all the way from screens though, and that's a direct line of sight. Scary from the shadows in towards the back of sight. Catches Cess.
จีจี
แน่นอนจริง
Now
แก
it's
รี่
all down to Net.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
One
ผม
on
นึกว่าเยจะออกมาช้ากว่านี้หน่อย
Takes down the first player, but not quite the second. That's
เดยอนบอกจะลุกไปตบแล้วท่านช้าอย่างนี้ ตบโต๊ะนะ ไปดูช่องหลักมีแต่คนด่าเย เขาช่องไทยหรือช่องฝรั่ง ถ้าช่องฝรั่งผมว่าน่าจะเป็นฟิลมีมมากกว่าแต่พอเยยิงได้ก็เป็นเอลเดโบ ยิงไม่ได้ก็เป็นโยย
ว่าอ๋อ เพลงอันนี้มันไม่ได้ปิดตั้งแต่แรกอ่ะ มันน่าจะหมดแล้วมั้ง
หมดแล้ว
ปิดแค่ตอนเขาดาวก็ได้ ไม่ทันละ ปิดตอนนี้ แบบ3ไปทางไหน เหมือนถามอาจารย์แล้วอาจารย์ เหมือนถามอาจารย์ไม่เข้าใจแล้วอาจารย์บอกให้กลับไปย้อนอ่านโจทย์ครับผม ตกใจที่เดียวฮะ
ปิดตำนานโยย หลบยังไง เกมยืนแลกเลือด ตายกับพระโหด สแกรี่ยัง MVP อยู่อะสำหรับทีม โอเมนกับโอเมนนะ ดูแข่งแม่งก็อยากเล่น เยแมตช์นี้ไม่ค่อยโลซ่าเท่าไหร่ แมตช์นี้เซตมันโหดใช่ไหมพี่ เซส ที่อะบีทชนะสักแมตช์หนึ่งนะขอร้องเลดมอนกับเลดเยใครพิวกันครับโอ้โหตอบยากนี้ต้องถามพี่เอิญเลยพี่เอิญเลดมอนกับเลดเยใครโหดกว่ากัน
อะไรนะ
เลดมอนกับเลดเยใครพริ้วกว่ากัน
มอนเลดมอนมันเลดมาก่อนเมื่อก่อน
เออไม่มีใครทายเยเลยพี่ไม่มีใครทายเยเลยหมิ่นเกิน
เฮ้ย
โอ้โหเฟิร์สคิวเลยนะ แต่เยมันไม่ค่อยเฟิร์สคิวจริงนะพี่ส่วนใหญ่มันจะโดนเลยดิ
แย่ละ
หรือเขาถามคำถามผิดวะแล้วต้องบอกว่าใครโดนเฟิร์สคิวบ่อยที่สุด ผมก็ทาย DFM ครับน้องไม่ทายเยหรอกเยเป็นตัวโดนเลย
เขาไม่ได้ลงเหรอ เห็นนักแข่งเขาลงกันหมด
เวลาเดิมครับประมาณบ่ายสามป่ะมันเริ่มบ่ายสามอ่ะไม่รู้ว่าเป็นคู่แรกป่ะถ้าคู่สองก็เย็นๆหน่อยเกมฟรีซะด้วยขนลุกเลย DERQ ไม่น่าแมป3 ใช่เหรอ เจมส์กินหลับเหรอแชทหลับแล้ว อันนี้ มาแล้วแมป3
Need to see that energy pick up once again. A lot of that energy comes from May.
มึงเบน
Actually,
เชียร์ไม่ไหว
right?
แล้ว
You
มึง
can
เบนแก่
see, like, when he's smiling and he's, fist bumping everybody, then DFF energy skyrockets. But right now, previously in the previous map, you saw May kind of like suddenly shrink down a little bit. You saw him maybe even shaking just a bit.
It's the pressure of success. I mean, when you start popping off like he has, when you start making a name for yourself, especially in a region that is desperate for good players, that is desperate for good teams, that had that one taste of really good Valorant at, Masters Reykjavik years ago with Zeta, you want to see a team kind of carry the flag for that region again, or at least two teams. You'd love to have two teams do it, and May kind of quickly in the last 2 weeks became one of those players who's that hope for Japan to rise on the international stage again.
You know what? I'm very much not going to say no to that. It means that there is that other threat that we've seen other than, Zeta Division comes from their particular region. But again, something that's just knocking at the back of my brain is that this is still one of those most important matches from both of these teams, right? We've started it again with Bleed Esports. If they don't get this win against DFM, it's going to be Paper X and DRX that they're going to have to go against. It's them trying to go through all of these hurdles right now. It seems like it is coming back into play here, so maybe there is that chance right now, again here, for Bleed to show up.
And it's funny because for these two teams, you're dealing with two sides of the same coin, maybe? You're dealing with two teams that are in similar situations, like, where they are in terms of like points-wise, where they are in terms of how far they've gone in Pacific, but they have very different team circumstances, right? We keep talking about how Bleed, the pieces are individually very good, but how well do they fit together? DFM on the other side, we do know that this team can work together, but they're not as sharp, they're not as, I guess, toned or honed in as Bleed.
Yeah, the fragging power just isn't quite as good for Detonation. So you have it's weird. You have problems for both teams that need to be addressed, but they're very, very different problems. Like one is like the puzzle's there, but like it's kind of falling apart, right? Like with DFM, whereas with Bleed, you've got all these puzzle pieces and you're trying to put them together. So it's really interesting to see how they're both trying to address it, how they're trying to figure it out. You know, Detonation does a good job with their defaulting and some of their protocol ideas and stuff like that. But when it comes to raw firepower, you saw on that split that sometimes they just are outclassed.
Yeah, I think right now for Bleed, it's just that DFM has the better first contact, while Bleed has the better follow-up from what it feels like.
Yeah, and we're gonna see how it all boils down as our second best of 3 series finally comes to an end. Over to our casters, Quack and Valdez.
Thank you very much to our yappers, Mika, Asteroid, Paper Thin. We're going to do some yapping of our own, yeah. But a little bit more casual.
Just 5 yappers getting together.
พี่มุกขอบคุณสำหรับ5 กล่องนะครับ
I mean, do you
คน
believe
ตอนแรกอยู่
in the
X10 แล้วก็
butterfly
เซอร์เซีย
effect,
ครับ
Valdez?
แล้วก็ไปบรีด
Yeah, because like, I really believe that something could happen right here. And
ขอบ
all
คุณ
it
นะครับพี่มุก
starts, all it needs to happen is for one of these players to be confident to come in and take some duels, and it could just go through. If I were to kind of take a look at how the games have been going so far today, I would say that Bleed is the more confident team right now. And DFM, they're starting to feel like the underdogs, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after the way that last map went, it's kind of hard to say that DFM are the favorites
รวม
now.
ยาก
I
แล้ว
think
เดี๋ยว
that Bleed are coming off
ส
of
แกรี่ค่า
a
ตัวแพ
more
งด้วย
dominant
ซื้อ
victory.
ไปแล้วน่าจะอยู่ยาว
And even though both teams kind of lost their map pick, it doesn't really, matter too much when you get down to the final map, which is essentially just the map that both teams didn't really care about banning at the last out of the last 3, right? So we get to Ascent, but these teams should be decently good at this one, and I think that is going to benefit Bleed a bit more coming off of that 13-7 victory, which was mostly in their hands. As here comes the push.
30 seconds left.
Might think that there might be a bit of Japanese power coming through as well.
เลย
But
ยอนเมา
it's going to be DFM for now with the right ideas to take down the site. 3 players already gone from Bleed's roster
Spike planted.
as DFM barrel through smokes and make their way onto site. Scary now. Coming alongside Zest, who is making a long trip through A main. Puts down a very interesting smoke just right around the edge of heaven so that players can't quite get the vision against him.
Yeah, trying to make a bunch of noise too. Let's see what Zest can get. That's 2!
Enemy
What
God! And it all starts
What
off
said?
with that little smoke, like I said, the butterfly effect. You turn an unwinnable situation around just because you have
สุ
the
ด
sense to
ช็อตเมื่อกี้
drop
ไม่
a
โคตร
piece
ก๊อ
of
ด
utility. And
เลยถึง
you
กับ
can
ปิด
see
ไม
that
ค์
DFM's players were just wondering what that smoke was all about. They're all hovering around and waiting for him to drop.
They're expecting some
Shut up,
big
what up?
smoke. Like, oh, this is a big scary smoke. I don't know what it means. Like, we've never seen that one before. Meanwhile, nobody is looking at main until Anthem at the very end, after 3 of his teammates died. Also, big credit to Zest for hitting those shots when the players are turned away from him, running every which direction. Zest unbelievably crisp on those shots. So, yeah, I don't know. That should have been DFM's round, but then Zest said
นี่เมื่อกี้
no.
พี่เห็นเซนยิงปะ
ไม่เพิ่งมานั่งเลยนะ
โอ้โหแบบเวอร์จัดอะ
That's exactly just what
คือ
Bleed
ส
can
แก
be
รี่บาย
capable
ใช่ไหม
of.
โดน 4 ตัวเซนยิงหัว
Even though DFM
ยิงหัวไป
did
3
pretty
2
well
3 ตัว
against T1
4
on
ตัว
this map with their
กดดูของดี
really interesting composition.
บอมบีบ้านเซฟ
They have to be careful.
เดือด
โอ้แล้วจัดโอดินราว 2 เลยเหรอ
Get too
โอ้มันยิงไป 4 อ่ะพี่เมื่อกี้
taking
ตึง
some of these
นี่ดูปืนเยเนี่ย
battles against Bleed.
ได้อร่อยแน่นอน
แต่การจอมัน
ไปก่อน
นำ
หนึ่ง
Now, though,
เปลี่ยน
and that's
Ui.
all that they can find.
แล้วเยเจ็ตไง
Walking into
Yeah.
Outlaws, not something
ยิง
they
ให้
wanna
เล
do.
จิก้าเห็นหน่อย
They had no idea that that would be around the
ว่า
corner.
เจ็ตเขาเล่นยังไง ไป
Walking really deep behind enemy lines. Anthem tries to hold the angle, but
enemy remaining.
not quite anticipating the back. Bleed.
เมื่อกี้เดินเข้าห้องมาสังเกตการ์ดจอ
GFM in round
พัด
two.
ลมไม่หมุนโลก
Not
เลย
much they could do there. They tried to send it into A main and
เพิ่ง
throw
รู้
some stuff
ไม่
in
เล่
the
น
back
เกมพัดลมไม่หมุน
Nothing really stuck. Ye gets a free kill on the
ยืนจ้องอยู่
outlaw. And then 1 by 1.
หายแล้วเขาไม่ได้เสียบ
chips
สาย
will
เลยผมว่า
fall. Yeah, if you're gonna run by that, maybe go a little bit faster, but as you mentioned, it's kind of hard to know who would be holding that exact angle. So 2-0 here for Bleed. Let's see if DFM are a bit more woken up after that last map.
Game plan from Bleed of their own, and this is like I mentioned. Once they have these set plays, once they have the confidence, go for it. Very great stuff as they send out that paranoia along with a dash from Ye just to take over B. Instant pick off against Medusa. DFM has to rethink some of their strategies and game plans now. They no longer have that safe measure to cross tree. Originally they would have the toxic stream, but okay, kind of invites Scary into a bit of a peek. May says hello. Zest with the Odin now though.
Yeah.
Able to hold the angle, a bit of a shot step through, but it's all spotted. Zest, yet another quad kill, puts Bleed up by 3.
Well, that's one way to win a bonus. It feels like we're just living in the last map
again,
except now it's Zest's battlefield. Like Zest was saying, like we were saying, he's got 9 kills. Really nice set play here first off, but then look at the way they handle this. Just very passive on the back. They know they have the Sova to get contact, and they don't even necessarily need. He fires off one recon dart, and then he just hops out with his Odin and sprays everybody down.
Oh yeah.
And they win the bonus with 4 people alive. So that's an early timeout from DFM. I don't mind it. I don't know if it's going to change anything, as these guys seem to be very deflated.
Sometimes you do need the coach to really give that morale boost for the team. You know, a lot of these games, a lot of these rounds, they are emotional as they are mental. And that little bit of leadership. So everyone needs to feel it. Everyone needs to feel it. Apart from that, I mean, it is a very mental game right now as well. You have to be able to withstand the pressure.
พี่มีเลดี้ออนอตใช่ไหมพี่มีดิมันยากขนาดไหนวะ
จะเล่นวันนี้เหรอ
Whether or not you're able to stick to your
มีความ
game
สนใจ
plan.
มันไม่ได้ยากขนาดนั้นมันก็
อยากยากให้มันจบไหมยากถ้างั้นทำไม่ยากขนาดนั้นไม่เลยแหละ
มันเอาง่ายคือมันมั่วไม่ได้มันต้องคุยกัน
มันจบยากวะพี่จบยัง
ก็ถ้าเล่นไม่คุยกันก็ไม่จบ
ไม่แล้วพี่เคยเล่นจบยังอะ
It's exactly true. I think that Bleed
จบบ้างไม่จบบ้าง
อ้าว
kind of hit their stride.
ไม่มันเป็นด่านไงแล้วเราจะเลือก
จบอย่างนี้เหรอ
This is the team that hasn't won yet.
มันก็มีไม่
One stride
ไม่มีเนื้อเรื่อง
turn into a
ไม่หนุกจริงวะ
sprint.
เหมือน
If you're not
Payday
careful, DFM needs to take a round off of Bleed.
ตอนนี้น่าต้องไอสปาร์
It's also the case that, you know, every single team, every single player is so capable. Like if you're at this level, you're excellent. You're top of your class, right? So give them an inch. Even the team that hasn't won, they will absolutely take the mile. It's still a little bit early on, but certainly those early rounds are pretty one-sided. So kind of leading us in this direction to talk about the narrative of Bleed potentially taking this down. But let's see if DFM can mount a comeback.
What a way would be for Bleed to take their first win as well. And DFM definitely still trying to make that comeback. It's still really early. But Bleed's next opponents are going to be, you know, they're the other Singaporean organization, PaperX. And that's going to be a pretty tough one. If they can take this win, they would be able to face their next opponents with much more confidence, for sure. Zest now with the Odin still continues to watch the angle.
Oh.
มันอยู่คนเดียวเลยไซส์เนี่ย
13-0ว่ะพี่ผมว่า
13เลย
เห็นตาแรกแล้ววุ่นหงิดจัดเลย
ไม่ให้เกียรติ
หงิดจัดเลย
มันไม่เจอข่าวโซว่าเลยแต่แม่งมองแต่ข้างบนมัน
I mean, we joke a little bit about it. Maybe not a lot of mechanical skill involved with the Odin, but you need to position yourself in the right way, in the right place. And that's why I can admire it. But then the final few sheriff shots, we actually lost the Odin in that round.
โหดูตัง
We did, yeah.
ตังเซตนี่ตานสุลต่าน
Giga brain move from DFM.
แล้วดูไอซีสนั่นเลยพี่
4-0 now, but
ที่1เหมือนกันนะถือสติงเกอร์กันนะตุลต่างระยะจกกันดูดิ
เมื่อกี้แม่นไปหน่อย
เมื่อกี้แม่นไงไม่ตายไง
All of their sheriffs, and they got one thing.
I like it.
Yeah.
แต่ตอนนี้โอเมนทีพี
Here we are, DFM. Are you gonna make your mark? Oh boy, Hunter's mark.
Okay, Zestfire's back. Scary's got a bit of positioning too. I mean, look at this. This is bleed.
แจมอยู่นะคอมโบเนี่ย
Managed to cut up DFM. There's some wounds
เทโอ
now.
โอเมนวาร์ปเหรอ
โอเมนวาร์ปโซว่ารออันติ
Waiting for them to
ตีม
turn
สแกน
their scars. DFM
Tail
needs
fat.
to feel battle hardened. DFM needs to
โอเมนออกไปยิง
be
จัง
ready
หวะ
to
ที่
roll
โจล
with
มุ
the
นโซว่ากำลัง
punches.
อัน
You
ติ
lose a couple of players, but your game plan still sound. May still set up inside of tree.
Let's see. He's looking for it. Oh.
Okay. Peek together. There we go.
โคตรเย่เลย
Not too bad for a trade. Managed to wrestle a gun away. Now
ยิ
you
ง
got
เป็น
the
ลูกซองเลยเมื่อกี้
showstopper.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but what a peek from
โอ้
Zest.
โห
เละว่ะ DFM
I mean, this guy is just on fire. Like,
13-0 ป่ะ
yeah, they did take him down
จำได้มันมี
once,
จะเล่นในอื่น
ปลุก
but
ดี
he's
อยู่ไม่ใช่หรอ
14 and 1. Like, they
Yo,
killed him
relax.
once, and he
Talk
has
to me.
14 kills in
กูบอกให้
5
มันอยู่ข้างหลัง
rounds.
ไง
So
เถียงกันเงี้ย
nearly 3 kills a round. Not a stat you'll often see, and yeah, still
I didn't realize that that's how many kills he had.
still pretty early on, but starts it off.
บีทมีโอกาสเข้ารอบไหม
Hunter's Fury, and then
มี
this
ครับ ชนะ อันนี้ปุ๊บชนะอีกหนึ่งมีสิทธิ์เข้ารอบเลย
อีกหนึ่งคือใครพี่
I really,
ก็
really love
ใครก็ได้
admire this. I mean,
ไม่แล้วมันต้อง
this is off
มันต้องเจอใครอะ
time out,
ไปเป็นเล็กกับ DRX
but we're seeing a
โอ้
lot.
ไม่มีละกัน
ยังไงเจอไม่ค่อยทีมท็อปเท่าไหร่แต่ไปเป็นเล็กกับ DRX
This is exactly what Lead needs to be.
เป็นทีมเด็กนี่หว่า
แต่อย่างนี้
ลุ้นอยู่
คือถ้าบีทชนะเนี้ยส่งผลดีกับทารอนนะ
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy feat, but
Sure.
this is
หยุดวิน
definitely
ของ
what you
DFM
want
อะ
to see if Bleed's going to have a chance, right?
เพราะว่ากรุ๊ปด้านขวามัน
พี่เอ้ย
ตอนนี้มัน
แรงเกิน
ทุ
แรงเกิน
ทุกวินมีค่ามาก
The unfortunate
แล้วถ้าอ
เพราะ
ยู่
มันได้
DRX
เพราะมันได้
ก็
ห
แบ
ลาย
บว่า
สล็อต
damage.
นึกอยากจะเล่นชิวๆอะไรเงี้ยลองแผนไหนๆก็ชนะเยอะแล้ว
Always gonna be wary of him. Wary of Scary.
Nice.
DFM though, really,
Saidมันมอง
they're not feeling it. You lost 5 rounds in a row, and they're like you mentioned before, Valdez. They're truly looking a little bit deflated, trying to rack their brains, trying to figure out a solution to this problem someone's brought in front of them.
30 seconds left.
Well, he's made a decent amount of noise over there in B main, but this push is actually coming in
Oof.
towards A. And A isn't hitting the
Oof.
shots.
There we go.
อ้าว
May diving straight
โอ้
in,
เรียบร้อย
able to pick up the first 2. Bit of a
นับหนึ่ง
nervous
แบบงง
บีบแพ้ไปเถอะถ้าอย่างเงี้ย
further information. The showstopper will be able to catch on to Darren just by the edge.
What the fuck
Pushes him further
ตอนนี้
back.
คือเยโดนตัดไปรอติ๊กต็อกแน่ โดนชัวร์
Ace operator. Tosses out the bait
ๆเมน
shell
ทอ
as
เบรก
well.
ดาวโดนแน่
Expecting for a bit of a
แต่ลูกพี่ยัง
reload.
อยู่นะ
Continue to break
ๆ
down.
แต่ถ้าลูกน้องจัดไปแบบเมื่อกี้ก็
The rest of the team will be able to watch the angles and they know exactly where
Oh,
the rest of the lead are
50.
coming from. A round
Mark
which
them
they
out,
didn't
wow.
have that many guns completely turned on its head because May started things off with the first 2 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Decent amount of noise also made over by B, and I mean, they should have been able to stop this one. I think that Ye, he shot 3 times, he missed all 3, so not really having any recourse to the push that was coming in.
แต่ถ้าเป็นเจ้าของบีท
Everybody
นะ
got in
เห็
for
นแบบ
free, there was no trade back.
เซตเล่นละผมคิดดีแล้วที่พวกมึง
A
ทะเลาะกันนะ
relatively low amount of utility used there. I mean, it was essentially just a raise entry.
ได้เซตแทน
You know, maybe 1 flash over the top.
Right here.
And that got the job done. So DFM finally on the board.
That's a better game plan. Now we're starting to explore other options throughout the map. Heading down mid. On towards pizza, they might be
Ego
able
มัน
to
จะไปเรียนอยู่แล้วครับ
mark
ผม
it, set up for a B
ที่
split,
ได้ยินนะ
or perhaps even push through into defender spawn. Much better from DFM. Oh, but the wall backs. How? Just a common line of sight, and he catches on to an unsuspecting Myth. Gotta be wary of Scary. You know,
Yeah.
telling you.
เอ้ยพี่
Also,
เกมที่พี่ส่งให้ผมนั้น
you're gonna go for this pushy. You
ใคร
gotta
มันพี่จะเล่นเหรอ
move your feet. You gotta
อ่าน
be
ดู
going in there.
ส่งให้ดู
You
เฉย
stand outside
น่าสนใจ
the
นะ
wall.
น่าสนปะ
Stick and move,
น่าสนนะ
stick and move, and they're
แต่อยากรู้
trying to
เล่นได้
make
กี่
it
คนมากกว่า
happen. Now finally making a quick change
โอ้โห
through market.
น่าจะเล่นกี่คนก็ได้แบบ
But as the
มันเลยนะอย่างนั้นนะนัวแบบได้เยอะเลยนะ
deployed,
อุ้ยเซตมุมมึงเยอะดีว่ะ
The rest of them are
Ui.
anticipating some peeks out. It's instead going to be Zest holding the angle away. Scary now peeking through
Iya,
from
Lupi.
defender spawn.
อ๋อลูกพี่ตาย
Right up around the smoke.
Ui.
Zest not quite able to deal against him. It's all
Huh?
down to Medusa.
what the
Well, they
fuck
killed the raid boss. They got Zest.
Spike
But
planted.
จังหวะนี้ต้องแผ่หรอปะ
นึกว่าจะแผ่แม่แบบไปแล้วเมื่อกี้
And they know exactly where he
เอ้า
started.
ส
So
แปมยับ
อื
so much for that
ม
pit. Pretty
ทำไม
desperate.
ไม่แผ่ก่อนอ่ะ
Yes. Pit.
ไม่สมกับชื่อเลย
They are going to take
ดู
this
ซ่า
round
ดูซ่า
with the 6-1.
แผ่พิษซ้ายยัดไม่ได้วางฟรีอะไร
Question is, you know, what guns are they going to take on the
ทำไม
next
วะไม่
round?
เข้าใจวะ
But yeah, pretty good read there. I mean, they saw DFM.
โอ้แต่เยช็อตเมื่อกี้คือต่อให้ชนะก็ติ๊กต็อกอะผมว่าเจอกัน
He knows they're still there, and it's like, okay, well, everybody's in position for the push that eventually comes in. It gets a little bit dicey, but eventually just spray and take them down.
And that's exactly how Bleed can play. Again, you know, each and every single one of these players are incredibly capable of such feats. When they play together, they're even deadlier. DFM, on the other hand, though, you can feel a bit more encouragement because of that one win from the previous round. But like our desk mentioned, they need someone who can fill May's shoes. If May drops, someone else needs to take the lead, take the helm. So right now, just playing it very safe, waiting for Anthem's call. Not a single move to be made because Ye is
DFM ไม่มีเฟสหรือโซวาเลยนี่หว่า
like a hawk
ใช่
with his op.
มัน
เข้ายากมากเลยนะ
นั่นดิพี่สไนยิ้มจัดเลยไม่มีสองตัวนั้นนะ แต่แต่เมื่อกี้ที่เยยิงก็ DFM ก็ยิ้มเหมือนกันเย้ทำไมมันเป็นงั้นเนี่ย
That will get them entry for now.
Very good. Better execute gives them a lot of space on the site to get the spike planted. Even pushes DFM lead back for a little bit as they manage to shut down the door. Great paranoia as it connects onto several players.
Just like, huh, that door can be closed.
Oh, look at this now, Medusa.
เซตใช้โดนเคลียร์ช็อตเหรอ
ใช่
เย้
ตอนแรกมันจะโดนประตูใช่ปะ แล้วประตูปิด
เอ้าเชีย
Boombot tells everything.
ก็งงเลยไม่รู้เฮ้ยเยอะนั่งมีตุ๋ยช็อตด้วย
As they peek out, so many players from Bleed have already made their way out. The lines of sight all favoring them instead. Can May hold it down? No, not quite. As the Odin cuts him right at his knees. Ye finally finding that shot onto Medusa.
เย่ไม่พลาด
Zest sticks the defuse just in time for Bleed to get the 7th win.
หนักว่ะ
Yeah, pretty nice retake that time around. You know, they have the weaponry to do it
ไม่
as
ได้จะ
well.
ใส่เยนะแต่ช็อตนั้นที่มันยิงมันขนาดนั้นแล้ว DFM มันยังเอาไม่ได้เลยว่ะพี่มันยังไงวะเนี่ยเยมันหนักจริงนะเว้ย
Clear out one side, a flash goes over the top.
เยหนักจริง
Very nice first kill to open it up, and then Scary on the
ผม
offense.
ก็พอเข้าใจพี่แบบคนทั้งโลกกำลังโฟกัสมันอยู่อะ
Yeah, he finishes it
ถ้า
all
มันโดนไม่หยุด
with communication.
ต้องดูมันจับเลส
Expected out of Bleed.
Exactly.
เป็นเราอะเราโดนคนทั้งทวีปด่าอยู่อะพี่แม่งคงไม่มีสมาธิแบบ
อันนี้ดีกว่า
ยากอะ
สมมตินะ ไม่ใช่สมมติสปิดได้ดูสปิดปะ
ไม่ได้ดูนะสปิดทำไม
สปิดบีทมีด้วยเลส2 คนเจสกับเลสลองทายว่าใครเล่นตำแหน่งอะไรบ้าง
เจสกับเลสเหรอไดยอนเด
เดี๋ยวเล่นอะไร
ไดยอนเลสเหรอ
แล้วเจเล่นอะไร
เจสไง
เห็นปะ
เอามันสลับกันเหรอ
สลับกันดิที่ความเป็นจริงอ่ะ
ว้า
เซตโดนจนได้
คิดอย่างนั้นอ่ะ
งงว่ะ
Since that wall goes 2 ways, buddy.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Him down.
ง
They
งไป
already
หมด
did
เล
a
ยวะ
nice number to the health bar of Zest before that. So they're going to hold Zest to only 16 and 4. As looks like they are committing to going for this. A little peek on A. They say, okay, let's send it. Right? Maybe not.
ใครเขาเอากระดาษมาเป็นไอเนี่ยทางเข้าบี
It doesn't feel safe enough for them to make
ยิงกันยั
They know that there are at
คน
least
โด
a
นสวน
couple
มัน
players
เสีย
who
เปรียบ
have
จัด
come
อะ
to take Zest's
30
spot.
seconds left.
So rotating
มันยิง
on
ตามรอยกระ
over
สุนนะ
instead
คนโดน
might
สวนนะไม่ค่อยดี
just give them a bit of an advantage. They could just overwhelm Scary. Scary's continuing to jump spot from hell though.
Oh, the timing.
โอ้โหทามิ่ง
Wow! Spun around 180, takes down Medusa.
เอ้า
maybe Scary doesn't quite survive, but still,
มีช็อตที่แกเขาเล่นหน่อยละ
Ye will be able to hold on to his operator, and that could give Bleed so much more if they play the long game. Anthem's Odin continues to sound off, and now the rest of Bleed rethinking their moves. Do you want to retake this? Both Darren and Retla continuing to make some noise. They don't see all too much, so it's going to be the call to save instead.
Yeah, probably a good idea. I mean, EA's pretty low. No reason to try to force it with an operator 3v4. And it's probably the call, you know, right from the situation, but maybe seeing what they could see. Maybe if someone was going to get aggressive, they could pick them off and then they could save. Either way, that is going to be DFM finally picking up a second round for themselves. Bit by bit, slowly becoming a competitor in this third map.
But remember what happened in that previous map, Valdez? They took a little bit too long,
Timing and
and they
all.
lost way too many rounds in that first half to Bleed. They cannot afford that same mistake. We're down to round 10 now. 3 rounds left in this first half. Can DFM make this competitive? Got a couple of ultimates on Bleed's side. DFM has to watch out for it. Anthem is 1 point away from his null command, though.
One suppressed.
Great information onto Wine.
Yeah, might look to try to peek this May. He's thinking about it, but no reason to really. Just going to go back to mid with this team, actually. A lot of aiming control here from the side of Bleed. Just making sure they can't really set up for an easy A push, which has kind of been the only way that DFM have gotten their 2 rounds, right?
It's kind of like their bread and butter.
Yeah.
That's exactly what this toxic screen is set up for as well, but perhaps then the option would be
มา ต้องมาแล้ว
mid, take down pizza, straight into a B split. Not really going for that this time though, as they're waiting out for a lot of these pieces of
ทำอะไรอ่ะ
ability from
หมดแรงเครื่องเหรอ
the second one comes back up.
เดี๋ยวยอมยังขำตัวเองอมยิ้ม
Now's the time to hit down to
หมดแรงเครื่อง
ถือนานมันเมื่อยพี่
Oh, but unfortunately the corner not quite checked. Logs is where Retla will strike. Zest from back of Boathouse continues to make this Odin sing.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what a beautiful tune.
Yeah, they didn't take out the raid boss this time. And that's going to mean this is going back into Bleed's hands.
ถือว่าได้แล้วมันปวดแขนเนี่ย
มือมันล้าดิ
เหมือนยกเวทอะไร
Okay, they're not in A main. They have a lot of
แรงหมด
information. Nobody's there. Okay, they're not going A.
You just
You
put
don't see
this-
them at tree, and then you've got one guy to spot for the sound of them running through market and pizza. It's like, okay, well, I think I know where they're coming through, guys. And Zest's like, all right, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'll pick up my 19th kill.
หรือ
Thank you
ยอน
very
คิดว่ามัน
much.
ถือแฟตอ
You
ยู่
put this image of
ไม่น่าดิ
Zest
ถือ
as
แฟลชไม่ต้องปิดมุมนะ
you know, one of these big raid bosses in like a looter shooter game.
มันมีตัดช็อตที่มันย้อยป่าวะ
The
ไม่มี
gigantic.
ไม่มี
Yeah.
เขินเลย
And that's
มันแบบ
exactly
เป็น
what
บ้าน
he's
เซ
doing,
ต
and
จัด
every
ๆอะดู
kill
มัน
that
ส
he
แปม
gets,
ดู
he
มัน
gets a
ยืน
little
ดูมัน
bit bigger.
ทำอะไรดิ
It's true.
ด่านเนี้ย
You don't wanna-
โซว่ามัน
you
อะ
don't wanna- you don't want to have this
รู้
guy
หมดแค่
rage on you.
เออแบบ
It's not going to be pretty.
บรรลุ
It's
แล้วอะ
already been rough for them. But yeah, DFM, I think
เล่น
just
แต่เกมเปิดเนี่ยด่าน
they're
เนี้ย
struggling. They just have not found the answer here on the attacking
Yung daan
side of
yata hit
Ascent
suit.
as well, and Bleed have been
ประเทศอื่น
showing
ฮิต
us
เหมือน
what
บ้าน
we
เรา
wanted
ปะวะ
to see
Ascent
this whole time. Maybe
เล่นกันหมด
Azrai knew exactly when they were going to spike at the right moment. He was the only one to predict Bleed in this one. So far, he's looking absolutely correct towards the end of this match.
Just cannot back down though.
ช็อตไดยอน
Cannot
เมื่อกี้
give
มัน
up.
น่าจะประมวลผลเลยครับผมแบบ
Took the win off of
นึกว่าถือแฟตอยู่
T1. Where was that DFM? Where is that DFM? Sure, they suffered a bit of a loss against Gen.G, but they still showed pretty good performances all across the board.
I would say that
อย่างแรกเลยนะ
that's a good
2 วิน
point
สุ
to
ดท้ายใน
mention.
DFM ต้องไป
They fall to
บอมเอ
Gen.G. Sometimes you have a tough loss that can
อย่ามา
really
B
throw
เลย
your team for a loop, and maybe mentally just not quite there. I mean, they won the first map.
เจ้าของบ้านเขาเดินเล่นอยู่นะ
But maybe that was
หลัง
maybe
สวน
that was a
หลัง
little
สวน
bit of
บ้าน
Bleed struggling
หนี
as
เฟ
well.
ส
You know, Bleed struggling to get online. You
อื
remember
มโอ้โหมัน
how
แน่น
that
จัด
one
อะ
went.
Flashbang.
I mean, off of that T1 win, you got so many DFM fans. Paper Thin was just screaming at the top of his lungs for that win. We need that DFM back. While they might feel like the underdogs in this series, in this matchup, they have shown pretty good performances thus far too. A very successful A take from
สองทีม
before.
สองทีมนี้แข่งกันไม่มี
Can
แบบ
they do
11
it
13
again?
เลยนะ
Bleed are trying
ไม่
so
สูสี
many
กันหน่อยเลย
different
ไม่
routes, so many different strategies just to foil those plans. Once again, you got Retland Scary watching up around mid. Zest still
จะวัดพ
the
ลังกันอีก
raid
อะ
boss as ever on B. Anthem is really
โอ้โห
trying to figure out
มัน
what's
ช่ำ
the
ขนาดมัน
right
รู้มุม
call
ว่ามุม
here.
นั้นมันไม่ทะลุอ่ะพี่เอ๋ย
Coaches have given their
เอ
input.
อไง
ไอ้เชี่ยแม่งไม่กดยิงอ่ะ
เหมือนในตามันอะสายตามันคือมันเห็นกำแพงตรงเป็นรูหมดแล้วอะไรอยู่ข้างหลังอะ
สแกนเนี่ย
มันไม่เหมือน
สแกนแต่แบบไม่กดยิงแล้ว
มัน
อ่ะ
ไม่เหมือนเราอะ
Stuff to prevent them from getting in.
เนี่ย
So
เมื่อกี้แบบ
maybe
โอ้
DFM
โห
do
อะไร
have
วะ
an
น่ะ
angle, but there are
มัน
three
เห็นตรงนั้น
people
ใส่หมดแล้วมันอยู่ตรงนั้นมากี่ปีแล้ว
Just kind of a different
แม่งอยู่
setup
ตรง
on it.
แม่งอยู่บอมบีมา 3-4 ปี
ใช่มันรู้หมดแล้ว
It is a different setup, but a very nice pop flash that gives them a bit
Net
of
สี
control
ขาว
over tree as well. Now making their way in. The entirety of Bleed is here watching the angles though, and that's going to be the shot fired off. Also accurate. Every
Oh.
single
Oh.
player collecting on a single
12ครับผ
kill.
ม
ไม่ไหวเกิน
Bleed just put up
เจอ
this
พลังโซวาเกาหลี
huge shield on the A site.
สลับกั
พี่
น
เอ๋
เรา
ยพาลงเหว2 คู่อีกแล้ว
That was great. I mean,
เมื่อวานตั้ง4 คู่ไงก็ชดเชย
gone on
Ah,
to the
low
site.
tail,
They
yeah.
they were just miles ahead of them again. I do feel like, again, some of these pushes are just a bit too predictable, and Bleeder right there.
พี่เอ๋ยพาลงเหว
The shots are hitting. I mean, that's
Oh,
just
wow.
ridiculous. Like,
I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, apart from it, the utilities and little bits being predictable, it's like as soon as the first player dies, the rest of them try and look for that trade.
ใครจะไปรู้อยู่ดีๆเซฟมันจะระเบิดพลังครับน้อง ดูมันทำดิ
trying to
งั้นไม่ใช่ภาพนี้หรอก
match up to Zest, the raid
พอตอน
boss.
เลือก
Not
แม
sure
ต
if
ช์มา
it's gonna
แมตช์
happen.
มาเห็นแอดเซนต์มานี่คนลุกเลย
Okay,
แม่ง
that's
จัด
gonna
คน
help.
เดียวเลยอะ
Potentially could. Nice little pop flash.
B
on
ไม่ต้องเล่นแล้ว
Boss.
เจอ
Doesn't
เซต
see
อยู่เนี่ย
anything, so the rest of them could be around A main, and he is absolutely right.
Now, there's Medusa by himself in B main, just hanging out.
เสียง
Not sure
เพนเอ
what
ส
he
ครับ
wants
ผ
to
ม
do, maybe just trying to
อ
get
ดีต
some
นักกีฬาทีมชาติ
information.
วอส
โอ้
Hasn't seen much, which will
Yeah.
spark a bit of a rotation coming out from the side of DFM.
Not too bad. But another thing is just you always have to admire Darian. A little bit quiet at times, but he's pretty much the longest standing player on the Bleed
โอ้
squad,
โห
and he's
หนี
always
ไง
a
อะ
team player.
เฮ้ย
Now Zest, you know, playing for the team a little bit with that Hunter's Fury, gets the information. They are reading and controlling the map so well right now.
เฮ้ยเกือบโดน
โอ้ย
เดี๋ยวมันจะยิงทีเผลอพี่คอยดู
Zest is ready.
Oh. The slash DFM and now just waiting for
เรียบ
that
ร้อย
move to bleed.
เอ้าโลซ่าเฉย
ฮะ
Zest continuing to fire
โอ้ย
คืออะไรอะ
every single round.
แล้วเมื่อกี้
down
เย
to
เย
single
ก้มลง
choke
พื้นจะ
point.
แบทแพ็กเล่นเลสเยอะ
Yay
เห็นปะ
alongside Scary finding a couple more frags.
ไปหมด
That
แล้
is
ว
what gives us another 10-2
จะเป็น
first
หนึ่งเดียว
half.
กับเลสแล้ว
Yeah, 10-2. That last one as well. Just the showstopper not able to land onto Zest. He's able to sit there and fire away, even while flashed. Able to just continue putting in his line of fire and making that entry even more difficult.
DFM หลับเลย2แมตช์ท้าย
And DFM not able to find the answer there
Love
on
Sonic.
B either.
ใครบอกสำนักแตกตอนนี้แสดงว่าเมื่อวานไม่ได้อยู่เอฟติกแมปแรก
This
ไม่
is not
เกี่ยว
what they had prepared for
เมื่อวาน
today.
คือเมื่อวาน
ต้องพูดถึงเรื่องวันนี้พี่
But unfortunately,
วันนี้
results
พี่พา
may
หนู
end
ล
up
ง
that
เหวไป
way.
2 นะคะพี่เอ๋ย
Unfortunate. The few rounds, that, well, not even few, the
บอก
couple
ว่า
of
เล่น
rounds
ไซเฟอร์จะ
that
บาด
they
แพ็ก
did win were actually really successful, though. I think that's what impresses me the most, and that's what I want to see more of. They had such a good take, pretty decent protocols, and
นี่ก็ปกติอะตามพี่
how
เอ๋ย
they
มัน
made
ก็
use of utility to push bleed away
แปลกแล้ว
on
ถ้า
the
แต
A
ก
site,
ใช่ป่ะพี่
or even just the rotation over or through with a B split.
จริง
They did
สำนัก
that
ผมอะ
once,
เรื่องจริง
managing to take down Zest.
สุเวท
Surely this is not over for DFM. Meanwhile, for Bleed, this is that Bleed that we've all been looking for ever since the start of Pacific. Now the teamwork is here. Everyone's
บ้านผม
working
เองครับ
together.
ต้องดูผล
Squad
ด้วยหรอ
Scary
ตาม
coming
พี่
up on
ตาม
assists.
โมไม่ได้
Zest still as the raid boss.
Like this setup, pretty common to see, the Jets go up top.
เฮ้ย
there on
อันนั้นก็หนักไปน้องวง
and maybe expecting that out of Bleed, but as we know, Bleed all set up here in lobby. Maybe looking for a fast tip, but let's see how fast they actually do want to send this. Okay. Sessa is ready for this.
โอ้โหดูคอมโบเอเดย
Time being,
มุมกล้องนี่คือตั้งแต่เกมเปิดไป
the
นะมุม
right
นี้
moment to send out that paranoia. May
ของ
must
ดีมุมนี้
collect on these kills. He
ไป
spots
ก็
out
ไป
so
ที่ใหญ่
many of them, collects
โอ้
onto
โห
3 heads,
Ed.
picks up the quad, and then swings up
นี่
for
ไง
the final shot to pick up the ace.
สวยเมยเอาหน่อยเว้ย
DFM start out the second
ทำให้ภูมิ
half
ใจหน่อย
with the perfect
เอาหมดเลยคนเดียว
Yeah, that's just. It's just perfect, right? It's classic. I mean, the paranoia value is just disgusting. And May does not miss a single shot. Even gets that final 1v1.
Cover his mouth like I
Oh.
can't even believe
ไม่
that I
แบ่ง
just
เพื่อน
did
เล
that.
ย โอ้ตกใจกูยิงไปได้ยังไง
Nice at the end too.
ไม่ตกนี่
Maybe
เพิ่ง
that's
ต
a
กใจ
little
สิ
morale
ครับ
boost you need to get back.
ตกใจสกอร์
Once again, it happens because
ตก
of
ใจกูอีกโดน
May.
ไป12ครึ่งแรก
He's the one with 29 kills on this map against T1 on this, slightly unorthodox agent. Can it happen again? This time with the rifle, watching the angle outside of A main, picks up onto the first, gets pop flashed by Darian.
What if he
The
gets
support comes right
back-to-back
back.
aces?
Ooh, that would be even more morale.
Said they needed May.
ห้องตรงนี้โคตรดีอ่ะ
Truly the savior
เซล
of DFM right now.
เห็นหมดครับ
We'll be able to spot out a
เห็น
lot
หมด
of
จังหวะนี้
information. You're hearing all these footsteps.
Little spray. No.
เฮ้ย
เกือบ
Lines it up. Stays composed.
นึกว่าจะได้เห็นอะไรดีๆซะแล้ว
Anthem controlling the back, making sure that Bleed does not have any exit plans either.
30 seconds left.
Ooh.
อ้าวอ้าวอ้าว
Firing off that little water gun. Unfortunately, they weren't able to connect on
นั่น
this
ไง
next
อุ้ย
time.
อ้าว
What?
นั่นไง
Classics!
No way.
It's classics again!
เอองงเลย
อะไรวะ
At whichever ridiculous range. I can't believe. I mean, that's again why
เซตเป็นอย่างคม
Bleed's players individually are just that good.
Revealing area.
And that was just right around the edge of DICE on B site.
ไม่ว่าน่าจะงงกับทุกคนนะ
How
วัน
the
นี้
heck did Zest make that shot?
They
Lost
lost some
some
time in
set
the
now.
recon dart too.
ถ้าแพ้นี่คือ
One enemy
แม่งกด
remaining.
ยอ
โอ้
มได้บอกว่า
Man.
แล้วโดนแฟด
And the slow creep walking through, Zest spots him,
Ui.
Darian peeks out.
เฮ้ยไม่วิ่งเหรอเอ้า
Clean classic shot.
What the fuck
A
ฟังเสียง
thrifty
โดน
for
ออกหน้า
Bleed turns the
มันน่าจะวิ่ง
economy
เลยนะ
in
เมื่อกี้
this map
มันออกตัวก่อน
upside
ได้เลยนะ
down. What a doozy. It's
อะไรวะ
going
เนี่ย
to be potentially, practically
เวอร์
match point for Bleed. Not unless DFM can pull up classic rounds like what we just saw.
โอ้เราดูระยะมันดิ
Too. I don't even know.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Oh, look at this one.
Thrifty.
And the way they handle this at the end.
ยิง
is
คลาสสิก
perfect,
กัน
too.
เดือดเลยพี่
You see Zest's reaction? Like he knows.
คือมัน
that
เล่นแบบ
was
ไม่มี
just
ความมั่นใจ
insane.
เลยเมื่อกี้ไอ้จังหวะไอ้การเดียนในตรง
If there was any
ซี
morale
ทีอ่ะที่
boosting
มัน
from the round
โอ้โห
prior
ปล่อย
to
ให้
that
แบบ
one, I think it's all gone.
ปล่อยให้ไหลข
ติ
นาด
ก
นั้น
ถอยไปยิงสเน็ก
Fortunately
ไป
for
โอ้
DFM.
Oh, it's just unfortunate. They do have some sheriffs.
หมดแล้ว
A little flash through, spotted by the recon. I mean, look at this take. The teamwork from Bleed on point right now. Well, all the machine as they head on over to B. It's pretty soon they're going to see that it's all clear. Strike gets planted.
แบบหลุด
All
โล
they
ก
have to
ว่ะ
worry about is, well, defender spawn and market.
One
Just
enemy
defender
remaining.
spawn.
โอ้จบแล้ว
Perfect
ยิงโง่
mechanical
เฮงอาจจะไม่
skill.
ดีกว่าดีเฟมลองบอก
Down to
ยิ่งไปบอกเขาติดปีกไหมเผื่อแบบจะดีขึ้น
There's no answer to any of
ไม่น่า
this.
เป็นที่ไลน์อัพแล้วอันนี้
Yeah, he's just hanging on for dear life.
โอ้โห
Not gonna hit that shot either. Ye picks up a 3K. It is a flawless, and Bleed are on the doorstep of taking a 13-3. Kind of expected Bleed to take this map, but not quite in this one-sided fashion. So these rounds, obviously this one,
not quite with classic kills.
ไอ้เหี้ยผสมมาเยี่ยมผิด
One enemy remaining.
หนักว่ะ
But unbelievably talented. If they can, that's how they made that
One more
happen. One more round.
เราท้ายแล้ว
And this
เดี๋ยว
would
กูกลับบ้านนอน
be Bleed's first win.
นี่จะเป็นวินแรกในรอบแบบปีของเย่ป่ะในที่ชนะเนี่ยพี่
ใช่
Looking to make it happen. Looking to collect
แล้
even
วก็เย
more
กูเจอเปเปอ
wins.
ร์ลิก
They press forward.
DRX เปเปอร์ลิก
Seeing a bit of smokes, they will be able to rotate over. May tries to spot the contact against them. He does have a full kit of utility. Expends one satchel just to make it safe. Neth, what is this? Pushed all the way out into Gelato.
trying to get a little interesting with the positioning on Death's door.
Nice little crossfire.
โอเค
Flash through. Anthem stays tucked away and hidden.
Spike down mid.
Teammate coming back into support from Pizza. All that's left is going to be Zest to see if he is truly the raid
กำลัง
boss.
ลั่นด้วย
I mean, he is, regardless.
One of the most experienced players on Bleed's squad.
บอกเลยว่า rootable one by one อะเจอเซตตอนเนี้ย
Knows where the spike is. Wants to opt over to retrieve it. But Anthem watches the angle
เซฟมันใครก็ได้อะพี่จังหวะ
That's
นี้ผ
going
ม
to
ว่า
be
นะ
DFM extending their lives by one more round.
Well,
บ้านผมเอง
they'll make it interesting for one more. I kind of like that round, you know? It was kind of funny how Anthem survived for basically forever. Flash staring at the
ผม
fight
อยากเอาไข
happening
ควงไปไขหลังจอ
through our
เย
lens. Of
ผมอยาก
course,
รู้จะ
he
เจอ
just
หน้า
saw
เยอยู่
the blinding light. But yeah, pretty
ไข่เปิดมาก็แบบ เต็มจอ
เปิดเป็นบั๊กเข้าไป
Fortunately, you know, just a bit too little, too late. Nice setup. We'll see if they can get something going.
This time a little bit spread more even. We have Retla kind of lurking up around B
หน้า
line.
แบบว่าติดจอจัดอะ
Rest of Bleed continuing to a little bit of noise. Yeah, collect up on that alt point, alt orb. Darren has the null command. Perfect catalyst to take down a site.
เซตท่านั่งมันสุขภาพดีมากเลยดูดินั่งหลังตรงแบบว่า จออยู่ห่างแขน L เนี่ย
How is it gonna
เออ
go?
ท่านั่งสุขภาพดี
Looking like B and Zest. He'll play anchor.
Just making a bit of noise.
ผมว่าหน้าติดจอมันไม่ค่อยดีอย่างเวลามันมองมินิแมปมันจะเสียทัมมิ่ง
It's gonna be the poison cloud just to delay for a second, but here comes the null command. Bleed will be able to pile drive through the site. They do not care
โอ้ย
what
ดู
you're
ท่า
gonna
เน็ตตาย
try.
เนี่ยผมไปอยู่อย่างเงี้ย
Neth tries to stay tucked away, tries to find the opening shot. Will be able to get the first, but then instantly traded by Ye. The rest of the team have made their way onto the site. Now here comes May with the showstopper, looking to do out even more damage. Goes in to clear B main. The corner's not yet
โอ้
found.
คม
Okay.
Good little heads-up duel against Retla. Player still on site though. Darren watching out defender spawn, trying to check onto lane. Zest now.
แล้วเซตไหลมาแบบนี้
มาแล้วครับ
And it's something that
DG
DFM does not expect.
ไม่ไหวจัดว่ะ
วินแรกในรอบปีของเยครับผม
ไม่เซตมันไม่ชนหมัดเยเลยเดินผ่านเยไปเลย ไม่สน
มันโกรธเลยพี่โอ้ยกูต้องทำแบบนี้ใช่ไหมถึงจะชนะ
เดินไปชนหมัด4 คน
ช็อตเอเยยิงในไซส์เอกนะ
3 คน
นอกจากจะไม่ชกหมัดแล้วผมว่ามันน่าจะชกเยด้วยนะไอเฟสอะถ้าแพ้อะวินแรกเชี่ย
แชทเดี๋ยวผมไปเล่นที่ใหญ่ก่อนนะครับเดี๋ยวฝากไอ้นี่ด้วยนะฝากมาดูด้วยนะขอขึ้นสตรีมใหม่ทีหนึ่งแป๊บหนึ่งเจอกันครับ